Yo ho ho ho, everybody! How's everyone doing? I'm gonna make sure. Okay, yeah, cool. We're good. One Piece. 27 years, man. 27 fucking years. I'm 27. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're literally 2 months older than it.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Didn't the anime start like a day before or after one of your sisters was born?
Yes. Yep.
It was the day after, right?
Wait a minute. Then how would you?
Oh wait.
Uno momento.
Yeah, so what did I see?
Hold
then?
on.
We have to fact check this. Maybe it was just One Piece.
Yeah, October 20th, 1999, which was it's a day older than Jackie, who has a kid and is probably going to give birth to her second in a month. That's awesome. And this show is still going.
I love that.
That's fucking insane. But welcome in, everyone. It is so good to be back. I think it's been 12 days since I last streamed. We finally came back from vacation, because I think Wednesday was the last stream. I didn't do a stream on Thursday because I was packing and doing a bunch of stuff. Mm-hmm. And then we left Friday morning, and we didn't get back till 10 p.m. on Saturday. 12-hour drive.
That's a long time. How was it?
I mean, I slept most of it. My parents were driving.
I can't sleep in the car.
Really?
Yeah.
I could get 16 hours straight sleep the night before, get in a car, and be asleep in 2 minutes. I can't stay awake in car
I could stay up all night and still not sleep in the car.
Octordine glasses off.
I'll sleep for like maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour tops, but not more than that, yeah.
No, I sleep immediately.
I cannot do it.
I choose violence. But welcome in, everyone. Good to see you, Opt. Dude, I'm glad your stream went well. I would literally popped into his stream a minute after he ended it.
I love that.
It's such terrible timing. But I'm glad streams have been going well, man. I got your hydrate. You guys can't see it. Hold on. My One Piece cup here. I got it. But yeah, it's just good to be back. And thank you for the resub, Ambi. We love you. I hope your vacation's going well.
Ambi, you are amazing.
It's true. He does not need them for this stream.
It's true. Well, I guess I kind of do, actually. More than I normally do. I have to read.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I don't normally have to read.
No.
I just have to hit things.
But we got a lot of stuff with One Piece. Mm-hmm. Like I said, for everyone who if you didn't read the title, this is a One Piece discussion stream. 27 years of One Piece. We are discussing everything from Chapter 1 to Chapter 1121. It is insane.
When do spoilers come out for the next
There's a break next week.
Oh, yeah, there is. Oh.
So, we chose a hell of a week to do it, because let me tell you, 1121, that final panel is insane. Holy shit.
Who is it?
Holy shit. Change your text to say spoilers. Oh, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you, actually.
Definitely.
I did not read. You're right.
All of the spoilers.
Yes, thank you. No spoilers allowed, guys.
We're going to talk about Kizaru's late penis, right, Sean?
Oh, we sure are. I was so mad at that, dude.
That was so funny.
Dude, like...
That was so funny.
There are so few times that I've seen spoilers for chapters and it be wrong. That one I was pissed about, but it just ended up being, so rampant fan fiction. Yeah. But the other one that I saw, I was really betting on.
What was that one again?
When Sengoku dropped onto the Elders. I was like, man, that would have been fucking sick.
That would be awesome.
So, like I said, I just wanted to mention here that this is going to be very spoiler heavy. We're talking most recent chapters. We're talking chapters from episode 1. We're doing tier lists. We are, everything is up for discussion here.
Everything.
So, we want your opinions. If you guys have opinions on the tier lists we're doing, when we're doing discussions, one other thing that we were talking about doing for sure, and especially now that we have the time to do it, we're going to be doing something that we're calling, it's going to be predictions for the rest of the story. We're doing something called the lock, the Let's See, and the Long Shot. It's very similar. I always talk about Co-op 64, and they came up with this for video game predictions. They're so much fun.
Awesome.
I actually listened to their most recent episode. They were talking about review scores and what they mean, because apparently when you're talking about video games nowadays, apparently the bar is set way too high. Did you know that if there's a 7 out of 10 video game, people don't even talk about it? The discussion now is 7 out of 10 being garbage. They're like, if it's 7 out of 10, I'm not touching it. If it's not an 8 out of 10, I'm not even looking at it. And that is horrible.
Still even look at 5 out of 10 sometimes.
Yeah. So it's
just
getting brutal. So their whole discussion for today's episode was talking about... Shut the fuck up. Was talking about review scores, Then apparently there's a new college football game out. I don't know anything about this. I'm so far removed from sports. But apparently that game is getting a lot of attention and being really good. It's like a reboot for an old college football series that people really loved, so apparently that's getting a lot of attention. They also were talking about Concord because its second beta weekend just ended. Concord is Sony's first party hero shooter game that no one's really asking for. It's another live service game that they're trying out with Helldivers 2 having come out earlier this year. They're trying with Concord to do like their own Overwatch, so I've heard different things about it, so we'll see what that's out. But that was the whole episode today.
Don't imagine anything too good.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Overwatch 3 that no one's asking for PlayStation, and we'll see where it goes. But play a One Piece game as you talk. I actually have something even better than that. Hold on. We're going to go full screen for a moment. We got...
I love that.
Oh, that's sick.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. Yeah,
I love this.
We got like a whole video of this kind of stuff. If this is too loud, let me know, because I did not... Actually, I might need to lower it anyway. Let's lower it a little bit. I've got like a 30-minute One Piece music lo-fi video that's copyright free.
Heck yeah.
Copyright free.
That's the best.
So we're good.
I bet
but
just for today only.
Yeah, I bet tomorrow it won't be.
Yep.
I'm still gonna get shit for it. But anyway, we have a lot of One Piece tier lists up. Oh, and why is it picture in picture? Oh, can that not?
The timer?
Can I get out? Yeah, that was the timer. Can I close the picture in picture thing? I guess it doesn't really matter. I'll leave it there until it becomes an issue. Actually, it's not going to be an issue because they can't even see it. But
that is so fair.
Yeah, we got. I'll share the link in Discord after the stream. It's fucking sick. But oh my god, this is awesome.
This is amazing.
Oh my god. But we're here to talk about One Piece. 27 years of content, 27 years into this fucking story, and we now finally know what it's about?
You know what's crazy?
What?
The craziest thing?
Let me hear it.
There's people that have been watching since day one. They've been reading since day one.
Yeah.
That's insane.
You know what? Actually, here's the question then.
Crazy.
What is the first episode of One Piece that you ever watched? Chat too. If you remember your first episode of One Piece, what was it? If you don't remember the specific episode, just let us know where it was in the story.
It's gotta be in the... No, I saw the very first episode, actually. Yeah, I saw the very first episode on Toonami.
Was it 4 Kids?
No.
No?
It was, yeah. But I didn't watch all the way through to the Baratier. There was a lot I didn't. Okay. But then I did watch a good bit in the Baratier.
Okay.
So, a little in the East Blue.
Ambi said the first episode. That is true. We did make her watch that. My first episode I ever saw was the Straw Hats escaping Log Town after the lightning hit and freed Luffy. That was awesome. It was the first episode when we met Dragon and he stopped Smoker.
Awesome.
They got onto that, and I don't know if it was the same episode. I can't remember seeing this part specifically, but it was right around the time where they all put their legs up on the barrel and said what they wanted to do as they were heading in.
It was that episode.
Yep. So that was the first episode of One Piece I ever watched.
What year was it? What year was mine? I think.
I'm honestly not even going to be able to find release dates for the 4 Kids because that was not. It wasn't when One Piece was big here. It was 4 Kids dub. So it was, what was his name? Chaser. It was Chaser.
Damn, that's insane.
Where Sanji had the lollipop in there. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Oh. I thought mine might have been like 07?
Okay.
Maybe?
I watched One Piece intermittently. I was watching the 4 Kids dub probably all the way through most of Alabasta. And I remember I fell off of Alabasta. Didn't finish watching it, and it wasn't until my senior year of high school that Randy was like, dude, you gotta get back to One Piece. I'm like,
Really?
Yeah, I was like, dude, I don't need to get back to One Piece. I almost finished it. And he was like, what do you mean you almost finished it? I was like, they were in the desert place. They were dealing with Crocodile. And he was like, that's not the end of it. He's like, that was like probably halfway through the first part of the story. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, it's still going. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Hilarious.
So I ended up watching it.
And that's when you kept trying to get me to watch it too.
Yep, because it was pretty much right around the time I met you that I was getting back into it.
That's hilarious.
And it took me a while to catch up because I was watching it a little bit at a time. I took good breaks after arcs, but I was watching it, and I got caught up at the end of Dressrosa, and I think it's so fun. I hate when it does that. I hate it.
It's funny.
But yeah, I got caught up at the end of Dressrosa, which was so funny because I literally got caught up, and then it was a month of filler between Dressrosa and Joe. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Hilarious.
The show never has filler, and I get caught up, and that's what
so
it's... Oh, I was so frustrated. But yeah, you got caught up at a hell of an episode. What was the episode you got caught up?
Zorro and King, the finale of Zorro vs. King.
God damn.
Yep.
What an episode to get caught up with.
And I think the only reason that worked out was because the week before that was a filler.
Mm-hmm.
So that gave me just enough time to get caught up. I think I got caught up maybe 2 or 3 days before.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable.
Such a good episode.
Well, with that, why don't we get... Oh, wait, I don't think I ever finished what I was saying before. What Co-op 64 does is they do... they changed... I changed the wording a little bit. They did, for the Gaming Awards, they did One Piece is mid. I will ban you, Fierce. We're not having that today. If you're not here to discuss One Piece, get out. We love you.
That's funny.
What do you call it? They have the thing called it's the lock, the lengthy, and the long shot. That's what they call it. So it's kind of the same deal. I changed it to let's see. We're gonna be doing it. You're funny, Fierce, but if you don't have reasons for you can say that. But if you don't have reasons for it and you're here to be a troll, we're not having it today. I'm not dealing with trolls. But it's good to see you, my man. I hope you've been well. So we're gonna do the lock, which what prediction for the rest of the story that we think is definitely going to happen, the let's see that we think could happen based on evidence, and the long shot, something that we think could possibly happen. That would be like the flip the table moment. That would be fucking wild. That we're not expecting. But either way, Fierce, dude, it's good to see you, man. You've never watched it? That's completely fair. I mean, honestly, that is the feeling for most people who haven't watched it. The people who say that One Piece isn't good is because you haven't watched it. I completely understand if you don't like One Piece. If people don't like One Piece, I will never be frustrated with you.
It's fine.
The problem is that
like everything.
the problem with it is that the majority of people who say it haven't seen it. I will not respect an opinion unless you've been there to try. Same with video games. If you tell me that a video game is terrible and you haven't played it, I will never listen to you.
That's like Spez. He'll fall asleep during a movie and then be like, I didn't like it. You were sleeping during it. What do you mean? You didn't see it.
I love it. And that is a fair point, too, because I'm an advocate for this. It's over 1,000 episodes. Who has the time? Listen, if you are interested in it and you want to give it a shot, you will find out that 1,000 episodes is not enough. However, you cannot do that to people. It is not okay to tell people, yo, it's 1,100 episodes right now. Just sit down and watch it. That's too rough.
But there is the remake coming out.
It's the remake that's coming out. There is a remake that's coming out that is going to look amazing. They're going to have modern animation for it, and on top of that, yes, it's going to have modern animation, and it's cutting the filler. It is cutting filler, and it is cutting the bad pacing. And with that, it is going to be so much more tolerable and so much
better.
Yeah, so like way easier to digest. So if you're
going to blend a lot better too, probably.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
If you're one of the people that say that it's too long right now, and you have to, if you're one of those people that's your reason for complaining about it, you better be watching that remake.
Do we know when it comes out? Has there been any word on it?
Sometime in August, they're making a comment about it. I think, is it Wit Studios that's doing it? I think it's Wit Studios. So, Fiercey, if that's... Yeah, no, 100%. If that's your reason for not watching it, completely understandable. It is damn near impossible to sit and tell anyone with a straight face to watch this show because it's 1,100 episodes. I tell people to watch this show if you can find the time because it's absolutely incredible. But I completely understand that if you don't have the time, it is not an easy thing to digest. That's why that remake is going to be the savior of One Piece. For the people that can. It is Wit Studio, and I'm pretty sure they're making a comment in August. I know that they're saying something in August, and they had a date for it, but I don't know when it was.
The last thing here is from July 3rd, so let's see what this says.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my God, Kylie, hi. No, you haven't. It's been a while, Fierce. Did you go to Japan? Because I remember Pluto went to Japan, and you guys were going different times, and I couldn't remember when yours was, and I couldn't remember when his was. I was literally mixing the two of you up. But I know you were going on a Japan trip. But it's good to be back. It's good to see you guys. I think it's been, I think I said it before, it's been 12 days since our last stream. So we got our schedule up in Discord. We're doing some really cool stuff. Obviously today's One Piece discussions because it's the 27th anniversary of One Piece, which is awesome. I think tomorrow doing Trails of Cold Steel. Wednesday I'm hitting up some Pokemon Sword and Shield. Dynamax Adventures. Jake texted me while I was on vacation. Let me read the text. It was so funny.
He doesn't say anything about that announcement. It just says could be as late as end of 2025.
Okay. I know that they're making a comment about it in August.
Okay.
There is a date that they're going to do it. Jake texted me Wednesday night and said, "Where am I supposed to go this week? Where am I supposed to find a small room with 3 other dudes to sweat my ass off and play Pokemon?" And I said, "I can give you the garage code if you'd like." He did not take it.
Fair. That is fair.
Come back, move to your own place, and just bought a brand new PC. Fiercely, dude, that's awesome.
Nice,
I'm glad it seems like things are going. I hope everything's going well. I hope the trip was incredible, dude. If you got pictures, drop them into the Discord. I would love to see some pictures, but I'd love to hear about the trip. Oh, sounds good. Yes, have fun with Dead by Daylight. I hope everything's going well. And yes, I did. I'm in it, Optimus. I'm pretty positive. Let me just make sure. Yes, Planet Datatron, which is sick. Oh my god, wait, I didn't... Wait, did I comment? Did I react to this? Oh, I did. Yes, I reacted to the picture of your niece.
Aw, so cute.
That was almost 2 weeks ago.
Aw, I love babies.
They're so cute.
They are.
Let me tell you, Brooke, 4 years old now, she's a menace.
Damn.
She's a menace, but I love her to death. Do you know how many times she'll come... Like, I'm sitting downstairs in, like, the little living area on vacation. I was in Virginia with my entire family. She'll walk by me, and she'll just laugh, and I'm like, "Brooke, what happened?" She's like, "I farted." And I'm like, "Okay, Brooke, thanks." And then it smells like shit. I'm like, "Oh my god, Brooke, this is ridiculous."
I love that.
Oh my god, but I love her to death.
It's hilarious.
We're glad to hear everything's going well, Fiercey. What should we do? Should we start this?
Yeah.
Should we get into our first tier list? Let's do it, guys. And again, if anyone says that the music is too loud, please let me know. I will definitely change it. But let's get the fuck into this. Remember, everyone, if you are here for this and you have your thoughts on this, let us know it. Let us know where you would put some stuff. I think for the purposes of this stream, I don't think when we're making this tier list that we should include their opinions into the tier list. Like if Opt said, or if Opt or Pluto's like, "I think this should be lower," we won't take that into account for our list, but we want to hear your suggestions. We want to hear, like, if I take Sierra Village and put it in S tier. I don't want, like, you. I want to hear where you guys.
The table.
Honestly, you're like, I'll leave the stream. I
will go home.
Let me know what you guys think, but I think for the sake of this, to keep it moving with all the tier lists that we're going to be doing,
it's going to be a lot. If we do that.
So I'd love to hear what you guys think and what you guys would put higher or lower, but yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. Sierra Village, hell yeah, Bellamy, welcome in.
And if there are any hot takes,
yes, let us hear your hot
feel
takes.
free.
Yes, let us hear your hot takes. And one thing that I did want to mention too, when we get this is for more of the discussion stuff as opposed to the tier lists. If you have something to add that, like, if I say something that is incorrect, let me know.
Yes, please
but
correct us.
Let me know with source material. I need a works cited. Because there are things that have been spread out. Did you know the D actually stands for Don Krieg? Honestly, I'd believe that. Because there's a lot of misinformation that's been spread. I think I mentioned it to you. Did you know that Oda never said that Zoro would kill a crewmate?
That's crazy.
That is one of the most spread things that everyone knows and has heard about.
That was one of the first things that I remember hearing about.
No one can find the SBS. If you can find the SBS and anyone does know where that's from, link it here. Links are allowed right now. Link it there, and I would love to see it because I'll shut up. But if you're going to mention something along these lines, just have that ready.
Or something that disproves something that we said.
That is true too. That's all discussion. Sorry, I got something on my nose. I'm picking my nose real hard. I got like a pimple, but I don't think it was a pimple. Like, because it was weeks ago now. It's weird. It's kind of just like a red spot.
Yeah, it just looks like dry.
Maybe, it could be dry skin, I guess. It could just be irritated dry skin from vacation. Maybe Amber punched me in the face. But anyway, I love you guys. Good to see you, Fiercey. Good to see you, Bellamy. And we're going to get into it. We're celebrating 27 fucking years of One Piece today. That's unbelievable. So let's get into it. I think the beginning of this is going to be a little bit weird. We're probably going to move some stuff around as we go in. But like I said, if you guys think something should be higher or lower, put it in chat. Let us know what you're thinking. But that will not influence the tier list that we are making specifically. Let's do it, guys. Romance Dawn, where are you putting it? Are these... I think these are chapter names at the bottom. Because Romance Dawn is an episode. Well, I guess it's... no.
What's the second one say?
Orange Town.
Oh, so those are...
I guess they're including Romance Dawn in with the Zoro stuff, so that's fine.
Yeah,
Where'd you put
that's
it?
fair.
I
think that's solid B, I think.
I was going to say B or C.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Do you want to throw it in high C right now?
Yeah, maybe high C.
It's kind of hard with the early ones because there's so few things about it.
Yeah, there's so
it's kind of just like it's kind of just like
happens.
do you like the people that are involved in it? And like Romance Dawn is pretty hard because like I think what this one is including is like Romance Dawn where you're meeting Luffy and Shanks and then also Zoro and Helmeppo and Kobe and Captain Morgan, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I don't know if they're oh true Alvida. I don't know if Captain Morgan's coming back. I would see no reason for him to. And if anything, just like a quick little picture somewhere, like nothing big, kind of like what they did with Don Krieg at this point on Pirate Island.
What if Don Krieg comes back?
Crazy. What if he joins Blackbeard's crew?
Dude, imagine. That'd be sick. I would love that.
It'd be wild. Orange Town. East Bloom. 4 to 8. What are we feeling? I think
C.
I don't think it's any better than the Romance Dawn stuff. I mean, like, actually, I'll put it above it for now because I think I like Buggy more than Captain Morgan or anything like that.
I do
but
like Buggy.
I don't want to put it in B yet. But Opt says C+ for Romance Dawn.
Fair.
Oh yes, and I think what we should do is if you tell us where something's going, just because I'm not looking at chat the whole time, make sure you add what it is. So like Orange Town for B is perfect. I know the C+ was for Romance Dawn, so we're pretty much on the way. Like the way they introduced another Devil Fruit user, that was really cool.
Yeah, that was
so they
really
did do
cool.
very well with that. Introducing Buggy.
It's such a cool fruit too.
Yeah.
Chop fruit.
And I like his crew. His crew has character.
Yeah, they're different.
At the end of the day, I'll probably be okay with putting it in B.
Yeah. But for now, I think C is good.
Yeah. I think we're both in agreement. Syrup Village will just go to D.
I thought you liked Syrup Village.
I do, but I don't think I like it more than Orange Town or Romance Dawn.
You just really like Kuro.
I like Kuro as a villain. I like his reasoning for things, and I like that he was smart. I feel like he was the first smart character that we saw.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point.
Marine Town is my favorite. Do you know how close she was to like
Marine Town? So
close, Ambi. So close.
But yes, definitely D.
I think, dude, this music is sick. By the way, this music is sick. This is awesome. Syrup Village D. I think we agree. I think the only thing that I would argue would be like to put it up in C because of Captain Kuro. But I am totally fine with keeping it at D. I think it is definitively worse than the other two. Baratier, I think this is the first one that we'll put above C. Are you thinking B or A?
Definitely high B, maybe A.
I'll put it in A for now, though. Okay. Because I think Baratier is also the first arc. It's the first arc where it's not just a one-to-one fight. You know, you have the crew doing different things. You have Nami splitting up and taking the ship. You have the introduction of Mihawk. You have Johnny and Yosuke, which I still think are some of the coolest fucking characters that need to come back.
I do like them.
I would love.
I miss them.
I don't know how the fuck they could, but there's so much going on here that makes this so much more involved than any of the other three arcs. That, like I said, Straw Hat's splitting up for the first time. You have Zoro with Usopp heading off to catch Nami. You have Luffy then leaving with Sanji. Zeph in the Grand Line.
How cool is
the lore of the Grand Line?
A restaurant ship.
Yeah.
Just there.
Setting alone out of anything is really
just there
cool.
In the middle of the ocean.
Sanji's backstory,
awesome.
like so cool. Baratier for B, you get to meet Sanji, get one of the best backstories.
Part of his backstory.
Yeah, and Nami's betrayal. So we listed all the same things for sure. How's the Yeah, no, I think as long as you guys can still hear me, like I said, if audio levels ever sync out of place or something, let me know. But right now, I'll put Baratier in A, because I think all of those stuff really make it good. We might move it down to B as we get along in this list, where we start to get the S's and A's.
Yeah, we're gonna have to move some stuff around.
But now here's where a lot of this. No, I think you're wrong. I think it's Marine Town.
Definitely Marine Town.
I'll call it Marine Town when we get to it. I'll call it Marine Town.
I'm for it.
All right, here we go.
I'm for it.
Here we go. That is a wild take.
What?
Arlong Park C. Where are you putting Arlong Park?
Wild.
I'm honestly voting this is the first S rank arc of the series.
I was gonna say A or S. I'm good with S.
We'll put it in S for now. Again, we might have to change all this around. Arlong Park, reasons for S is, once again, this is where One Piece kind of flourishes in the fact that you see the Straw Hats splitting up. You see everyone's individual fight. You have Zoro versus Hachi. You have Usopp versus Chu.
I was so upset Hachi was not included in the live action.
Yeah.
That was so
feels
upsetting.
kind of
weird. That was
weird.
the only thing I really didn't
love about it. It felt weird without it, so I agree with you. Yeah, like I think the Fishman Island, the Fishman pirates were really cool. I think the introduction of really seeing the Marines as like being scummy people sometimes was
some of them are really
very. I have my name in the way. Oh shit! You know what? Here, let me turn that off for this. Thank you, Opt. Let's see, where is that for here? That's goals. Thank you, I appreciate it, my man. We'll turn that off for now. For all those reasons, plus, I mean, the fight with, like, Luffy and Arlong, not for nothing. Oh, did you want to put your foot up on that?
Yes.
Here, let me take this shit. Clothes and a blanket.
Don't want my foot touching your stuff?
Nah, not really. So all that stuff, like I said, seeing the Straw Hats splitting up, doing different things, and coming together when they need to, the moment, and this is what I tell, because I know I was talking to Fiercey about this, who hasn't seen it. The moment that I tell people, if you're not sure about One Piece that you need to get up to, you need to watch episode 37. Because let me tell you, I know 37 episodes is still a lot. It's still a lot to know if you're going to like the show. But One Piece, you don't know what One Piece does until you get to that moment. The moment where Nami is crying on the ground, stabbing her arm, trying to get the tattoo out, realizing what Arlong has done, and that he never technically did break his promise, but he's a scumbag, crying on the ground, and Luffy doesn't give a shit. You know what is one of the coolest fucking things?
Hit so hard in One Piece.
Exactly. And one of the coolest things that I mentioned to Nick recently, if you listen to this, because you know that the Straw Hats have been together for a little while, and you know that their bond is unbreakable, and I think that's really cool. Realistically, they have been together less than 3 years.
Yeah.
And you know what's even crazier than that? Get ready for this, because I need you to think about this. Are you ready? Luffy doesn't know most of these backstories.
Yeah.
He knows nothing about Kuina. He knows nothing about Bellamere. He knows nothing. I think. Who does he know about?
I think just Brook.
Brook. Right?
I think he might know. No, he wouldn't know Sanji's after Whole Cake, right? There was no time where
nothing
he was
about
present.
Nope. Nope.
So yeah, I don't think.
Luffy doesn't care about these people because of their sad backstory. Luffy likes these people for who they are, and he doesn't give a shit.
No, Luffy was sleeping when Jinbei told his part of the Sun Pirates.
That's like, and I think that is such a cool thing.
He knows nothing.
That is such a cool thing because, like, very few times, and I'm gonna compare it to Naruto. Very few times in One Piece do you get a flashback for no reason.
Yeah.
So, like, that's why, like, one of the things that I'm talking about. Yes, he understands goals and motivations, but doesn't know backstories.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he just knows he's a Vince Smoke. He doesn't know anything specific, and I think that's so cool because the way they tell flashbacks in this story is impeccable. Like, Naruto just kind of throws them all over the place, and while it's fine to do, like, I'm not saying, like, I'm not knocking it for that reason, it's just another notch to One Piece being, like, a better written story, in my opinion. And that's why one thing, too, that I'm really wondering is, like, one of the biggest flashbacks that we still need to see is God Valley. Who the fuck are we gonna get that from? Who are we getting God Valley from? Because for a while I thought it was Garp, and especially after Garp attacked Pirate Island, I was thinking, oh shit, is this how we're gonna get it? But as of right now, maybe, but he wasn't there.
Yeah.
Who was present in God Valley that we could get back to it for? Morgan's could be.
Was there.
And especially now with him being with Vivi and Wapol, it could be this kind of opportunity for him to do it. But, like, Kuma being there, I was thinking, like, Like, it was so cool to get that inkling of God Valley, and they did it for that reason, and I just don't know who we're gonna get it from. But you know what's also interesting? We don't know the main faction in it.
Yeah.
We still know nothing about the God's Knights. Figureland is still alive. We could totally learn it from Figureland. So 100%.
That's true.
Let me go back
Yeah,
up, because I did miss a lot. There's an awesome backstory for Nami, but the fights dragged on a little too long. I can see it, and that has a lot to do with the pacing, so I totally get that, Optimus. Arlong Park is easily A for the walk with... Yes! The walk to Arlong Park. The moment that you first see Luffy, this idiot fucking kid that you've known for 36 episodes, being just a lucky idiot, the first time he's taking command...
during the fight, he's not even taking it seriously.
Right.
He's trying new moves and he gets his
feet stuck in the fucking thing. I love it.
When he took it seriously, he beat Arlong with ease.
Yep.
Like, he was just messing around that whole time.
Exactly. The fact that the crew was finally a team, exactly. I'll understand. I've understood the assignment with the waiting for Luffy's signal, and they delivered exactly, Bellamy. And that's why I would argue this is S, at the very least, better than Baratier.
Definitely high A, if not S.
Let's see. We're gonna get to Logtown in 1 second. Doesn't understand the goals. Right, yeah. Just seeing what else I missed. At least Noto makes the flashbacks into an arc. Exactly. He knows where to put it. Yo, Ignis, good to see you. Chugging this vanilla Coke in my name. I hope it's going well, Ignis. It's good to see you, man. From Teach. Who the fuck knows, man? Fucking maybe.
I was thinking.
You never know at this point. What is God Valley? God Valley, Pluto. Let's see. Wasn't God Valley where they fought the Rocks Pirates? Yes. God Valley was the battle between from what we knew for the longest time, God Valley was where Gold Roger and Monkey D. Garp defeated the Rocks Pirates. And the Rocks Pirates was headed by Rox D. Jabek, and on his crew was Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Captain John, Miss Buckin. Yep, Stussy, Miss Buckin. Who else? Shiki the Golden Lion. Who? Strusen. So we have a lot. Like, that is a massive crew. And big crew. All that we know about it is that Rox was defeated at God Valley. That's all we knew for the longest time. Now we learn much later that God Valley was actually the site of the human hunting ground that the God's Knights, the defenders of the Celestial Dragons, were using as their tournament grounds that time. And you know who was put there? All of the Celestial Dragon slaves. People like Ivankov. People like Kuma. People like, no, it wasn't Koala. What was her name? Ginny. Yeah, Ginny. So you had several people here who got their Devil Fruit powers from God Valley because it was a human hunting ground, and that was their prize for it. So
and Rox only went there because they stole something from him, but we don't know what.
So it's very interesting because the whole dialogue with God Valley forever was that Rox D. Jabek was this evil pirate who attacked the government.
Yeah.
That's how we saw it. But now we get this little bit of a flashback, and we learned that they were provoked.
Yeah.
That the God's Knights attacked Pirate Island. So when Sengoku... Was it Sengoku who called Garp in that flashback?
I think so.
When Sengoku called Garp to say, hey, you need to get to Pirate Island, the Rocks Pirates are attacking the God's Knights.
Who was it Kong?
It may have been Kong. I can't remember. I've got to look back at that to see who the Fleet Admiral was. Yeah, I don't think...
It wouldn't have been Sengoku.
The Fleet Admiral was not Sengoku, but I don't remember who called him. That was the only thing. But anyway, Garp was called and said, you need to get your ass to Pirate Island, or to God Valley, because the Rocks Pirates are attacking the Celestial Dragon, or the God's Knights. And Garp says to him, I'm not moving my ass. They attacked
Garp.
Pirate Island. You don't poke the beehive and live. Poetic. Fucking ironic.
Yeah.
Fucking ironic.
Yeah.
But that's what we get for God Valley. Like, we still need to know what happened there. We need to know who died, who lived, and what happened.
Why Shanks was in a treasure chest.
Was
he one of the treasures? Was he put there to keep safe?
Who knows? Why was he there? Why was this little child put there? Do you think Shanks was given up as part of the as part of the human hunt?
Exactly.
Like, could have been.
Or not even a human hunt, but like a reward.
But we know that who got their Devil Fruit powers on God Valley that we know of. We know Kaido did. We know Kuma did, and we know Ivankov did. Are there any others that we know about? Because Big Mom had hers before God Valley. I don't think we know of any other Devil Fruit powers on the Rox crew.
So
Rox is going to be this massively important character. So interesting. So, yeah, Usopp's first victory too in Arlong Park, exactly.
Yeah, oh, that's so
like Monkey
true.
D's nuts, Luffy, am I right? Oh, that was so good. Heard a rumor that the Five Elders were there and fighting, true or not? On God Valley, we don't know yet. Totally could be. Totally fucking could be. We don't know yet. Too far behind Buggy and Chopper or the Goats. Zoro would be too if he can find his way to my list. That was good. That was good, Ignis. 100%. Wonder if Dragon and Garp would team up to help Luffy? Yeah, we don't know enough about Dragon to know where anything's kind of lining up. Ooh. It's going to be very interesting. Oh my god, ASD Depresso, rating with a party of 2. Yo, welcome in. Pluto, can we get a shout out for them? Well, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Spiritinblack. This is my friend Nick Raymond11.
Hello.
And we are doing a discussion One Piece. Oh my god, Elemental probably guided the raid. Welcome in, Elemental Dad. It's good to see you. God, I still can't believe it's been 12 days since I streamed. I don't know the last time I took a 12-day break. Granted, I was away on vacation for like 9. But it feels crazy, so it's good to be back. We're discussing One Piece. If you guys aren't caught up with One Piece and you're interested in it, I do just want to let you know that this is a very, very heavily spoiler theory stream.
Spoilers.
Yeah. So, just wanted to let you know. But thank you for the raid, my man. I always appreciate it.
I guess it's been 30 minutes.
Has it? Has it been like 10 minutes since we last looked at our lemon tree?
I love that. I love that video.
I can't stop. I've never seen the video. I only know that part because Chris kept referencing that part. No.
Oh, we watched at least up to that part. At Adam's
I forgot about that. I was there for that.
You were there
for that.
Okay,
night.
yeah.
But anyway, I have a feeling that something so bad the government did would be brought to the light, leaving Garp free to attack the Celestial Dragons. Well, listen, Optimus, what's going to be very interesting is after Wano is the arc called Egghead, and we will be discussing Egghead very thoroughly because there is a lot. There is probably more to discuss from Egghead than there is in the rest of the show entirely.
Yeah.
Like, all of the plot is happening here. It's crazy. So, yeah, there is definitely something that's going to happen, something that you're going to find out about in this stream if you're here for it, and it's going to change sides. It's no longer the Straw Hats versus the government. It's no longer pirates versus government. It is freedom versus oppression.
Yep.
And I don't know who's going to take what side. There is no way that Smoker and Fujitora are going to be on the side of the government. I still don't know where Kizaru stands. There's no way.
He just looks so conflicted.
Exactly. And especially with Sentomaru dying now, there's no way he's just going to kind of sit that, like take that sitting down.
Yeah.
Kizaru's on the fence. It's going to be very strange.
He killed his friend. Sentomaru's dead.
Yep, 100%.
Like,
it's clear the dragon cares for his son, but his cause is more important if he wants Luffy to have a free world to be in. Listen, I think this is a very important thing, and I think you can make this case more than anything. The most important thing to Dragon in his entire life is Luffy, and the single panel that proves that is when we get Kuma's backstory. Kuma meets with the Revolutionary Army. This is already after he's known as Kuma the Tyrant and wrongfully titled with that. He was on an island and meets Luffy when he's younger. And he meets back up with the Revolutionary Army, and he mentions, you know, Dragon, I found a child that reminds me a lot like you. And Dragon cuts Kuma off and says, if you don't want me dead, you will stop talking right now and never mention that child again. Like, he cuts him off. Dragon left Luffy and doesn't talk about him, doesn't want anything to do with him, not because he wants Luffy to find his own path in life, but to keep him safe. Knowing that he is the most dangerous man in the world, he does not want any ties to anyone else to bring them down so fast. So that's what I get from that panel, 100%. So I believe that to some degree, Opt. I think you're exactly correct. But yes, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, ASD Depresso. What were you streaming today, man? I hope everything's been going well. What were you playing? Yes. I appreciate it, Elemental. Yeah, I went on a vacation. I'm East Coast in the U.S. Went on a week-long vacation to Virginia, and it was so much fun. I'm not a beach guy myself. My family loved it. I can't do it. I went out. The house that we stayed in was like a block from the beach. It was like a 5-minute walk to the beach, so it was very nice.
But you also you don't do outdoors.
Right. We did, but what was really nice is in addition to the beach being a block away, this also had an in-ground pool in the backyard. So it was perfect. Yo, ASD, thank you for the follow, man. I always appreciate it.
Nice, thanks, dude.
But yeah, it was a very nice vacation, so it's always good to see you guys. Yeah, Kizaru's gonna leave. I definitely believe it. Yo, Aries Gamer, welcome in. 100%. Don't let him being on the fence fool you. They killed his family. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly it, Opt. And especially now, it's going to be the time where he's like, all right. I always kind of saw the three of them as, like, Aokiji was the sense of justice where I'm not going to kill anyone, even if it doesn't get the mission done. I'll do it my own way. I saw Akainu as I will kill anyone who gets in my way because I need to complete the mission anyway. And I saw Kizaru as the I'm doing what I'm told.
Yeah.
Nothing more, nothing less guy. So it's very interesting to now see him kind of like flip the table a little bit, kind of, and start to think for himself.
Because he's done what he's told, and
this is where it's getting him.
It's now affected him.
Yeah, personally.
Yeah.
So I think that's very, very true too. Borsalino, still only on like episode 60 of One Piece. Well, here's the thing, Elemental. Most of what we'll be discussing is well after episode 60, but by the time you probably get there, you'll have forgotten most of it. But like I said, this is going to be a very spoiler-heavy stream, and a lot of things that we'll be talking about will make you see the rest of this show in a very different light. So if you're worried about spoilers, then you might have to dip or mute the stream. But I just wanted to let you know that. Today, like I said, is the 27th anniversary of One Piece, so we wanted to go all in on this. Nick got a straw hat. Yeah. I've got my... where is it? I've got my cup.
Love that.
Fucking love it. Ugh, Kizaru's after that paycheck, exactly.
He is.
So many different things to discuss. We were still talking about Arlong Park. I'm pretty cool with keeping it at S for now.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Logtown. I'm gonna dip out of this for a second. Where would you put Logtown?
I'd give it a B.
This is why I wanted you to say it first. I would very, very quickly put Logtown at S. And here's the reason. Logtown, you meet Smoker. You meet this. You meet the first Logia type devil fruit that you are now worried about.
Yeah.
This is the first
Logia.
This is the first Marine that now seems formidable enough that like they can't win against. So you have the introduction of Logia type devil fruits. You have Smoker, who, in my opinion, and this is a reason why I would put it at S, but I totally understand it. Smoker's one of my favorite fucking characters in the entire show.
Smoker's really cool. I love
Smoker, Tashigi, you get the cursed swords being talked about.
I hope he gets an upgrade. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
In addition to that, Buggy comes back with Alvita. You get the first real mention and talk of Gold Roger. You see the execution platform where he died. You see the backstory from Smoker. I was gonna call him fucking Chaser. Goddamn four kids. You see the first like flashback with Smoker as a kid seeing Gold Roger getting executed. You get all of this lore about it, and I'm including. I mean, I guess this counts. I would include the barrel moment as part of Logtown as opposed to Reverse Mountain. What would you include that in?
No, that's definitely Logtown. That was right at the very end of Logtown.
And then not even anything else to discuss about.
It was at the end of the episode,
right?
Where
Of
they were
Logtown.
Still in Logtown.
That's true. So yeah, like, definitely different.
Has to be Logtown.
So with all of those moments, plus not to mention the introduction of Dragon. And not to mention, we still have stuff to learn about it, because once we learn what Devil Fruit Dragon has, it's a Storm Devil Fruit. I'm not convinced otherwise of anything else. It has to be.
I mean, even
it has to be.
In Logtown, Smoker made the comment when Dragon was there, and there were a bunch of wind. There was a gust of wind when he appeared. And he's like, it's just like that day, and however many years ago.
Yep.
Like
he knows.
Yeah.
So. The introduction of that, and the fact that we still don't know his power, that something can still be confirmed from all that from like all that time ago, that's why I would put it at S. But I completely understand your reasoning. Should we put it at A to compromise for now?
Yeah, I think A is good.
Okay.
I'm very happy with A.
Okay. Let me catch up again. I have ADHD. I'll forget once you end. Completely understandable, Elemental. S for Smiley. That's what I agree with. Yeah, absolutely. Point something out, Pluto. You were just watching One Piece today. Yeah, let me hear it. 100%.
Do it.
Might be able to pinpoint where I am. Episode 60 is right. Episode 60 is right around the end of Logtown. It might be Reverse Mountain.
Yeah, I think so.
So you probably just, if you didn't get into the Grand Line, you're probably right there. Just met the guy who has the bed of kids with him, and the ginger girl gets her treasure taken off her. Is that a filler? He might be in a filler.
It's probably a filler.
He's probably. Oh, the dragon filler. Right before. Oh my god! Wait.
Is that the one with Usopp and?
It's the old
the
dragon
dad and the kid.
No, that's during Log
That's
Town.
during Lockdown.
That's Daddy the Kid.
Oh.
God, I hated.
Really? I like that one.
Okay, yeah,
That
episode 60 is it's literally the last episode of that filler arc. Yep. The clown guy. Yep, that's Buggy. Retrospect, we also have Bartolomeo. True. Luffy was safe to certain death and he didn't stop smiling not a single time. Yep, exactly. Him being on that execution platform, Zoro and Sanji screaming, we have to get to the platform. And then Luffy making that comment, guys, I'm sorry, but I'm dead. And then smiled. And Smoker being on the outside of that, ready to shoot, ready to capture the Buggy Pirates as the Straw Hats were defeated. That was the plan. He's like, let's let them duke it out. Let's let the Buggy Pirates take care of the Straw Hats, and then we capture Buggy. And Smoker literally says, staring at Luffy as he smiled when the lightning hits, it's just like he was. And that's so fucking cool.
Yep.
So, I think there's a lot of lore in Log Town that really puts it over the edge for me personally, but the Elder Chancellor something just said that Gum Gum Fruit was escaping them for over 800 years and they knew who had it from the beginning. Luffy had the bounty, but he almost got executed. Yes. Well, they didn't know that it was the Gum Gum Fruit. The Elders knew they were looking for something. Yeah. They did not know that Luffy was the one who had it. And that's what I think Shanks went to the Gorosei to discuss in Wano. I think that was a threat tactic, but we'll get into that way later. But yes, it's a little bit different because they did... Is there no music going on?
No, that's what I meant when I said I think it's been 30 minutes.
Since we last looked at our lemon tree?
Yes.
Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to replay this because this was sick music.
That's fair.
Hold on, guys. Fuck yeah.
Wait,
Thank you
back
for...
to that?
Is there an auto replay option?
That one's an hour.
Oh, we could. You know what? We'll put that one on next.
Yeah. All right. I love this.
That's so cool. Okay. So then we got some small Buggy's Crew Adventure Chronicles. What do you think? Oh, fun fact. Did you guys know that? So I don't know how much you know. Do you know what this is in reference to?
Is that like the Gaimon one?
Kind of. This is when it was back to Buggy. It's like 2 or 3 episodes.
It was a mini Buggy, right?
Yeah. So that was never in the manga.
Oh.
But it's not filler because it was a cover story.
Fair.
And they just animated the cover story. There were a couple of other things that they did that for. But fun fact, the Japanese audience hated it. So they stopped doing it. Guess what's not going to get animated because of that? Aokiji attacking Whole Cake. I think we already got the scene. Yeah, that's the only thing we're going to get from it.
What?
Because people just didn't... the Japanese audience just did not like cover stories being animated. Yeah. And it's not filler. It's like, it's very important.
That
so
sucks.
We'll discuss all this as we go.
Dang.
But Buggy's Adventure Chronicles, I mean, where are you thinking?
It's fun.
It's fun. I would say C or D.
I was thinking C.
You think it's better than Syrup Village? I mean, not for nothing. Think about Syrup Village. Aside from Kuro and Usopp, which if you don't like Usopp, that's something. We get the Merry. We get the Merry in Syrup Village.
But you have to endure the rest of it first.
So it's only 10 episodes. It's not even that long.
Even on the rewatch, it felt like at least 30 episodes. It just... Oh, I hate it.
All right. We'll do Dave. We'll put it there for now?
Yes.
Or, wait, did you want it here or did you want it in C?
C or D, honestly.
I'll do C. And Opt said C too, so that's fine. Okay, Reverse Mountain. I think that's our first B, maybe A tier.
I was thinking B or A.
Reverse Mountain's really cool. Obviously, the introduction to Laboon, meeting Crocus, learning about the log pose a lot more,
meeting
shit like
the
that.
First of
Baroque Works.
Yep.
Meeting Princess Vivi, and is her partner Mr. 8? Do you remember? I think it's 8.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. 8.
We'll put it in B for now. Opt agrees with us and Opt. We're all on the same wavelength. 100%. Whiskey Peak.
A at least. A.
I'm fine with that. I'll put it in A for now. We'll work with like the ordering of everything by the end of it.
I love Whiskey Peak.
Whiskey Peak
much.
Giving Zoro that moment of like absolute destruction. The setting itself with the cactus gravestone.
And then it even
cool.
shows Luffy too being like, I know you're my crewmate and we're pals and all, but you just killed all these people that fed us. You're going down.
Let me tell you something. I'm not a fan of that.
No?
I'm not a fan. You know what that felt like?
I guess blindly doing it.
It felt... The only reason I wasn't a fan, and I felt like this when I watched it as a kid too, it felt too much like Naruto just kind of forcing a random fight.
Yeah.
Granted, it only lasted for 10 minutes, and it was cool to see Zoro versus Luffy, but that was like one of the only moments in the show that felt like...
reason they did that.
Yes, I feel like it was arbitrarily done. It was really cool, so don't let that take away from it, but I felt like it was arbitrarily done. Just because I feel like people at the time were like, well, who's stronger, Zoro or Luffy? Zoro, he uses swords. Luffy can punch really hard, and then it was like, this was its way of kind of doing it. But, exactly. I think another reason why they did that was exactly what Bellamy said. It was Zoro versus Luffy, and then they still destroyed the Baroque's agents that were there. And it was kind of the story's way of telling them, like, these guys are going to be nothing. The Boom Boom Fruit was really cool. Exactly. Underutilized. They used it too early. I wish they did more with it. I don't remember like 70% of what we're on about.
I love that.
I mean, to be fair though, Pluto,
you're fantastic.
To be fair though, I do have to say, like, as much as I love One Piece, I watch it all the time. I'm on my third rewatch of One Piece while having watched the beginning several times with other friends. Yeah. I'm also reading One Piece right now. I'm also in Alabasta. So
have you continued recently?
Yes, yeah. I just got to Rain Dinner.
Nice.
So
nice.
hyped for this.
I should read it.
Yeah, let me know when you want to borrow some. I have all the way through. I think they just got to Jaya, so I cannot wait. But exactly, it was barely enough like warm up for them. Using the breath to load a revolver is sick. Dude, you're not kidding. So yeah, I'm fine with leaving Whiskey Peak here, meeting Igaram, finding out that Vivi is the Princess of Alabasta and all this stuff and why she's doing it. Like, I feel like the stakes were never higher than here, and that's really cool. Diary of Kobe Helmappo, I'm putting that shit in D, man. I don't give a fuck. That's another cover story that got animated.
I liked it. I thought it was cool.
Would you put it up in C too? I can't imagine you put it in B.
Definitely not.
So should we put it in C?
I think D is fine.
I'll put it over Syrup Village.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was cool.
Yeah.
But it wasn't fun like Tiny Buggy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
it had different vibes. Yeah. Different vibes. All right, Little Garden. I'm thinking B. I don't think it's as good as Whiskey Peak, Baratier, or Logtown.
High B, low A.
I'm fine. Here, you know what? How about this? Ahead of Reverse Mountain?
Yeah.
That's easier. Little Garden, obviously incredible with the introduction of the Giants with Dory and Broggy.
Sanji coming in clutch.
Yup, with the Mr. Prince stuff.
Zoro cutting his legs off.
Meeting Mr. 3, and who was the other one? Who was his partner? Was it Miss April Fool's Day? I can't remember who they are. Miss Valentine's?
That's the one that, remember, in one of the more recent chapters, and you're like, who the fuck is this kid? It was his partner.
Oh, shit. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Scary thought awakened Chopper. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm
Everything's a reindeer.
That. Yes.
Honestly, I'm here for it, dude. Garp's laugh. You know what? I don't know if I pulled it up. I think I did, but if I didn't, I'll find it again. There's a One Piece tier list for best laughs.
Yes, I
so
love that.
we'll definitely be doing that at some point. Drum Island. I'm gonna let you answer first. What are we thinking about Drum Island, chat? Miss Golden Week. Was it? Yes, Miss Golden Week. There's Miss Miss Doublefinger. Miss Doublefinger is the one that Nami fights. Miss Golden Week. That's exactly it. 100%. Thank you, Bellamy.
I think again I'm thinking high B, low A for Drum Island.
I'm with you. I think I'd put it in A. For Chopper alone.
Yeah, I mean definitely above Little Garden.
Yeah.
So
I'll put it in
more A.
I'll put it in A for a couple of reasons. This is one of the first kingdoms that we learn of that is part of the Reverie, that has this kind of ties to the world government. In addition to that, Kureha is awesome. Learning about Wapol.
I love Hiro. He's one of my favorites. I love him.
Yeah, such a cool character. This is the first mention of the Will of D
and Blackbeard.
From Kureha. Learning about Blackbeard and that Ace is looking for him. Fucking sick. So.
No. Did we hear that Blackbeard stopped in Drum Island Drum Island, or did we hear it from Ace later?
No.
We heard about it in Drum Island?
Okay. Because Blackbeard was the one that
made Wapol leave.
Yeah. Yep. Scaling the mountain barehand. Yeah, we didn't even talk about getting up there and shit
that
like
was
that.
awesome. Barehanded carrying two people. Nice.
I don't know why. Every time this runs out of water, this never stays. What is it about having more water in here that makes this stay up?
Maybe it's built in to be like, hey, you're out, fill it up.
Maybe,
so it
but
doesn't
like,
bother you.
Man, it's kind of annoying, actually.
It's kind of funny.
It is pretty funny. Luffy understands the meaning of the pirate flag and fights to protect it exactly against Wapol, and that was like such a big moment for Chopper seeing that.
And Chopper's backstory.
The backstory so tragic.
So
the
sad.
moment of the cherry blossoms being blown up, like Drum Island was so well done.
Imperial taking the mushroom knowing it's poison because he didn't want Chopper to be upset. Like,
Yep. So perfect.
Love it.
I like I said, we're gonna mess with order by the end of it.
I think A is good for Drum Island.
Yeah, I still don't think it's S. Like, I still think
Yeah.
Arlong Park, and personally, I still think Logtown's better, but that's totally a personal preference. But yeah, exactly. That's how he earns Chopper's respect despite not knowing his backstory, and that's what I love too, because I know I was mentioning it. Luffy barely knows backstories of any of his crew members. He does not care, and that's what one of the biggest things of this story is: found family. And that is such unconditional love and faith and stuff like that that gets into it. It's so fucking cool. Did I see the trailer for season 2 of the TV show? They definitely did not do a trailer yet. Did they do a trailer for season 2?
I think I saw something about like a teaser trailer.
Interesting.
I think it was like a behind the scene thing mostly or something.
Okay.
Like showing the cast, I think.
I'll check that out, Pluto, because I didn't know they released anything.
I meant to look
Sick.
into it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out. They did confirm, I don't know if you saw, Jamie Lee Curtis is not Kureha, unfortunately, so...
Unfortunately, but
We'll see
I
what
was
happens.
half expecting that, to be honest.
Yeah.
It would have been cool, but that's
She's
a big ass.
And she's in so much, too. I didn't even know she's in the Borderlands movie. I don't know how I forgot that she was
yeah.
Patricia Tannis.
Yeah.
That thing's gonna be
Forgot about
shit.
that.
It's gonna be so bad. I'm probably gonna watch it,
Is
but it's gonna be bad. Did you...
direct like streaming or theater?
No, I think it's theater. Did you know Inside Out 2? Do you know how good that's doing?
Yeah. Didn't it
What?
hit $1 billion? Or
I don't know if it
close
hit...
to?
No, it did hit $1 billion because
It
it
did?
is Pixar's highest grossing film as of right now. It is set and on course by the end of this week to be the highest grossing animated film of all time. It's set to beat out Frozen 2. That's unbelievable.
I
What?
distinctly
Out of nowhere.
remember hearing when it first announced around that time, people saying, "Why the fuck is it getting a sequel? Nobody asked for a sequel. That's so stupid." And now it's making over $1 billion.
Yeah. Unreal.
That's insane.
Unreal. I want to check my blood sugar real quick.
It's gonna be
Science and chips.
137.
93. We looking
Nice.
good. We looking
Nice.
good. All right, let's continue then. Alabasta.
Yes.
The upcoming chapter is obvious, but just out of curiosity, what's your favorite part? For Alabasta, I'm sorry. For what are you asking about? But in terms of Alabasta, where are you putting it?
S.
Yep, that's an easy S tier.
S.
That's an easy S tier.
I
Have to go with Luffy
love
losing his first. Okay, yeah. So he's
Alabasta.
talking about Alabasta. So what's the best? What's your favorite part of Alabasta? That's what they're asking. Luffy losing his first fight. That was an
That
incredible
was
moment.
epic.
Getting Robin to help him out of nowhere. Her just kind of like doing that was so cool. Being this kind of mysterious figure, not knowing where to help.
I loved how she joined them
Yes.
at the very
Yep,
end.
just
I
kinda
love
hopped
that.
on.
I think that might be my favorite part, honestly. I love that.
There's a lot of really good moments here. I think my favorite part, honestly, it's a small part, but I think for like reasons you'll see, when Robin lied to Crocodile about what the poneglyph read. Because I think throughout this whole time, there are so many moments that there are just so many moments that we didn't know what to think about Robin, and now we're having this like weird moment where we're like, oh, so she is on their side because she helped Luffy, but then like, you know, she's still fighting with Crocodile, she's still fighting as part of Baroque Works, and then you get this moment where he gets to where he needs to be and what his whole goal was, and there's that hesitation, and you're like, oh shit, she's not helping him. Like, there's clearly some mistrust here, and then he poisons her. And I think like that is such a cool moment. Luffy breaking down into the mausoleum to attack them. So fucking cool.
Really like the breakout, Sanji, with the distraction outside the casino and then busting him. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Like, Sanji came in clutch so much in pre-time skip.
Yeah.
So much.
He did a lot.
Yeah.
He did a lot. 100%.
They would have been lost without him.
Luffy's first Logia takedown, very true. His first one. And I think, like, we're not going to get into this discussion so much because I really don't like these topics. And that's what like, when you're talking Dragon Ball, I think this is most of the discussions you have Dragon Ball. I hate talking about power scaling. I don't care for it. Do you know, I'm so sorry if you guys like these discussions, but, like, the most primitive form of discussion that anyone can ask in terms of anime, who's gonna win, Luffy or Goku? I'm like, motherfucker, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. You know, but I do think it's important to mention here that, you know, a lot of the pre-time skip fights that you get in these arcs are luck. Complete luck.
Yeah.
Like, when you talk about Luffy versus Crocodile, there is no fucking way that Luffy should have won this fight.
No.
When you're talking Luffy versus Eneru, there is no way he should. Like, Luffy versus Eneru, the only reason he had any chance was because he was made of rubber. That's the only and I think that's hilarious.
I love that one. I love that fight.
It's so funny. I loved when I got to that part because it was one of those parts I was watching Skypiea and not once did I piece that together.
Really?
And it wasn't until the second lightning hit Luffy that I was like, he's made of rubber. He's made, like, I didn't realize it. I just didn't piece it together, and it was such a funny kind of connection to make there.
That.
It was so cool. Yes. The weapons that we know of, Pluton, Neptune, and Uranus, right? Wait, no, Neptune. What's the other one? I always get this confused. It's Pluton. Poseidon, that was the one. And Uranus is the third one.
Yeah.
They're the ancient weapons that we don't really know much about. We know that Pluton was a ship, and that's the weapon blueprints that Cutty Flam, Frankie, had from Water 7. We don't really know too much about the rest of them. We know that Pluton was under Wano.
Yep, underneath.
The fuck knows? Yeah, basically WMD. That's exactly
maybe
it.
that's why they...
yeah.
Maybe that's why Joy Boy would want to flood the world.
Could be.
To hide it.
Could be. I guess it depends on who built them.
Yeah.
I would say one of the most wanted people. Well, no, that's true, because Cutty Flame knows the blueprints. That's a good point. Because definitely Nico Robin, but I was like, at first I was like, oh, Frankie's wanted because he had the blueprints, but now he doesn't have them, but he knows them, so absolutely.
I have always thought Robin's bounty should be close to Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji's. It should not be as low as it is. It should be so much higher.
It's just weird because, like, everyone knows who she is, but no one's going after her.
She's so important. She's one of the only people in existence that can read Poneglyphs.
And here's a question:
the government should want her dead more than ever.
Do you think that the world government knows that the Three-Eyed Tribe can read them? Here's another question: is Pudding the last one?
That's fair.
Do we know? Like, is the Three-Eyed Tribe another race that was supposed to go extinct, like the Lunarians were and the Buccaneers were?
That's fair.
Like, did they eliminate
about that the other day?
So it's very strange, yeah. Because I mean, as far as we know, Shanks does not have anyone on his crew that can read the Poneglyphs. As far as we know, he more than likely does. At this fucking point, I wouldn't be shocked if he knows.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if he knows how to read them at this point. But of the four emperors, Luffy has Robin, Blackbeard now has Pudding. Buggy probably doesn't have her. I don't think Buggy's going to need anyone because he's just going to fall. He's going to fall onto Raftel.
He's going to stumble upon it.
Yeah. So. Oh, Yasop said he can.
Oh, really?
Wait, Bellamy, find me that source material. Find me where he said that, because I won't believe it until you find that. Just because I've never heard that.
Yeah, me neither.
Find that for me, because that would be huge. But, yeah, exactly. The Demon Child Cutty Flame, the only person who knows how to build Pluton. Portion is the princess that controls the Sea Kings. Shirahoshi. Yes. But that is true. Not people don't know that Frankie is Cutty Flame. And yes, the Three-Eyed Tribe, Pudding. When she awakens her devil fruit, or no, not her devil fruit, sorry. When she awakens that eye and gets its full capabilities, she can read anything in the world. That's why, during the events of Wano, Blackbeard doesn't show up at Wano, because Blackbeard attacks the remainder of Whole Cake and takes Pudding hostage.
I forgot. You're caught up in the anime, so you saw it. Did you catch that Shanks said he would have expected Blackbeard to be showing up
In Wano. Weird.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's why he was on the coast? Do you think that's why he showed up?
I
more
mentioned
than anything
that
else?
to you, remember?
Yeah.
I said maybe he was on the way there.
Yeah. Totally could be. But yes, Bellamy, if you can find that, please let me know, because I've never heard that, and that would be huge. But yeah, Alabasta S. Dude, we've been going
Easily.
for over an hour, and we're not even... We literally have this much left of this one.
Yeah.
This is why we're probably going to, like, 10. Easy.
Easily.
Maybe 11.
Yeah.
All right, Jaya? I would say A or B. Probably B. Probably B because, like, I don't know, because we get the first mention of Doflamingo. We also, like, obviously we meet Blackbeard here for the first time, and the smackdown on Bellamy, the one punch that knocked him out was
I love the hype they had because it was so early. They were still so new to everything. The hype of what, an island in the sky?
That is true.
Like if they were to hear about the now, it's just like,
oh, okay,
a sky island. Okay,
no,
heard that before.
I'm fine with that.
Like, it was so hype.
Exactly, Jaya had the meeting with Blackbeard, right?
Mm-hmm.
What? Get to see the Elder Star. True.
The they, it's a them comment,
which is going to be massive because I cannot believe it is mind blowing to me that there are still people out there that really think that meant nothing. Oh, they're just talking about his crew. They didn't know he had a fucking crew.
Nami even said after that, "Are you guys talking about his crew?" And they didn't say anything.
Right. They just walked. There's no reason for secrecy there.
Yeah.
That was one of the biggest foreshadowing hints in One Piece history that somehow people are still writing off. Do you know what Randy said?
Randy's an idiot.
I was discussing this with Randy, and he was like, "Well, no, he probably just thought there were a couple people because he had that many pies on his picnic blanket." And I'm like, "What the fuck, dude? Like, no, don't be that stupid. There's no way. There's no."
I think what helps us even more is that Jolly Roger. That's Luffy. That shows who Luffy is. Shanks, he's got a scar. That shows who he is. Blackbeard has 3 skulls on his. The only one. That is showing who he is.
Yeah.
Maybe not 3 people.
Right.
Maybe he has 3 souls.
There's something with him. 3 pistols.
About that.
3 fucking beard ties. We should do a tier list of the ships. That would be pretty cool. I'll see if I can find it.
That'd be really cool.
I'll see if I can find it. But, oh, right, with both, because we got that. Edward Nugget, strongest man in the world, period. Definitely Buccaneer.
Definitely.
110%.
Definitely a Buccaneer.
Absolutely a Buccaneer.
Has to be.
Absolutely. All right, we'll keep it moving along. Skypiea, I feel like there's not much to discuss with Skypiea, honestly. I would probably put it in B. And I would put it in B. Where were you thinking first?
I was thinking B or A, but...
Okay, as long as you weren't thinking lower.
No.
Because I wouldn't think
C.
I
like Skypiea a lot. Despite what a lot of people say about it, I enjoy it a lot.
Exactly. The Buccaneers are a race of people that we don't know much about yet. We know they're very tall, very big in stature, extremely, extremely strong, and we also know there is something weird with their blood. We don't know what. We have no idea what that means because Vegapunk died before saying it. However, Kuma is the Buccaneer that we know. That's it. He's the only Buccaneer that we know of that's confirmed, but we think that both in terms of size and stature and strength and the way they're both talked about, we think that Whitebeard is also a Buccaneer. That's what I believe. 100%.
They're within, what, like they're half a foot
different from
like
each other?
In One Piece, when
That's
everyone varies in height drastically.
Drastically.
They look that
weird.
Similar and that close in height?
Yep.
Like,
that's weird.
So,
I think Whitebeard's also a Buccaneer. Eneru looks like Eminem and his lighting powers, plus the backstory is very moving. Oscar-worthy almost. Yeah, and we didn't even talk about Jaya with Nolan the Liar.
Yeah.
That was a really cool
Nolan
backstory.
the Liar, yeah.
100%. But yeah, Skypiea I would put in B. Probably not A.
Yeah.
B tier
is a good placement for Skypiea.
For Eneru, like I feel like a lot of Skypiea felt like generic anime tropes, like the way they kind of had to go through the trials and stuff like that. I was like, okay, but at the same time,
defending the ship by himself, like that was awesome for Chopper.
The what are they called? The Klabautermann? Fixing the ship of the Mary and not knowing how it got fixed was like so moving. Usopp hearing that.
dial things.
Oh yeah, oh my god, what are they called? What are they called? They're not called sky dials.
No.
Can anyone help us with that? What are the little shells called? The fact they kept ringing the bell while the man was being executed. Yeah, true. So all that stuff plus all the foreshadowing with the sun god
gets
Nika.
too much hate.
It does. I totally understand.
Yeah, it's coming off of Alabasta. Like,
they're just called dials. There wasn't another term. Okay. That's fair too. At least we got most of that. We got 100% done.
Yeah.
We were just adding shit to it.
Yeah.
But that's Skypiea for me personally. Long Ring Long Island, I'm not fucking doing that. I am not doing it. I'm putting it here.
I think that's fair.
Honestly, I'm only putting it there because you're not going to let me put it here.
I won't. I love Long Ring. It's too fun.
That is true.
Good.
And that is definitely something that I don't take into account too much because like that's the one thing I think like between pre-time skip and post-time skip. Pre-time skip was more fun.
It was.
Post-time skip got serious and
so
dark fast, which I
yeah.
love, don't get me wrong. But yeah, there are times where I'm kind of like, man, remember how fun this used to be?
Usopp taking the dodgeball to the face.
That is true.
That alone puts it in C.
Afro Luffy, good point. Good point. We'll leave it there. All right.
I love Long Ring.
So okay, this is kind of hard because I put Long Ring Long Land in C. We're gonna leave it here, but let's just discuss it because they're also including the chapters of Water 7 where they meet Aokiji.
Let's include that with any Slavi.
How? Why would you include it with any Slavi?
Water 7? You said Water 7?
Right here, the Water 7 on the island where Aokiji attacks them.
Oh, just that
Just
part?
that part, yeah.
Oh.
They're including that part in the Long Ring Long Land picture. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
If we were to... Okay, so Long Ring Long Land is C.
Yeah.
Where would we put the Straw Hats meeting Aokiji? If you're just talking about like those 5 episodes.
That's pretty awesome. That's
I'd
like
put it in A or S.
Yeah.
Because meeting Aokiji, once again, getting to the point where you're doubting Robin. Like, you had this mysterious character in Alabasta who seemed to help you. She tried to give them the log pose after they left Whiskey Peak to head straight to Alabasta. They didn't trust it. They went their own way. She was literally just trying to help them. She fucked off. She, again, started attacking with Baroque Works, helped Luffy, all this stuff. And she joins the crew, and just so willingly, Luffy was like, all right, welcome aboard. Jaya and Skypiea it is. And now we're getting to this point again where we have to distrust her or make it feel weird. Meeting Aokiji, who is 10 times more dangerous than Smoker ever was. And, like, keep in mind, too, at this point, we've been so far removed from the Marines.
Yeah.
Because in Alabasta, Smoker's there, but he's not attacking them the entire time. He's helping them for some of it. And then Skypiea has no mention of the Marines because it's up in the fucking sky.
Yeah.
So we're removed from the Marines and Navy stuff. Then they come back down, meet Aokiji, and this is like their wake-up call to being like, we can't win forever.
We gotta get strong.
We have to do something.
Yeah.
So exactly, starting to get Robin's backstory, right, meeting an admiral, getting Robin's backstory just there. That the crew jumped to her defense not caring exactly. So if, like, obviously this isn't like a separate thing, so I can't put it up. The Long Ring Long Land would be C, that part of Water 7, S.
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy.
Water 7, S. Any Slobby?
S.
Post any Slobby?
S.
S. We'll just throw that and discuss the whole thing. Water 7, one of the coolest fucking settings in the entire story. The emotional impact of the Mary getting destroyed, Usopp getting his shit rocked from Frankie, then Robin disappearing, and them finding out that she was involved in an assassination attempt on the mayor, then Usopp leaving the crew.
Altogether,
yeah, really. Exactly. At that point, and the Cypher Pole being undercover, meeting Kaku for the first time, everyone being like, this motherfucker can jump. And then he looks at the ship,
like Usopp,
helps them out, and stuff like that. Exactly, I love it. Dude, I also watched the other episode that just happened, where Luffy was like, Usopp, you go with him over there. And he's like, all right, you got it. And then starts running. You call me Usopp? And it's so funny.
I love that.
Yeah, Luffy versus Usopp is without a doubt one of the most emotional moments in the entire series.
Yeah.
The Zoro speech after the fight is one of the most underrated moments in the entirety of One Piece.
I love that speech.
That Zoro is the one to put his foot down, puff his chest out, and say, you need to man up, and you need to be our captain, even in these moments. And that is the sickest fucking thing. Again, a perfect example of the Straw Hats splitting up and doing different things. Sanji getting onto the sea train with Robin and
love the sea train.
And Soge King.
Yup. Yeah.
Like, so
Who is
fucking
he?
unbelievable. All of the stuff, right? Frankie's backstory, learning about Frankie, Cypher Pole coming out, meeting Rob Lucci, all of these people.
Yeah.
So, like, just for Water 7 alone, that was enough. Ennie's Lobby, we could probably talk about forever with the mention of the other two giants that are there. All of the fucking Cypher Pole agents that are there. Fucking incredible fights.
I loved infiltrating Ennie's Lobby so much.
Fucking, oh my god, dude. Rob Lucci, like, there is, like, still to this, there are better villains. But I don't know if there are more moments that are done better with the build-up that was created.
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest, and I know we're going to talk about this in discussion later, for the amount of build-up for Wano, me personally, it fell flat hard.
That's fair.
And only because it was built up for so long, and then it was so
4
long.
years.
It was so long.
So long.
I love Wano, and we'll get to discussing that. But like, Ennie's Lobby with the Rob Lucci fight was like the perfect amount of setup with the perfect amount of emotional moments to bring it to this incredible time of him defeating him. The I want to live moment, the moment where Frankie burns the blueprints and says this isn't worth it anymore.
I love that part so much.
Fucking Spondum being the most
Frankie.
annoying bitch. Frankie's so cool.
Frankie is the best.
Oh, Ennie's Lobby was so incredible. And post Ennie's Lobby, again, not even too much happening. I'm pretty sure it was just Garp, right? What is post Ennie's Lobby containing here? Is it
I always
just
think of
what was
that whole Garp conversation and escaping Garp
with him? Right, but but look at the picture for it. Bellamy, do you know offhand what else this is referring? Because that looks like Punk Hazard.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It looks like Punk Hazard.
But I don't know what was happening. What else did post Ennie's Lobby have? Because it was obviously after they escaped with the Mary. Do you think it may be? Oh, you know what this could be? Do you think this could be part of like the Mary going away, burning the Mary? I don't know.
Maybe.
But either way, S regardless. Now, we're getting into some shit.
Nothing.
Oh, Ace versus Blackbeard. That's where that happened. Oh my fucking
S.
god! Thank you, Bellamy. Yeah, S.
That is
Clear S. Clear S. Marineford happens later. Marineford is right down here. Marine Town, as Ambi famously called it. All right, was that 30 minutes? Yeah, it sure was. Let's do this one.
That's what that's all about.
You know what? This doesn't say no copyright, but I'm gonna go with it. Oh, it's his music? All right, yeah, no, we're fine with that.
Yeah.
He does it? All right, yeah, we're fine with that. Thriller Bark.
S.
I'm probably fine with that.
Yeah. I love it, and I think it's going to be so much more important than people think.
I think that's the main reason I'm totally fine with putting it at S, because the very, very strongest, because nothing happened exactly. Dude, the nothing happened scene, the introduction of Brooke, Binks's brew, having to tie back to Laboon.
Yeah.
The only, like, one of the few things
Putting the zombie back in the ground. Fucking love that.
One of the only things that I think would bring Thriller Bark down for me personally is I just hate Moria.
I love Moria.
He just felt like coming off, and here's the problem. Here's the real problem with Thriller Bark after you watch it. Not even during it. After you watch it, I just hurt my fucking back. Oh, that was a weird twinge.
Saying anything negative about
I guess I
Bark.
won't. I guess I won't shit talk Thriller Bark anymore. It's in between. Look at what it's in between. It is sandwiched in between Water 7 and Ennie's Lobby, and then Saba Odi.
I think that's perfect, though.
I do believe that because it's a silly arc in some ways. There is so much tension when their shadows were taken, and so much like that. It's very emotional with everything about Brooke and the Rumbar Pirates, the tie back to Laboon. There's just so much going on there.
While still also pretty damn dark.
Yes. Yeah. And I think also we are going to get, for several reasons, which we won't talk about as much, but with the reasons we think it's going to be that much more important. First off, we have a very strong feeling that the original Joy Boy was the original Oars. The Oars that shows up in Marineford is Oars the Third. The Oars that we see in Thriller Bark is Oars Jr. The original Oars, we're willing to bet, was the original Joy Boy. We already know he was from Elbaf, and that's confirmed.
Either that or a Buccaneer.
It could be that too.
but they're not that big. But also because I did just see the episode again with Eam and the Straw Hat, and I know size can really vary, especially in the anime. The hat next to Eam did not look like it'd be an Or's giant type of hat.
Okay.
So that's
fair.
Could just be the anime, but
was it confirmed that Joy Boy was from Elbaf, or just heavily
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe not confirmed wasn't the right word. Probably not confirmed. Why did we think that? There was something in one of the most recent chapters that we were like, oh, this makes a lot more sense. I'll try and find it, because if it wasn't confirmed, there was something that happened that made me believe it more than anything else.
Discussing it, but I don't
yeah,
remember
recently.
What it was.
Well, I'll look into it, Opt, and I'll get back to you about that. So it was not confirmed. That was my bad. But yeah, I'll put Thriller Bark at S. And Kuma.
It might be God Valley.
Oh yes, that was the other thing.
Maybe.
Yes, a lot of things would also point to Thriller Bark, the land, being a ripped-off piece of God Valley. Which, again, we're also going to learn a hell of a lot more about God Valley and what happened to it. I think, there's a couple of things. Obviously, Thriller Bark is very interesting because there's a lot of zombies on it already. But one of the most interesting zombies to be there was Captain John. Why was Captain John there? And we're not going to get that answer until we find out what happened to the Rocks Pirates on, who died.
Yeah.
Captain John was not one of the strong Rocks Pirates. Why would Moria have brought him back?
Yeah, exactly.
If it wasn't just convenient that his body was there already. And if his body was there, there's a damn good chance that he died on God Valley. So that's what I'm thinking. Back to the Buccaneer thing. Isn't Big Mom a Buccaneer since she's got so big and strong? No. Yeah. She's not.
Yeah, because we saw her parents drop her off. And they were normal-sized humans.
Yeah, so we don't know what happened with Big Mom, if anything. Wait, hold on.
I feel like she was probably an experiment in the womb or something.
I think that's more so what it was.
Government probably gave them a buttload of money to do experiments or something. Well, if the government, then they probably wouldn't have dropped her off somewhere.
Yeah, so we're not sure. It's not confirmed what she was. We know she wasn't a giant. But we don't know about a Buccaneer. We don't know enough information about Buccaneers yet because, the only confirmed one that we know of was Kuma. Yeah. Even us talking about Whitebeard being a Buccaneer is definitely not confirmed, not even close.
Just a theory.
Just a theory based on what we know. So Big Mom could be, but how big is Big Mom?
She could be maybe, in the womb she was infused with Buccaneer blood.
You're right, it could be an experiment. She is much taller than Whitebeard.
I was gonna say, she is really tall, though.
How big is Kuma? But that's the question. Yeah, so Kuma was 22 feet. Whitebeard was 21 feet. Big Mom is 26 feet. That might be too tall to be a Buccaneer. But again, that's totally could be. So
how
definitely
tall
remember
are giants?
That. Remember that.
How tall, Dory or Brogy are? Just to get an idea.
It's not going to tell me feet. Do you know how much 1190 centimeters is? Let's try Broggy. Motherfucker, I have no idea.
Add feet to the end of it, maybe.
Hold on, wait. How about 10, 20 centimeters?
That's
feet?
Or that.
33 feet. So she's much smaller than a giant, but bigger than both of the ideas we have for Buccaneers. Yeah. I'm going to pee really quick. But go ahead and go off on Thriller Bark a little bit more. Talk about the God Valley. Oh, talk about the shadow stuff. What do you think about them?
Oh, with Blackbeard? Yeah, those shadows that appear at the end of Thriller Bark, I think have something to do with Blackbeard in some way. I think he might be from Thriller Bark. Does anyone have any theories on what his special lineage is? That I think was that the Elders? I think that said that. Lineage factor, yeah. Let me see if I can find the shadows.
Hello, I'm back. Are you looking something up, or?
Yeah, I was trying to find stuff about the shadows, but there's nothing about them. No
That's
one
fair.
has any theories or anything.
They weren't talking about much, and then they just kind of went away.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so that's Thriller Bark. I think we're good with Thriller Bark talks. Sabaody, the easiest S I've ever S'd in my whole life. S.
That's easy.
I'm
That
putting it.
is so
I'm
easy.
putting it all the way up here. If you want to move it down later, we're fine. But Sabaody, unbelievable. Like such a good short arc with some of the most emotional moments. Meeting Hachi again with the fucking Fish Rider pirates with one of the funniest moments in One Piece with William Duvall.
Yo,
That's fucking hilarious.
Duvall.
You get that,
Oh
then
my
you get to
God.
Sabaody, meeting Kizaru for the first time, meeting the second Navy Admiral, meeting all of the supernovas.
Fuck shit up.
Yeah, the supernovas. Are you
Rayleigh?
kidding? Meeting Rayleigh for the first time.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Getting that moment of being in Shaka's bar, and Usopp screams out, "Wait, you know about the what is the One Piece?" And Luffy like slams the table. He's like, "I don't want to know this."
Yeah,
That's one of the
like,
coolest
the
fucking
whole point
and
of their journey.
same
is
with
to
Robin.
find out.
Same with Robin, that they know the whole history of everything, and she says, "No, I think we'll figure it out for ourselves." It's so cool. Yeah, exactly. In retrospect, we understand how big of a deal that punch to the Celestial Dragon was. That we know that much more about it. That punch was unbelievable. Jewelry Bonnie, Jewelry Bonnie saving Zoro, and more so knowing that the Bonnie that we saw there was her
a
true
kid,
age.
yeah.
Unbelievable. Bellamy,
Yeah.
are you caught up with the manga? Or just the anime? I always ask this and I always forget because there are people we talk to that don't follow the manga. So I just wanted to make sure. Celestial Dragons are the ultimate villains of the show. Exactly. That's exactly it.
Oh.
What? All right, you're still looking at the...
So this person has the same theory as me about it being God Valley,
Okay.
but then they also said it could be the very same ancient kingdom that vanished without a trace, the same one that Clover was about to say when he got shot.
Could be. That was a wild reveal.
Yeah.
Clover D. Clawhelm.
Yeah. That was
Bro.
awesome.
Okay, so you are caught up with the manga. Cool. Zoro, what? You need directions or something?
It was just...
So fucking cool. So fucking cool. Yeah, all of that stuff. Meeting the Supernovas, Law and Kid, that whole team-up fight was so cool. And I think once, meeting the Pacifistas for the first time, right after Zoro got fucked up from Kuma, the fear that he had with him seeing Kuma again,
Yeah, that was
all of that
crazy.
stuff. And then, like, even after the fact now, seeing, like knowing what Kuma said to Rayleigh in that moment where Rayleigh was trying to help them, and
With the
Kuma...
Revolutionary Army.
I'm here to help the Straw Hats. And
Love
he just
that.
let him. And he was like, all right, you're in it. Let's do it. Sabaody, easiest S I've ever S'd in my whole
Easy.
life S.
Easy.
Amazon Lily. I'm putting it either high B or low A.
I was thinking B. B or
Okay.
A.
I'll put it in B for now, then. I'm putting it in B. I love Hancock. I love this. This is probably, honestly, the last arc that's any kind of funny. Any kind of
Yeah.
silly. Luffy having his balls out and no one knowing what to do with them is, like, one of the weirdest kind of
love that
moments in this
part.
entire show.
We learn about hockey, really.
Learning
the
about
first
hockey for the
time.
first time. Seeing that they were imprinted with, what was it? What are they called?
Branded with
The slaves, the Celestial Dragon slavery tag kind of thing.
Yeah.
Luffy getting into that fight with the sisters and then burning it and not even knowing what's going on, but defends them and says, "I'm going to stay here until we can get you out," kind of thing. Unbelievable. And then obviously all the stuff that happens with Ace kind of coming to light, and Luffy saying we need to go there, and also probably learning a lot more about what's her name? What's the grandmother? What's the
Gloriosa.
Gloriosa? Who was Gloriosa again?
She was also
On the Rocks
Pirates.
Gloriosa, the head of Amazon Lily, being a former Rocks pirate. She doesn't seem so fucking evil.
And didn't she run away to chase a man?
Yes,
So, probably someone on the Rocks Pirates.
more than likely.
Wonder who.
Getting very interesting. B for beautiful. Wait, I love it. Exactly, Luffy losing his entire crew, powerless to stop it, not knowing what's happening and why. It was the absolute devastation, and that is something that Shonen Jump does not fucking do.
Yeah.
That is one thing that bothers the shit out of me with Naruto. Is there a fight that Naruto just unequivocally lost? Like the Naruto versus Sasuke fight, but even then, that wasn't just like... It wasn't like this was.
Yeah. No.
Like, this was hopeless from the start.
I don't think so.
Naruto, like, after every fight, Naruto would keep coming... Like, I'm trying to think of the bigger fights. Like, is there something that he really just, like, lost to?
Even when he could
Not to that level,
barely fight against Kabuto when they were getting Tsunade, he somehow managed to do it. There.
Yeah. So, Luffy being the only person unaffected by Boa's power, so true.
Oh
it's
my
so
god,
funny.
I love that.
Yeah,
He
crew was
just
completely
doesn't care
annihilated.
about her.
It's so cool. So this is the Straw Hats. Oh god, I can't even fucking read the rest of that. I think this is just like what the rest of the Straw Hats were doing.
Yeah.
Or where they were sent. I'll be honest, I'll put it in C.
I was thinking C.
And not because it's bad, but because like everything else that's going on. Like certain Straw Hats had some cooler spots.
Like Robin's was cool.
Robin's was cool. Zoro's was cool. I really don't give a shit about Nami's. I really don't give a shit about Brooks. I really don't give a shit about Usopp's or Chopper's.
I thought they were cool.
Frankie, Zoro, and Robin are the three that I cared about.
Sanji's was cool.
Sanji's was
just
funny.
Annoying.
Sanji's was funny.
It was funny. It got annoying. They overdid it.
Agreed. I agreed there.
It was very, very funny at first, though.
Gonna go watch more One Piece. Sounds good, Ops. Always appreciate you being here. We'll be here for a while.
Watch One Piece.
We should watch One Piece right now.
Should.
We're gonna be here for hours more. So if you pop in later, cool to say hi. But either way, dude, enjoy One Piece. We know we do.
Yeah, we do.
Only a little bit.
Only a little.
Exactly. To his knowledge, his friends were being killed. He had no idea what was happening to them.
Yeah,
He had no
he
idea what was
thought they
happening to
were
himself. Yeah, for the whole time.
Well, I guess until he popped somewhere himself.
Right. Then
maybe he was like, oh.
But even then, he probably didn't have much of a chance to think about it until well after. He probably wasn't thinking about it until after Marineford, realistically, because he woke up, got into the whole mess with Amazon Lily, went right into Ace being executed, broke into Impel Down. Like there was no.
It wasn't
break
until
here.
Jinbei was like, "Hey, think about what you do still have."
Yep.
It
probably wasn't until then that he really took a second to think about it.
Yeah.
So with that being said, Impel Down. Where are we putting Impel Down?
I'm between A and S.
I'm fine with A.
Okay.
Because I think between the two, Marineford is the S and Impel Down is the A.
That's fair.
And for the simple reason, I don't really like the villains in Impel Down. I'll be honest with you. Magellan, cool. Cool Devil Fruit. Really...
And the villains, I just think Magellan's too cocky of an idiot.
I also hate the fact that he just has rampant diarrhea.
I think that's funny.
I thought that was like there's funny, and then there's just like...
I love that. And Hannibal.
Ugh, Hannibal was kind of funny.
I love Hannibal.
But I mean, like the A tier. What brings it to A tier is the return of Buggy, the return of Bon Clay doing everything, the like seeing how strong Bon Clay feels for Luffy during that moment, bringing him to Ivankov, kind of having that moment and all this stuff, and
I just love tower shit.
That's fair.
And like each level's different. I love that. It's so cool.
Fair. Yeah, design-wise, it's very cool. Setting-wise, I agree with that.
And it's in the ocean. Do you think that was built before or after the flood?
Way before.
Way before?
Way before. I believe Impel Down was created a very, 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 very long time ago. 100%.
It has windows. Why would it have windows?
If it's underwater. Doesn't make any sense. Yep. Structurally, it makes no sense. Exactly. Bon Clay's friendship and loyalty, 100%. Eva being a revolutionary commander and getting shocked when he finds out that Dragon is Luffy's dad. And not for nothing, here's a question. Do we know, what was Eva doing in Impel Down?
How long was Eva there? How was Eva captured?
And what was the goal?
Yeah.
Because Eva only, I think Eva really only left Impel Down because of Luffy being
And
there.
Dragon didn't seem too concerned, surprised, I should say, that Eva was back.
Yeah.
It was like, oh my god, you broke out?
Right, no, it's just... No, cool.
Maybe... I feel like they had to be there for, on purpose. Just to spy,
absolutely.
gather information.
That's what I assumed for it. But it seemed weird. Like, I wonder what Ivankov was initially doing there, that they just abandoned the mission for Luffy. But either way. Blackbeard's showing up. Crocodile... Like, a lot of Baroque works returned. But Blackbeard showing up was also interesting because, again, another piece of information that totally proves that what happened on Jaya wasn't just a stupid, oh, he has a crew. Blackbeard's first comment when he sees Luffy, they don't fight. The first comment when he sees Luffy is, your hockey has gotten better. How the fuck would you know, my guy? It's because it's observation hockey that he was talking about. It's because he probably knows that Luffy knows what he is. Whatever that may be. I'm so convinced. So convinced that those 2 points are related. But exactly, Blackbeard showing up, pretty big. Marineford, easy S. I mean, Oars the Third, meeting Whitebeard's crew, Akainu. I mean, we probably don't even need to get into specifics for Marineford or Marinetown, whichever you prefer.
Marinetown.
It's just unfucking believable, dude. Marinetown. It's Mihawk fighting. Doflamingo. What did Doflamingo do at the end? Was Doflamingo the one who attacked Moria?
Yeah, him and Kuma.
Yeah. Unbelievable, like that betrayal kind of thing.
How did Doflamingo just let him leave? How did Moria get away?
Who ordered Doflamingo to do that?
Had to be the elders, right? Or
but why?
Because I don't think it'd be.
I never thought about that.
Maybe Akainu.
But why?
He was weak.
But to kill him, just uninstate him. Uninstate. Drop him from the warlords. If he's that weak, why bother with it?
Well, because at that point, he's a pirate, and you're going to kill him anyway.
I guess.
Might as well just do it now.
I guess. Seems kind of weird, though. You had your first ever job? Yo, Camouflage, dude, that's awesome.
Oh,
I hope it went
nice,
well.
Dude.
Welcome in. Hopefully everything went well.
How was it?
Yeah, the Phoenix Fruit with Marco. Blackbeard getting 2 Devil Fruits,
so
breaking the One Piece's universe. Exactly. Because he was needed for the war. Well, yeah, but, why kill him after? Not because he was needed for the war. I mean, not for nothing. Moria did next to nothing. Yeah, realistically.
He was not a help there.
If they killed him because he was weak, they probably wouldn't have thought they needed him for the war.
Unless they didn't realize just how weak he was.
Maybe. Do you think... I mean, it could be as simple... I'm thinking now, after thinking about it, it's really as simple of an answer as he was probably being taken off the warlords because he lost to the Straw Hats. Because this is all happening very, very, very shortly after Thriller Bark.
Crocodile lost to the Straw Hats. He was taken off.
So, it's probably that simple of an answer.
Yeah.
I just didn't think about it. But yeah, fucking weird, dude. Taking care of children at a sports camp, and those kids were fucking animals.
Oh, God.
But hell yeah, dude. I hope everything went well. Post-war, Summit War. I think this is where we learn about Sabo. Get a little bit of backstory. I'd put that in A, probably.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that. Learning more about Ace after his death, getting our
I thought it was cool.
First introductions to Sabo and all that kind of backstory. I really like that.
Slow at first, but it was good.
Now, return to Sabo Odi and Fishman Island. Where you? This is probably
end Fishman Island, or is
this is Fishman Island.
Okay.
This is probably including
return to Sabo Odi.
We'll just, you know what? Forget about the rest of that. Just return to Sabo Odi. As soon as they get off of Sabo Odi and they start going down to Fishman Island, that's where we'll be included in this. So return to Sabo Odi. Where are you putting it? They needed a good excuse to get rid of him. Dying fighting the war is much better than losing to a rookie. I mean, fair.
I think I'll give it a B.
I'm thinking C.
Yeah, C. I was thinking low B.
I think
C works.
I think there's a couple of moments that are cool here.
Yeah.
I think the first funniest fucking moment here was Zoro getting to the Sunny first and referring to each of the Straw Hats as the numbers after him for showing up. That's incredible and hilarious. But
the fake Straw Hats. I like this.
Where the fuck did this come from? That was a weird jump.
The fake Straw Hats were so annoying.
I hate the fake Straw Hats, and you know who I hate more? Caribou. I can't wait to find out what he is, who he is, why he is, and who he's working for.
Right? Who's he working for?
Does that have lyrics? I'm gonna skip this. This is kind of weird. That was gonna get very distracting.
That was
very
not
fast.
One Piece. What
no,
was that?
I don't know what that was. Just exhausted, so you're gonna go sleep now. Oh yeah, of course. Yes, vacation was awesome, Camouflage. I came back. I got back Saturday night, so I didn't stream yesterday. Then my first stream back, so it's great to see everybody. And like I said, great to see you, Camouflage. Dude, go get some sleep, and we'll catch you this week. I do have Fall Guys on the schedule, so we will be doing Fall Guys on Wednesday. the wrong ship. Yeah, the fake Straw Hats and how bad the cosplays were. Chopper falling for it was funny. So there were moments, but I think one of the coolest moments, especially in hindsight, Frankie and Kuma. Knowing that Kuma's last dying wish, with his last bit of consciousness, told Vegapunk to command him to guard the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates until they return. That is the coolest fucking moment. That is so cool. I actually do need to get a drink, so I'll be getting a drink in a second for that hydrate campfire. But yes, always appreciate it. We'll see you Wednesday for Fall Guys. So that's why I'm putting it here. I don't like the fake Straw Hats. I don't like Caribou. It's really just... And you know what?
Is very fair for it.
I think... Here's the thing, too. The time skip between Naruto and Naruto Shippuden did take a few years to animate.
Yeah.
One Piece's time skip was no break. Like, you had July 7th, you had the end of the pre-time skip. July 14th was the return to Sabaody. Like, there was no time spent away from them. Well, it was literally week to week.
Was it? Because we had the whole...
No, it was the week after.
How could it have been the week after if we had the whole Ace and Sabo?
There wasn't like a year off of One Piece to give it a feeling. It was just like the time skip just felt like granted, I don't know other shows with different time skips where it feels that weird, but in my opinion, it kind of feels weird if you're just like, all right, it's been 2 years really out of nowhere.
Much of a time skip.
Right. It felt weird. So like with all that, and also this is a personal preference. A lot of the time skip, I do not like the looks. I hate how Frankie looks now. I don't love it.
It grew on me a little bit, but I do still prefer the older Frankie look.
That's fair. Who else? There's not a lot of them. Chopper, I don't think I mind one way or the other. I think Chopper looks cuter in the time skip, so I don't know if I like his older look better. He's kind of comparable. I don't know if I like Usopp's. I think I like Usopp's old look better than his new one.
I'm indifferent with him.
But
I feel like since the time skip, though, every female character looks the same. Like Nami. Just different hairstyles and colors. Yep. That's it.
Yep.
Like there's nothing there's no differences now.
Lilith is just Nami.
Yeah. Pretty much.
What the fuck was that?
Pretty much.
So, we'll move on from that. I think C is fine for that. Fishman Island. You talk. You start to discuss it. I
give Fishman Island a B.
I think I'm B too. I'm just gonna plug in my laptop because it's time, and I'm also gonna get a drink. Do you want a soda or anything? Oh, you have a soda.
I'll have a water.
Put Fishman Island up in B.
Yeah. Fishman Island was cool. I like seeing how strong everyone got, but some of the lore was cool too, and I guess the setting. And the Kraken. The Kraken was really cool. I liked seeing that. But I didn't care for Horty at all. Horty was just a garbage antagonist. Would you agree, Horty?
Horty sucked.
Horty sucked.
So here's how I feel about Fishman Island. I think in terms of lore and story, Fishman Island has got to be it's got to be up there with Skypiea as being one of the most overlooked parts of One Piece. Because of all the stuff that we learned about Joy Boy, Shirahoshi being able to speak to the Sea Kings, finding out that she is Poseidon, like all of these different things that will link back to some of the most important lore pieces of One Piece. People don't talk about that enough, and people don't discuss enough. However, in terms of actual content outside of that, Fishman Island is a demonstration of look how strong we got, and the villain can't beat you without doping.
Even Zoro beat Horty, who was doping in the water.
Exactly. It was just a showboat kind of thing. But the reason I would put it above C, because Bellamy says C. The reason I'm easily putting it above C is the symbolic reasons of one of the top 5 moments of One Piece was the blood transfusion with Jinbei and Luffy at the end. Like easy top 5 emotional moments, unfucking believable. With all of the story behind it, with Queen Otohime getting shot by the Celestial Dragon, all after lobbying to get into the Reverie, and all this stuff, all of the political ties with that, learning about the 20 nations and stuff like that.
It was really cool to see all that.
Unbelievable, and learning about the Reverie and what they wanted to do, unbelievable story stuff linked to that. The Joy Boy stuff makes it so cool. I think everything which is ironic for One Piece, everything outside of the fighting was done phenomenal.
I did love, though, seeing Luffy use Conqueror's Haki to knock out half of the 10,000. Like, that was so cool.
Yep.
He just shows up, just half of them down.
Done.
That was awesome.
So I think that's true.
Wanasumi, I love Wanasumi.
But I do believe, yes, I'm with you though, Bellamy, especially for how easily the villains got decimated. Yeah, exactly. After all the build-up, I think the show will do a much better job, actually. I could see them doing really good with it. Did you see the Zoro actor got buff?
Yeah.
Dude, he's here for it. Like, goddamn.
I love that.
Fishman Island is more interesting because it's about forgiveness and moving towards, hence the transfusion. Well, exactly. All this, the symbolism between, like, no one trusting this, no one trusting the humans, and Jinbei having been part of the sun. Oh, also learning all about
Jinbei.
Fisher Tiger.
Yeah, we got
all that stuff. So, like, honestly, like, I think for all of these reasons, exactly, we could totally argue that Fishman Island is actually A tier. But I think
B is a good safe spot.
Yeah, like I said, if for no other reason, like, it's dropped to B because the fights were not the best. The villains got defeated easily. So, for every symbolic reason and everything else, it's amazing.
It's amazing. Yeah.
It's amazing.
So good.
Setting, also being the first time we meet some of the big mom pirates with Peckoms.
Yeah.
And what's the other guy's name? It starts with the T. Tamago? Tomago? Tamagotchi?
Yes.
Fucking sick. And Luffy, like, having picked a fight with Big Mom. That's
her.
so cool at the end of Fishman
Come to
Island.
the new world.
Love it. So, fucking awesome moments. But B is fine. Okay, I'm gonna let you answer first. Punk Hazard?
I thought it was going to be better than it was. I thought I was going to like it more than I did, I should say.
Okay.
I think I'd give it a B.
Okay, I was gonna put it, like, up here.
Yeah?
I would put
it in B or A.
I'd put it in A. It is.
A it is.
That wasn't even. I didn't even do that on purpose. I think we're putting it in A then. Here's the reason why Punk Hazard is so cool to me. First off, and personal reason, my two favorite characters of the entire series are finally involved again. We get Law back and we get Smoker back. Are you fucking kidding me? At the same time, and a team up of everyone. Are you kidding me?
That's so fair.
Punk Hazard sets up what so much of the rest of the series was starting to do at this time, which was like taking out Kaido. Starting this whole massive thing. You meet Kinemon and Momonosuke. You see Momonosuke being the Pink Dragon, not knowing...
Kinemon's talking with farts.
Yes. Fucking Momonosuke being the Pink Dragon, not realizing at the time how excruciatingly traumatizing that is for what happened. And just having all of that backstory, knowing what's going to happen and where they got to go next, going to Dressrosa, hearing out the plan, and not even that, Caesar Clown, he might not be one of the strongest villains. He actually is one of the weaker villains. But my god, he is one of the most sadistic, evil fuckers in this entire show.
I love him.
The fact that we were dealing with, like, so many wild things in this show so far. We had human trafficking in Sabaody. We dealt with, like, so many different, like, dark topics, but now we're dealing with human experimentation, and not just human experimentation on children. Who were kidnapped, and literally, like, not... I don't even think you could call it, like, what's the term? Stockholm Syndrome. I don't think it's technically Stockholm Syndrome, because it's not like they're convinced that they need to stay there. They're drugged to stay there. That's so goddamn fucking dark. Like, Caesar Clown... There's a lot of people in One Piece up to this point that I'm like, wow, I really didn't like this guy and he deserves to get beat. Caesar Clown is the first one who I was legitimately thinking, if this guy died right now, it would just be a better place.
He was the first,
evil person.
But he is also always getting his shit pushed in, and I love it.
Exactly.
And just chained up. I love it.
Because, like, think of all the other villains. I mean, Crocodile, you wanted to take over a kingdom, but, like, you know, that happens. Yeah. I guess. Eneru, he's just some weird lightning fucker. Doing the same thing Crocodile was doing, but up in the sky, okay. Rob Lucci was a government official. I mean, he was just sent there to kill one guy. I mean, of course, you learned his backstory, but he was just there to kill one guy.
Mori is the only one who's kind of close, but even then...
He's just dealing with dead people. They're already dead. Well, true.
Not in Brooke's case, I guess.
Well, that's true. That's true.
But then, it's not just kidnapped kids.
Right. And then, like, what are the other arcs? Sabaody, you meet the Celestial Dragons, which, like, are evil. Or, like, obviously evil, but, like, not in a dark way, where this is, like, creepy.
Yeah.
Fishman
Island. I'm better than you,
Right. And even, like, when you get to Marineford, I mean, like, the biggest thing is, like, with Marineford in the Navy, as evil as someone like a Kainu might be, at the end of the day, if you're looking at it from his eyes, it's his form of justice. He's doing what he thinks is good for the world. There is no reason. There's no way you could ever reason out what Caesar Clown is doing was going to be good.
Not at all.
Like, he was the first true form of evil there. Period, the end. But yeah, exactly. Laws Return, Smoker working alongside the Straw Hats, learning about Joker with Doflamingo, Akainu versus Aokiji permanently transforming the island.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So cool. And also, not for nothing, I think this is also a big piece of it too for me. Punk Hazard was the last time in a very long time that you leave Fishman Island and you have no idea what's happening next.
Yeah, they've had a plan since then.
That sense of adventure and being able to be like, wander onto an island and be like, oh, I wonder what's going to happen here. And having an island look as cool as this one does. Meeting Brownbeard, the dragon they fight on the lava place.
I think it's probably the last time that's going to happen.
I'm sure. I don't think we're going to get it. We're probably
the Giants are going to take them to Elbaf, I'm sure.
I'm sure they're going.
And
they're definitely going to Elbaf
have
next.
To go to Lodestar.
Yep. And whether that's next after Elbaf or some other shit happens, we don't know. I don't think we know how many islands they have left, but it's definitely at least Elbaf, Lodestar, and Raftel.
Yeah.
So there's a lot. If Joker could control the gas like Smoker, he would be OP. That's also true. 100%. 100% Pluto. Law scheming is playing the long game to take down Kaido. Exactly. And like at the end of the day, Law was even willing to give that up when he got to Dressrosa and take down Doflamingo. He's like, I'm willing to take myself out right now if it means taking you out. So I like for all of these reasons and like just those and also like the funniness.
That's fair.
And the funniness and joking around when Law took everyone's hearts and switched souls where everyone was in the different bodies.
That was
like,
really
are you
funny.
Kidding? So like this is still having some funny moments while still being probably the darkest One Piece has ever been, aside from maybe Sabaody with the human trafficking stuff.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I don't know.
I also really liked Smoker and Vergo fight.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Oh my God.
That was awesome.
So where
Smoker needs a power up.
He does.
Needs a
Hopefully he gets it. So where are you feeling? Are you still
I think
thinking A? Or are you
yeah.
thinking low S? You still feeling A? I'm fine with that if you are.
Yeah, I think A is good for Punk Hazard.
Alright. Dressrosa.
If we're taking pacing into account, definitely B. But that aside, I'd say A.
Has there been another arc that we could take pacing into account? Yep, because I don't think we've really talked about that.
Really, I think just Katakuri's fight.
Okay,
not even Whole Cake as a whole, just
I
think that fight.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about it yet.
Yeah.
Taking revenge on Dofi. Exactly, Sanji loved. Oh, not to mention the fucking end of Punk Hazard. Doflamingo comes out to kill the G5. Yeah, takes out Smoker and Tashigi and all the Marines and
iced up Dofi looks so cool.
God, dude,
I want an ice sculpture of Doflamingo.
That'd be so cool.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be so sick.
So cool.
So yeah, I'm fine with leaving Punk Hazard at A. Personally, I'd put it at S, but that's for a lot of personal reasons, so I understand that. Dressrosa, I'm fine with putting it at A. I'd rather put it at A than B.
Very fair.
Because again, like this feels like a movie. Meeting Fujitora and like out of all the things that we're about to talk about, Dressrosa, again, one of the top 5 best moments of One Piece for me personally is the end of Dressrosa when Fujitora apologizes to the citizens of Dressrosa because and I didn't even mention it in Alabasta, which is criminal. One of the moments that truly got to me the most was at the end of Alabasta when Smoker was forced to take the medal and credit for taking down Crocodile, even though he was telling Captain Suru, it wasn't me, it was Straw Hat, and her saying, we can't let a rookie do this. You need to take the credit or you need to step down from the Marines. And he had to swallow that pride and take it. And it was insane.
That's big.
That was so fucking frustrating, and I hated it, and it was so annoying. And this is why at the end of Dressrosa, it was one of the biggest moments where Fujitora told the Navy to go fuck themselves. I'm not doing what you're doing.
Fujitora.
Just ignored them, said, I'm not coming back to Navy HQ then. You guys can go fuck yourselves. I'm apologizing to the people of this nation. The fucking speech when Fujitora is raining the meteors down on the Straw Hats, the final words, I wish I hadn't blinded myself. I bet you look kind. Like, so fucking poetic.
Why he blinded himself.
I'm willing to bet God Valley.
Yeah?
I'm willing to bet whatever happened to God Valley.
Think he was there?
I don't think he was there. He would have been too young.
Well,
probably just knew about it. Marines.
Oh, you think he wouldn't want to see anything like that? So,
Yeah. I mean, that's just my guess. I don't think we really know about any other like big incidents that could have done that to him.
Yeah.
Like,
Ohara, maybe?
Maybe. My blood sugar is 90. We looking good.
Nice.
We looking good. What do I think of Dofi's crew? Definitely not as cool as Baroque Works. I'm comparing it to Baroque Works.
Some of them, but...
Yeah. Here's the thing. Because I remember us talking about this before, Bellamy, and I do feel this way, but it needed to happen. Doflamingo's crew felt like Oda needed 50 extra people, so he just kind of came up with a bunch of designs and just threw them in. However, when you have a tournament with that many people coming in, and you need a way for Doflamingo to combat this kind of alliance that's working against them, you need that many characters to be able to do that. So
yeah, that's very fair.
Not that most of them remember. In fact, I would argue I probably only remember like 5% of the people on Dressrosa. I certainly don't remember names. I certainly don't remember names.
I love that. So
it kind of sucks because a lot of it gets lost. But the people that don't get lost are so important because high moments for Dressrosa, like Fujitora coming in, apologizing to the people of Dressrosa, Gear 4 Bounce Man. The Law and Luffy versus Doflamingo. Law laying on the ground and Luffy stopping him with his leg. Sabo's return, eating the flame fruit. Burgess being there, meeting Bartolomeo.
The whole Grand Fleet in general.
Yeah. Like, there's so many incredible...
Senor Pink and Frankie's fight.
Yeah. There's so many unbelievably incredible moments in Dressrosa, and the only thing that ruins it is the pacing. You have Sugar, you have God Usopp's. Like
Usopp
fucking entrance.
Observation hockey.
Yes.
That was amazing.
And again, another perfect example of the Straw Hats splitting up.
Yeah.
Like, they were able to do this with half their crew.
Yeah. Insane.
Unbelievable.
Insane.
Unbelievable. Fujitora announcing his plan regarding the warlords to Dofi's face. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Learning Dofi's backstory. And we didn't even talk about Doflamingo. In my opinion, by far, still the best One Piece villain. The most, aside
we also didn't talk about Law's backstory.
Yeah, Law's backstory with Corazon, and finally giving Sengoku some humanity. Like, finally?
Yeah.
Like, this former fleet admiral who we saw do nothing, who was sitting there just making the choices, which now makes more sense as to why Akainu doesn't do anything, because now we see that's just Yeah. Yeah. Sengoku just now being able to sit back in retirement, showing up on Dressrosa, being like, it's not my problem, kind of being that kind of attitude.
Eating crackers with his goat.
But knowing who Law was to Corazon and kind of not backing up Law, but not able to do anything out of respect for Corazon, like, it shows the humanity of Sengoku. And Sengoku is another one of these characters that I don't know what he's going to align with. Like, do you think Sengoku knows that the world government is doing this? And if so, I mean, if Fujitora knew and if Garp knew, I don't see them siding with the government. I don't. I don't see that. Sengoku, I think there's an argument that could be made, but I still don't think he would at the end of the day.
I feel like he might have an idea of something that they're doing. Like, I feel like they probably lied to him or let him figure out what they're doing. But it wasn't that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Could be.
Because he doesn't seem like the kind that would just be like, yeah, do whatever.
Right. Exactly. Not at all.
Yeah.
So, Sengoku being there was really cool as well. Like, so many cool characters. I mean, so many unfucking believable moments. But, again, if we're talking about crews, I do not like Doflamingo's crew. Most of them are really annoying.
I don't much care.
Dellinger? Dellinger's one of them, the shark guy.
I don't like Dellinger.
I hated him. Treble is so disgusting and annoying. I can't. You know what? Yeah, he's annoying.
Senor Pink.
Senor Pink is the. I was gonna say it's actually easier to name the people I like. Senor Pink. End of list.
Viola, the fake Flamingo.
Right. Yeah, because Viola was just she was the princess of
Buffalo, Baby 5.
Don't like them.
Yeah, I don't either.
So annoying. Yeah. The fact that an evil character is conquers. Yeah, true. Garp knows about the Celestial Dragons and all that it implies. Well, yeah, he knows about that stuff, but does he know that they're using these weapons to sink the world? Does he know about Lelouja and what they've been doing? That's what I'm referring to. I'm talking about... He
definitely knows that they're the scum of the earth.
He obviously knows that he doesn't like the Celestial Dragons, and he knows a lot about that, and his form of justice doesn't stand for that.
He probably just, as far as he knows that he is just serving them. I don't think he knows the gross history in detail.
Because again, for everything we know about Garp, it makes absolutely no sense for him to stand by the government if he knew that they were doing that.
Right.
So that part makes no sense to me. So that's why I don't think he knows everything. But yeah, I'm fine with keeping Dressrosa at A for those reasons.
Entirely.
Joe?
I think maybe B or A.
I'm thinking B. I'm fine with B.
B is
Joe
good for
being
that.
cool, finding out what happened to Sanji, that he got taken away. The whole lore with Zunisha being like the friend of Joy Boy, all this stuff.
Talking
Momonosuke
to
speaking. We don't really know why Momonosuke can command Zunisha,
No.
right?
No, we don't.
Is it the voice of all things? Is that what he has? Like what Roger had. But like, here's the weird thing, because
maybe.
Luffy can hear Zunisha.
But
Odin
Luffy
have
can't.
the
The
voice
voice of all things.
Did who? Odin?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe so. I'm pretty positive. I don't know if he could command them. I'm pretty positive, but I can't find source material. Oh my god, that's so fucking crazy.
Well,
I can buy
that's
cheap viewers. Yeah, that's fucking wild. Yeah, I'm gonna ban you so fucking fast. Alright, cool.
That's similar to Shirahoshi, though, right? Because Luffy could hear them, but he can't command them. Only Shirahoshi can.
Right. So what does Shirahoshi and Momonosuke have in common?
Yeah, I don't know.
But it's weird because part of what's going on with it is like, we have confirmation that Shirahoshi is one of the ancient weapons. But we don't have confirmation that Momonosuke is. Do you think he could be the third?
Maybe.
I don't know what else they have in common to
Maybe
infer anything else.
Is going to be the one that has to. Maybe he needs to use Zunisha for the third.
Maybe. Who knows? Who fucking knows, man?
I don't know.
The whole cakes. You might be kicking me, but you're the one getting hurt. That's heartbreaking.
Was it Joy Boy that commanded Zunisha to walk?
No.
We don't know who commanded?
Nope. We have no idea. Well, I mean, okay. To be fair, I guess we don't know if it was Joy Boy then, but I doubt it. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
For what we know
But
right now, it doesn't make any
why
sense.
would the
Hey,
government-
Panda, welcome in.
Hello.
How are you
Why
doing?
wouldn't the government just kill Zunisha though for any crime if it was related to assisting Joy Boy like it clearly seems like it was?
No idea.
Why not just kill
No
Zunisha?
idea. No idea. Made it about halfway through Brotherhood of the Snake when we got home. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, you almost made it through the entire thing, Blood Trip. Yeah, welcome in. Hopefully the drive went well. They were driving back from Ohio. They were in an incarceration festival for the weekend,
Ooh,
so...
nice. How was
welcome
it?
in. But good to see you, Panda. It's good to be back from vacation. I've missed you. I've missed everyone here. I've missed your streams. How have streams been going, Panda? But yeah, that's... So Joe will leave it be. For those reasons, meeting the Minx, fucking the Raizo, the
Jack.
whole backstory that we're getting of Jack attacking them, and like getting poisoned to death, basically. And then like who was it? It was Brooke and Robin and Frankie, I think, that were sitting on the outskirts waiting for Kinemon and Kanjuro to show up to climb up the leg, and they were sitting guard saying, "You cannot let them know that you're samurai." Because they have this really bad thing that just happened. They all fall asleep, they walk in, and like everyone's like, "Holy shit!" And then they're just like, "We were waiting for you, he's here," and they bring him to Raizo, and that's like the loyalty that they show.
Right? Like,
Unbelievable.
all that they endured. Who's Raizo? There's no Raizo here.
Yeah.
And then, surprise! I love that
So
much.
fucking cool.
So much.
Festival was great, drive was decent, only hit the rain around Eastern Pennsylvania. Okay, good. Good. That's not too bad. Your usual play everything, finish nothing.
Love that.
What have you started and not finished now, Panda? I do give her shit for that a lot.
I mean, that's fair.
You've been doing well though. You're
Yeah.
plowing through Immortals Phoenix Rising.
Almost done.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I finished Lies of P on vacation. Started the game, so 30 hours in, almost have 2 full playthroughs done.
Nice.
Absolutely loving it.
That's awesome.
All right, whole cake. So we didn't really discuss pacing here. If pacing was a thing, probably B. So let's talk about it without the pacing. Where are you putting whole cake?
I think similar to Dressrosa. A, maybe B with pacing.
I'm fine with that. I'm going to put it a little further up for right now because The Sanji and Luffy fight is once again one of those emotional moments that's just so heartbreaking and gut-wrenching. It's the first time since Water 7 that he's lost a crew member, and it's just so heartbreaking to see all of it.
Big Mom's crew.
Yep.
I love her crew.
Big Mom's crew is so cool. Germa 66 is fucking
Yeah.
awesome. Starting to see Sanji's backstory, learning about Pudding, the Three-Eyed Tribe, all of Big Mom's family. Jinbei leaving the Big Mom Pirates and officially joining the Straw Hats here and helping
Standing
them out.
up to Big Mom. Brooke being MVP.
Brooke.
Calling her young lady.
Young lady. So
getting the
fucking
poneglyph.
100%. And it still had its way of fitting in the funny moments. Kidnapping Bruley. Using her, Branch, being able to use the mirror world like that. And
the mirror world was so cool. I love that so much.
And one of the coolest fucking moments of this arc, or the funniest moments, was when they were trying to launch the rescue operation for Chopper, I think it was. No, it was launching the rescue operation for Brooke when she was holding him sleeping, and they all took turns trying to get in from the mirror world. Dude, it was so cool.
I love that part.
I loved it. Did some Once Human... Oh, how's Once Human? I've heard a lot about Once Human and First Descendant recently, so hopefully those are good. But I don't know anything about Throne and Liberty, but you started Resident Evil 2 remake. That's awesome. We got to do some Resident Evil games.
We do.
100%. Welcome back, Pluto. We're talking about Whole Cake right now.
Pluto.
Without you, I can't become king of the pirates. And he sits down and stays there.
Doesn't eat either.
He's got to be one of the best captains out there. He knows his crew. He knows that he counts on them, and he knows that they'll be there for him. It's that blind, undying loyalty that makes this show.
And then as soon as he was like, "Oh, Sanji knows he's being set up. Okay, I'll trust him to do what he needs to then."
Yep, and just runs right the fuck back. That's it. He knows.
Love Luffy.
So Whole Cake, A. Reverie.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm all about the lore. I honestly don't even know what happens here. This is like 12 chapters. I feel like a lot of it was like flashbacks to like all the other kingdoms, but it sets up what Sabo's about to be doing and all of this stuff. It's setting up the Reverie.
Commanders.
Yep, the Revolutionary Commanders. We kind of get
cool.
that for Sabo seeing Kuma's real body, saying we need to launch this rescue operation, and like basically everyone's
seeing
like,
Kuma.
"Oh my god, Bonnie."
And then right after that too, her saying, "I wasn't expecting to see him here, or so soon or something," and a tear in her eye. Like, no one caught on to that.
Nope.
I'm sure some people did, but
no.
How did it go so long before more people caught that?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. When Jinbei gives Luffy the time to escape, that was emotional. True, exactly, Pluto. 100%.
He turned
Unbelievable.
back.
Yeah, when he
promise
turned back.
I'll meet you in Wano.
Yep. And it was like such a crazy moment because you're just like, him and his crew. His crew was there when he didn't even know it. He didn't even know he had the backup. He was basically saying, it's me against Big Mom's entire crew.
No, he knew they were there.
Not at first. I don't think so.
No, he did.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it was a surprising moment when the rest of them showed up.
It was, but it was until after they showed up. Then he was like, "I gotta stay."
Oh, okay. So I just had it backwards. But still, fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But yes, agreed, Pluto. That was very emotional. You finished a game on Steam? Yeah, what game did you finish? Look at
Nice.
that. Look at that, Panda. It can be done. I love you, Panda. Very few anime characters can boast of being consistently number one in popularity. Ruby's just up there.
Yeah,
it's true.
Honestly.
100%. 100%. But yeah, everything here with the Reverie, seeing Rob Lucci and CP0 here again, unbelievable. Now, I think I don't know Nick's official feelings on this.
Where you're gonna rank it first.
Wano, B.
B?
B.
I was gonna say A.
I can't give it A.
No.
I can't.
What
Maybe,
about it? Like specifically?
It's just so long, and it's not even pacing problems. It's just so long, and for the way it was built up, for 4 arcs, I really think it fell flat.
That's
and do you know why? Kaido is one of the worst villain. Kaido is one of the worst antagonists.
I give Kaido like a C.
Easily.
Him a C.
Easily. That's how I feel about it. And it's like maybe later on when we learn more about Kaido through God Valley, maybe I'll feel
So
differently.
right now he's just a tyrannical pirate.
He who just gets drunk and hates the environment.
Yeah, and
that's
is
all you
dumb
do.
Fucking strong. That's it.
I think there's a lot of lore in here that makes it really good.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I would still put it at a B. Because the whole Odin stuff is incredible. Getting that flashback and seeing Roger versus Whitebeard was incredible. Learning everything about Toki's devil fruit. Toki's devil fruit is crazy, and I'm sure that's going to come back to haunt us.
I'm waiting to get to that so I can pay close attention to all those scenes. Mainly her first showing
introduction. If we're talking, let's talk about Wano in two parts.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about Wano from when the Straw Hats ship gets there to the waterfall to the flashback.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about that part. We have Luffy and Zoro versus Hawkins, which was insanely cool.
I love that.
What is the next moment that you're going to tell me? Because I have a next moment.
Yeah, what's your next moment?
My next moment is, which is really awesome, when Kaido is drunk and just fucking shows up and randomly does a breath attack against the mountain that they're on. Totally random.
Yeah, between the two, I don't think there's much that happens.
And how many episodes is that? Probably like 20? Yeah. Like, it's not... Yeah. Like, it's still... Like, there's still things that are happening because that's
nothing that's like, oh, that's cool.
Because, I mean, you... Like, I think during that time is when you learn what Kinemon and everyone are, that they are from the past, and you learn about Toki's fruit. So you... Because they see their gravestones, and it's like that kind of like, what the fuck moment. But you have that moment, but then Luffy's taken out of the picture forever. And let me tell you, I don't know, like, personally for me, Udon dragged on way too fucking long.
That's what I'm watching
we didn't even talk about Katakuri's fight in Whole Cake. We barely mentioned it. Really cool, but same situation. Way too long.
As fuck.
Took way too long.
Need all that.
He's one of the OP characters in the world, and he probably hasn't lost a battle before, so he seems lazy. That is true. Yeah. That is very true, Pluto. That doesn't mean I like him more. You are very correct about that. Like, I don't like a One Piece villain that's written like that because like his whole shtick was like he tries to jump from the Sky Islands to kill himself because he's tired of living. I'm like, wow, what an edgy motherfucker that I don't care about.
But with that too, there's one super easy way he could have killed
just fall into the
himself.
ocean.
Yeah, you have a devil fruit. You're not a fish man. Just jump into the ocean.
I've heard the argument, and I don't know where it was confirmed, so Bellamy might hit us up with it. I've heard that the dragon form can be in the water.
How does that work, though, if it negates all devil fruit capabilities?
No idea. I have no... That's just what I've heard. But either way, there's like a super easy way of doing it, but doesn't give a shit because he knows he's OP. That is true. So... Yeah, couldn't Kaido... Bellamy, this one's for you. Couldn't Kaido just fall into the water? Is there a reason he could have been able to swim? Because, like, he was always so upset that he couldn't die or couldn't lose, and all he needed to do was, like, fucking...
He's been captured, he's been stabbed.
Yeah, all he had to do was jump in the water.
Yeah.
He just had to get a kiddie pool.
That's it.
And it would have done it. And it would have done him in. I don't understand. So many things I don't understand about it. So, with that reasoning, Pluto, I totally understand why he's like that. That doesn't make him any better in my eyes. Yeah. It's just like, he's strong, and that's it.
Yeah, he's not that interesting of a character.
Right, and I think that's the reason. But I also think, for that reason exactly, we might be more interested in him later on. Because we know that he broke King out.
That part was cool.
He broke King out of Punk Hazard because he knew he was a Lunarian. And you know who they were obsessed with? Joy Boy. Kaido is obsessed with Joy Boy. That's going to be important later on. Of course he can't swim. Well, yeah, Bellamy, but that's our point here. Why didn't he just jump in the water then?
Yeah.
It's not that I think he can swim. It's that
why didn't he if he can?
It's the only thing that makes sense.
It's the only thing that could easily kill him.
Right. If his whole shtick in the beginning was he wanted to die, he had a very, very easy way of doing it that he just chose not to, I guess. So, all in all, like, Kaido is a very flawed character written-wise. He makes no sense. I think he just wanted to feel pain, not die directly, because he's... Oh, okay, you know what? That's a fair point.
I mean,
that would be a fair point, Pluto. I see it. has no feelings because he seems he's the strongest in his eyes. He just wants to feel alive, kind of thing. I can see that being Kaido's shtick.
Yeah,
I can see that being more of a reason. So, okay, Pluto. I'm with that. I agree with that. So, okay, so in terms of the first part of Wano, let's talk about, like, big moments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Big moments. You have going up the waterfall, which is pretty cool. Luffy and Zoro versus Hawkins.
Mm-hmm.
You have Luffy versus Kaido and getting a shit rocked.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to start listing because the timeline gets hazy for me.
Yeah.
We have Zoro versus Killer without knowing it was Zoro versus Killer,
cool.
which was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
We have...
Although as cool as that was, I also hate it because Zoro did that with such ease.
Mm-hmm.
And then that same killer was up on the roof fighting Big Mom and Kaido. How?
No idea. Good point.
That's the only thing I know about that fight.
Understandable. What other big moments did we have before that? I mean, you had like Luffy in Udon with Kid.
King kicking the Big Mom pirates off the waterfall.
Yep, that was pretty good. That was pretty funny. Oh, right, and obviously Big Mom showing up on the shore with amnesia. Mm-hmm. That was unbelievable, and getting the amnesia taken away because Queen fell on her. Like, there were really cool moments, but like I said, Udon really just dragged on for me. Like, it just felt like it was way too long. Like, Wano is long, but it kind of needed to be because of all the build-up, because there's no unnecessary moments.
Yeah, but like, a lot of the competition between Luffy and Kid in Udon was pretty unnecessary.
A lot, yeah.
Like, Kid's inclusion in the prison really, I think, was kind of unnecessary.
Zoro fight scene in the anime where he's about to be executed. Which one is that?
Oh, in the beginning of Wano when...
Right in the beginning. Yes, he gets branded as that killer. Yes, where he's displaying the conquerors.
And he's like, "You smell like blood. You must be the killer." And then
so
just
cool.
with a little knife, just.
Yep.
I love that.
That's true.
I love that so much.
Sanji with the JRM 66 gear fighting page 1 was really cool. I mean, so like I said, like there's no shortage of really cool moments. I feel like it just takes a while to get there. And even Onigashima, I felt like a lot of those moments took a very long time to get there. Mm-hmm. But there's no shortage of incredible moments because now, so that's if anyone can think of anything else that happened before the flashback or before the raid. Before the raid, if anything else happened, let me know. Any other massive fights? Because I don't think Usopp did much. I don't think Nami did much. Robin didn't do much. Frankie didn't do much.
I mean, they had that
massive
little clash with Orochi. Robin, Nami, and
that's true, in the pleasure hall.
Shinobu.
Yeah, that's true.
But even then, that was kind of minor.
Yeah, it was really just him being afraid of ship. So, but that is a good point.
But Momo's sister, what's her fake name?
Hiyori? No, Hiyori's her real name. It starts with a K. Komurasaki.
Yeah, Komurasaki.
Yep.
Yeah, she just died.
Yep.
She died.
Died seeing that scene.
Mm-hmm. Denjiro's character revealing himself to have been Denjiro, but playing that blue-haired dude.
That was during the raid.
Yeah.
So
I love that.
So let's talk about that now because we have all that. The flashback we've already discussed. Odin tragic stuff. Mm-hmm. Seeing his traveling with Whitebeard and Roger, unbelievable. Mm-hmm. Getting that backstory finally was unreal.
And right after that's pretty much the raid, right?
Yeah, it goes right into it. So then we're going to talk about the raid. Let's talk about the raid. Luffy, Kid, and Law having their ships there. Fucking unreal, dude. Like, so crazy good. So much. You have all that. Kanjuro being revealed as the traitor at that moment, at the same time as Denjiro doing what he's doing. Mm-hmm. So, like, right off the bat, before they even land on the shore, it was unbelievable. What episode was that? Was that, like, 980-something or something like that? That won awards for the animation?
I think so.
Something along there. Won awards for animation. Fucking unbelievable. We've been doing this for 2.5 hours, and we're still on the first tier list. This is by far going to be the longest.
Yeah, definitely.
So, at least now that we're talking about everything, after that it'll just be the small stuff. But
this was definitely the biggest one.
Jesus Christ. But you had all that stuff. They land. Mm-hmm. You had so many incredible fights there. I mean, like, everyone pretty much got one. You had Nami and Usopp versus Page 1 and... What's her name? Ulti? Ulti. Something like that. You had two of them. You had Jinbei versus Who's Who.
I didn't like that one.
You didn't like that one?
It was too easy for Jinbei. I thought it was gonna be like Jinbei was gonna show his stuff, but he basically just slapped him around.
Fair enough.
Like,
Fair enough.
I want to see Jinbei fight.
It's true.
Like, we haven't seen it.
Yeah, really. Still not, really.
I liked Robin with Black Maria.
Robin.
Sanji calling him.
You know what the coolest thing was, too? When was the last time Robin got a fight like that?
Has she?
Probably not. Did she fight anyone in Thriller Bark like that? I don't think so. I don't think she had a big one-on-one.
She's mainly just been like support, like in Dressrosa. She was really just support.
I was like, I don't think post-time skip she's gotten anything like that. So Zora becoming the king of hell, and that extra bit when you and the episode was, dude, fucking all that shit. Yo, Undertaker.
Hey.
Yo, Undertaker, you're good, dude. We're 2.5 hours in. We're still on the first fucking tier list we're doing. We're gonna be here for a while. Yeah, but thank you for the resub, man. It's good to see you. I know I popped into Kling's stream the other night, so he's a big fan of Laza P. In fact,
nice.
one of the first, if it wasn't his first stream, it was one of his first streams, he was doing a deathless playthrough. So I finally, I think he did it. So I finally got to playing it, absolutely loved it, certainly wasn't deathless, but I very much enjoyed it, and I'm talking to Jimmy about getting back to some Elden Ring this week too, so hopefully we'll get to some Elden Ring. But again, man, thank you for the resub. Yeah, we're going all in. He even bought a straw hat for this.
Yeah.
How much was that?
$10.
That's fair.
I want to get a better one.
Yeah. What should I get? Should I be Robin?
You should get Frankie's Speedo.
I'm in.
Yeah.
If I should... Is a Speedo appropriate for Twitch? There's no fucking way.
We'll see why not. People do, like, hot tub streams and they're in bikinis.
Yeah, but what if I'm just sitting here?
Who cares?
Twitch might.
No, you're not showing anything.
What? I'd have my shirt off.
Do they care about that?
I think so. Do they? Can I show nipple?
Probably.
Can anyone confirm?
You're a dude, probably.
That's a fair point. All right. Saw several Speedos this week. Oh, Bloodtrap, I did see your comment before. You saw Luffy this weekend at Incarceration? That's so sick.
Awesome.
But several people Speedos this weekend. Hey, man, it was a hot weekend, I'm sure. But, yeah, okay, so Black Maria versus Robin, Sanji's fight versus Queen, Zora's versus King. I mean, like, all these fights. You had Apu? Fucking hate that fucker. I hate him so much. I hope he's dead. I hope he's not just gone. I hope he's dead. I don't want him here. And not because he's evil or anything like that. He's just fucking annoying. I hate him.
I don't mind him that much.
But yeah, all these moments, fucking Kaido cutting Orochi's head off, thinking that's the way he's gonna die for a while.
And he just keeps coming back.
Yeah. And I will say,
Frankie running over Big Mom. Love that part. That part is so fucking funny.
Marco showing up. Chopper's incredible moment.
Chopper fighting Queen.
I was gonna say Chopper fighting Queen just
him.
Right after curing the disease.
Yeah.
Like Chopper is a big fucking
Chopper.
MVP of this arc. So many things going on.
What did Brook do during the raid?
He was helping in a lot of fights. I don't think Brook had a one-on-one. If he did, I don't remember it.
I think he put out some fire with his ice, right?
Yes, he was doing that a lot.
He was with Robin.
Yes, I was going to say he was with Black Maria.
He fought with the others, yeah.
Oh, you're going to finish a playthrough on it tonight? Hell yeah. But thank you for the lurk, Undertaker. Always appreciate it. Oh, we're going to have a lot of fun with this discussion. 100%. But everyone, if you don't follow Undertaker, give him the follow. Really cool person, really awesome streamer. Has been doing some really cool games. Was doing Near Replicant alongside me when I was doing it a bit. They got the platinum before I did.
Sucker.
Yeah, really. But really cool streamer, 100%. Episode 1000, the big recap, redoing the first theme song of the entire show with how they look now. The recap of who everybody is and everything was so awesome. Episode 1015 that covered chapter 1000
was amazing.
1015 was the actual chapter 1000, which was Luffy beating the door down, walking past the Emperor, like so fucking insane, dude.
I love that.
And then like all the fights with Kaido again, like
Zoro deflecting the shots.
Yeah,
with ease.
Yeah. I will say one of the things that like I still don't really love about it. I mean, like, so episode 1015 is when Luffy got up to Kaido, right? What was the episode he defeated him? Like 1080?
Yeah, something like that.
Luffy was fighting Kaido for almost 70 episodes. That's like, listen, I know this was built up to be this big thing, but like, it didn't
need to be over
it didn't
a year.
like, and also not for nothing. I really hate the discussion where it's like, oh my god, Luffy beat Kaido. Dude,
With
motherfucker's down like 1 to 12.
Yeah,
He's down 1 to 12. Calm the fuck down, okay? If Kaido got back up at full strength, if Kaido got back up at full strength, and he was well rested, do you think Luffy could beat him? No.
Look at how well he was adapting at that point in the battle to Gear 5. Like, no. If it was a true 1v1, Kaido would stomp him.
So, it really bothered me that, like, we spent this much time doing this, and, like, yeah, he's out of the picture for now. I don't think he's dead. Especially, like based on what Big Mom...
I don't know.
That's the whole thing, because how in the story would they? The only way they could come back would be in the final battle, and, like, what would that... What's that even going to look like?
Why would
they at this point
show up there?
No idea. That's the whole thing, too. So it feels weird, but Gear 5 reveal, absolutely unbelievable. Zunisha coming into play, Momonosuke getting to be adult, and using the dragon to stop Onigashima from heading to the Flower Capital.
I got tired of that, though. I think that
also dragged on for too long.
Way too long with Momo just going back and forth. Yep. I can't do it. I gotta do it. I can't do it.
Yeah. I think like the biggest reason that I can like still reason that out with is just because he's a child and he's scared, but it still does get repetitive.
They got the point across and then continued it way too much.
One Piece does that, and I think that's a lot to do with the pacing. You know, I mean, so many times you have like like especially in Alabasta.
Yeah,
like
all the desert walking.
all the desert walking, all the moments that are spent with Zoro and Sanji. Don't tell me what to do, Moss said it. Don't tell me what to do, Twirly Brown. And I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Too much.
For the love of God. So like, I think like pacing changes will help that stuff. But I agree with that. So like I said, like there's no shortage of unbelievable moments.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Like, but I think the length is what gets me.
It didn't live up to the hype.
Yeah. The length is what gets me. But then we post Wano, we also have Ryogoku. We have Shanks in that moment.
Miles away, just conquers Haki, paralyzing
where Ryogoku's like, I'm not fucking with this.
Like, that's insane.
And also, I'm wondering now, because I thought it was, like, not, like, confirmed anything, but, like, yeah, it was pretty fucking sure that King and Queen are dead. But King's not dead. King's just fucking fine. Yeah. Who helped him? Who helped him? Where is he? What hospital is he in? Because I can tell you for fucking sure, no one in Wano would have picked that motherfucker up to help him.
True. I didn't think about that.
He was dead. He was pretty much on the ground, nutrient sapped from Ryogoku it was in Udon. They were in Udon. Yeah. Who grabbed him? Where is he now? What's going on?
Maybe Kaido grabbed him.
Maybe.
Again, I don't know, because they...
But even if Kaido grabbed him, where would Kaido bring him to a hospital?
And who would have not seen that?
Right.
Like, whoever took King and presumably Queen out had to do it quietly and secretly, and Kaido, I don't think that would have worked.
No.
He's too big.
He's too big, he's too...
loud, too brash. Strong. He wouldn't do something secretly. He would bust in there and force them.
We're saying that Kaido isn't dead. More than likely, Pluto. So, still with all of this, I'm fine if you want to put it at A. I am fine with that, but I wanted to have that discussion of, like, there's no shortage of incredible moments. We didn't even talk about the old Shogun crucifying himself to make sure that the plan of the raid still went through. And all of the background that we got for the land of Wano. Like the smiley fruits and how fucking devastating they are. And
I think High B is good.
Okay. We'll keep it here for now. Alright, 2 hours, 37 minutes. Cool.
Heck yeah.
Oh my god, I never even fucking realize when there's... I'm gonna go back to... The other one was just so good.
It was. We should do Smash or Pass next.
I think this is going to be an easy, unanimous decision. I don't even think we're going to need to spend any time on it. Egghead?
S.
I honestly think... Oh, so now we got to order this. Let's order it. Sierra Village, still the worst?
Yeah.
Okay. C tier. I'm going to start moving stuff around, and you stop me if you think I should move anything around. How does that look for C?
I think that looks good.
Okay. I like this. How you feeling with B?
I like that too. Definitely.
Okay. Here's where it starts to get weird.
The A's and the S's.
Yeah. I think I like this. Post-war is at the bottom. Then you got Jaya. Then Drum Island, Baratier, Whiskey Peak, Logtown, Impel Down, Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, Whole Cake.
I'd probably have Impel Down higher, but I like that.
Should we put it in front of Punk Hazard? Because I'm okay with that. But would you say that Dressrosa and Whole Cake are ahead of Impel Down? Or would you...
Personally, I just love Impel Down, but...
Okay.
They probably are better.
Okay. Is there like a replay option on this video? Like a loop? Well, if you hear it go off again, let me know. Because I didn't see it there. Okay, S's. Okay. I have the Reverie. Post Denny's Lobby.
I still don't get that picture.
That's Ace versus Blackbeard.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Arlong Park, Thriller Bark, Marineford, Alabasta, Water 7, Ennis Lobby, and Saba Odi.
I think that's perfect.
The only thing I might switch would be Marineford with Alabasta. I think Marineford might be a little bit better.
That's fair.
So, I think that's it. I think that's
pretty solid.
All right, definitive list for the two of us. 2.5 hours in. For the
More
best
or less same rankings.
Yeah. We really didn't have too much to like talk each other out of kind of thing.
Yeah, for the most part, none were more than one ranking off.
Yeah. So, Syrup Village, Diary of Kobe Meppo, Long Ring Longland, Straw Hat's Whereabouts, Buggy's Crew Adventure.
Is the only biggest difference.
True.
I love that one so much.
That's true. Romance Dawn, Return to Sabodi, Orangetown, Skypea, Fishman Island, Reverse Mountain, Little Garden, Amazon Lily, Joe, Wano. Post-war... Is the post-war really better than Wano, though? I'm going to switch it. I'm going to put post-war at high B, Wano at low A.
That's fair.
Sound good?
That's fair.
We'll do that. Post-war at B. A tier starts with Wano, Jaya, Drum Island, Baratier, Whiskey Peak, Logtown, Punk Hazard, Impel Down, Dressrosa, Whole Cake. S tier, Reverie, Post Ennis Lobby, Arlong Park, Thriller Bark, Alabasta, Marineford, Water 7, Ennis Lobby, and Saba Odi. I think that's looking good.
Beautiful.
You know, I'm not going to save it yet. We're going to leave it here. We're just going to go down the list. Okay?
Fair.
And I think we can start banging this stuff out. One Piece emotional moments. We can probably blast through a lot of this pretty damn quick.
Yeah.
We've already talked about most of these anyway, so I think a lot of this is going to just fly by. Okay, Shanks losing his arm. I'll be honest.
It's not that emotional, yeah.
We had just met him, and even still, I'm so unsure about this motherfucker.
The message is stronger than the emotional
moment. Yep. Shoo. I'll probably put it C. Because we just don't see him again.
About Shoo at all.
So
I just don't.
Oh.
Zoro after Mihawk.
The emotional moment had no build up, and I think you have to realize are you gonna hold on because Bellamy said oh my god, so I think Bellamy is about to disagree. Are you telling me that Shanks losing his arm has the same emotional impact as like Luffy meeting Sabo again, or like where is it? Like this moment right here? Kuina falling down D stairs is definitely D for the.
Is that on there?
No, I don't think it
I was
is.
gonna say it should not be on there.
I don't see
anyone
it
was sad
anyway.
about that.
Down D stairs. Okay. B tier at least.
I think that's good B. I was thinking B or A.
I'm not
B
losing.
is a good start.
Yep. Sanji leaving the Baratie. You know what? No. That's an A.
B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bellamere getting shot. I think that's S tier emotional.
Yeah. That's huge.
Is that S tier emotional or is that high A?
Maybe A for now.
Okay. Nami, help me.
That is so S.
S. Laboon,
Laboon,
S. Hiralik.
I'm gonna say S.
You'd say S on that one? Do you think Hiralik is
Was that
S?
Hiralik and Chopper or just him?
Hiralik and Chopper? And then it looks like the cherry blossom at the end of Drum Island is separate.
Okay.
I would put Hiralik at A and the cherry blossom at S.
That's fair. Very fair.
Okay. How about Sanji's backstory? Yeah, Sanji's backstory was really crazy sad with the whole Baratie thing, like what we knew from the East Blue. I'm kind of surprised that wasn't thrown on here.
Yeah, right?
Kind of shocked at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zeph eating his own leg, fucking unbelievable. I can't believe it goes to show Zeph's
I love
character.
that they added that into the
live action that they switched it back to that.
I love
was really
that.
Cool. Yeah. And same with Luffy stabbing himself in the face, like going along with the
Yeah.
manga. So cool. All right.
What's that one?
Vivi saying goodbye to the Straw Hats. I think that's what that is. I would probably go B.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it was sad that Vivi wasn't leaving the crew, but them putting their arms up with the X's, knowing that they would be friends without being able to say anything,
I
and
love that
brand
part.
her a Straw Hat person.
An honorary Straw Hat.
It was really good. But you know what? Looking at the rest of the A tiers, like, I think that's on par with, like, I'll Never Lose Again kind of thing with Zoro. I don't know. What
I'm still thinking B.
Because here's the reason. Isn't it the culmination of the arc? Not entirely. I think a lot of the arc. I mean, I think it's the culmination of Vivi's adventuring with them, which I guess could be kind of like that. But it wasn't like a sad moment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It was more like, it's such to
she's
see you go. I'm sure I'll see you again.
right. Like we know what you're going. Like we know what you have to do, and we had an inkling that you would have to. So it was like, I guess like. That's how I would put it. Because I don't think. I guess it's fair though, because this is an emotional moment. It's not necessarily a sad moment, but like. Right, it was more happy tears than sad. It was like, you know, we will always be friends kind of thing.
That's fair.
So, I mean, this is one that I'm really not sure of right now. So we might move it up to A.
Leave it there for now.
I don't know if it would be S. I don't know if this is on par with these because of how sad these are.
I don't think I'd put it S.
But A tier, definitely.
A is justifiable. But...
Would Zoro losing be sad? I think Zoro... it's not... Okay, well, that's fair. I think it was more sad. It was Mihawk acknowledging his will, but it was like the fear that Zoro was dead at that moment, that Mihawk did kill him, kind of thing. But you are right about that. If we were going just based on how sad things are, that would be a very different story.
It would be.
So I'll leave Vivi at B for now, but more than likely we'll move it up to A by the end of it. Kind of like what we moved Wano up to A at the end. Nolan the Liar being executed, I'd put it at high C. Mostly because it really feels like it doesn't come back at all.
It doesn't.
Like, as of right now, it doesn't come back too much. It was definitely sad at the time, but...
I think C is good for that one.
I think we're gonna have a lot going on here. Luffy versus Usopp, S tier.
Yeah, no.
Robin rowing away from Ohara, S tier.
S.
Robin's I Want to Live, S tier.
Which one was that?
I can't tell.
Is that after Usopp comes back to the ship?
No, because the next one is the Mary. Burning.
Is that Usopp?
Which one is this, by the way?
What that one is then.
Because Usopp doesn't take off the Sniper King. No, he does. He takes off the Sniper King mask. No, not at the party. He takes off because he's not there.
Yeah.
He takes off the Sniper King mask when Luffy is fighting Lucci and on the ground and can't get up. Like after the fight, he says you need to move.
Yep.
Do you think like is this from when they're falling? That's from when Usopp apologizes, but that makes a hell of a lot more sense. So this is probably just wrongly ordered.
Probably.
I was trying to think because I didn't know a moment between the I Want to Live and where the Mary gets burned for where this could happen, but you're definitely right. This is where Usopp apologizes because this is definitely them crying about it and after Luffy grabbed Usopp.
Yeah.
So in terms of that,
I'd also say S.
you'd say S for that?
I think so. It's a hugely exciting moment for them.
Coming back.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like go
reaching out back to the island.
Okay.
Maybe A.
I was gonna say, how about high A?
Yeah.
High A is fine with me. I already want to put this up at A.
Fair.
I want to move that up.
That's fair.
Because you're so right.
That is so fair.
The Mary burning S.
Yes.
Easily. Brooke.
Easily.
Brooke
S.
dying on the Rumbar Pirates crew.
S.
S. Luffy losing his friends on Sabaody.
S.
S. Wow, B is looking really lonely here.
Yeah, D.
Bon
is
Clay.
empty.
I think this picture is referring to the moment of Bon Clay
Impelled
screaming
down.
into Luffy's room of where he's getting the treatment.
Oh.
I think that's what this is.
A.
I'm fine with that. I'll put it like higher A.
Yeah.
Over here, like for now.
Yeah.
Bellamy, when you put it in the chat, like when you put the letter, just make sure you tell me what you're referring to, just so I know. Because if I don't look at chat, I'm a little confused on which one that was. Which one was S plus? Because we can make a new tier if we need it.
Yeah.
We can. Which one did you say was S plus? Okay.
Ace dying. I didn't care.
I would say A for the build-up,
That's
but
fair.
I'm not giving it S.
Yeah. It's his own fault. Oh, he insulted my adopted dad, who came here to get me to escape.
Yeah.
Like, no.
That sucks. Sabaody was S plus. Oh, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah.
Agreed wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
We had Sabaody as the best arc, and I stand by that. Still, the only arc that I think might beat it by the end of it is Egghead.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only one that might come
Kuma's
close.
backstory with Bonnie.
Yep.
Yeah.
My grandmother died that same week, and I cried harder at the One Piece chapter. Now, granted,
That's
just so
hilarious.
everyone knows, she passed in a way that like it was meant to it needed to happen. Where she wasn't doing great. Yeah, it was that
Yeah.
good. And then I saw One Piece chapter, and I was like, holy fuck. Anyway.
I love that. Oh my god. Oh, I love that.
All right. Whitebeard dying, standing up.
That is higher than Ace.
Yeah, I'm still
I
gonna
don't
go
think
A.
S.
Right.
But yeah.
Higher than Ace. We'll put it there for now. Sabo getting blown up by that ship. I'd probably put that in a B.
Yeah. I didn't think he was dead, so I wasn't too upset.
Mm-hmm. It was after Sabaody, so we already knew that the Celestial Dragons were kind of dicks. Like, we
Yeah.
knew that this was something that they could probably be capable of.
As soon as I saw him flying in, I was like, they don't care. It's a kid. They don't care.
Yeah.
Like, they'll blow him to bits.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Give me 1 second. Talk about this next one really quick.
I don't even know what that next
I know.
one is.
I'm gonna see. Oh my god! Look at that! All the cheap viewers that I can get again. Fathom Chorus. That's fucking
Damn.
wild. Look at all the shit I can buy, and look at how many people.
Message
I'm
deleted.
Unbelievable. I'm gonna check on dinner. The next one is Jinbei telling him that you have to count the reasons to still be here.
God, I think that's gotta be S, right?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. What do you think, Bellamy? You think this is worthy of an S? I love that scene. Pluto, you also think an S for that one? Oh, is that next one to Don? I'll wait for Sean before I put anything in, but I think I'd give that one maybe a B as well. At best, a low A, with her yelling at Garp. What did you guys think about Ace's death? Did you also just think it was whatever? Because I really did not care for that at all. Right? Yeah, he hadn't joined and he cared so much. He helped Luffy so much in that moment. You'd give Ace's death an S. Well, I don't think it was the first on-screen death, because going up Reverse Mountain, Nami did chuck a Devil Fruit user off the ship. I think that guy's definitely dead. I feel like we had to see death before that, no? I mean, Ohara, if you want to count that, but I don't think I'd count that either. Only in the flashback.
Okay. I am back. So which ones did you just put that one up?
Yeah, I figured wait for you for any further ones. I was asking what they think about Ace's death. Bellamy gives it an S.
Okay. And Pluto says badly executed.
Mm-hmm.
That's true, though. The very first on-screen, very clear death.
But I said it wasn't.
Which one? Hold on, wait. Let me think. What arc? Give me an arc.
Reverse Mountain. I was like, let's give it away.
That's not canon, though. Because that guy doesn't exist in manga.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that was a filler episode, dude.
But it's so weird because it was a filler episode, dude, but they threw it into a manga episode. Like, very strange that they did it. It was funny.
And then just had me chuck him overboard.
True.
I love that.
It was so funny.
So much.
But yeah, true. People could even eat bombs to the face and somehow survive. That is a good point. Yeah. All right, next. I think that's Dadan yelling at Garp.
I'd say that to B.
I'm fine with that.
I was thinking B, low A.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Fisher Tiger. Something with a slave. Did you watch Fishman Island a little bit like more recently than I did? Do you remember anything like what the scene could be? Could be.
After he dropped Koala off.
Where would you put it? Probably B as well.
Yeah. Yeah, B.
I'll put it here for now. Okay. Otohime, Queen yeah, absolutely. Garp crying next to Ace, S.
Yeah.
I'll lower this a little bit again.
Definitely.
Yeah, Garp crying next to Ace, S tier. Absolutely.
100%.
You're saying A. Interesting. Yo, Misty, welcome in. How are you doing, Misty? Oh, wait, sorry. Okay,
What's up, Misty?
So, wait, are you saying A tier for Garp crying next to Ace, or for Otohime dying? Because I think Otohime dying was an S.
I was going to say A for that.
Really?
Yeah.
Alright, we'll go A then. Is
Definitely
Usopp
high.
becoming God Usopp on here? No, it doesn't look like it. That's an S tier moment.
Yeah.
That's an S tier moment. Being held up. Yo, that is an
Easily.
S tier moment for sure. I think like the emotional impact of like Otohime like being so trusting in other humans, wanting to be part of the reverie, rallying and lobbying for all these political reasons, and then literally getting killed for the and like with her dying breath was saying don't resent them for it, and then like
it is a pretty powerful death.
It's just disgusting the way the Celestial Dragons treated her and just everything she was doing for the fishmen to try and get them into the reverie.
I love the callback though to the Celestial Dragon at the reverie when he protects.
Yeah.
Also, that's a Don Quixote. How are they? How?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because he also has green hair.
That's a good question. I wonder if that's going to be important. Absolutely.
Credit.
Just watch that movie. Hell yeah. Go D Usopp. Guys, who's your most ridiculous D thinking? I'm still kind of like on D on Craig. D on Krieg.
I love that.
I'm lobbying for Re-D Hair Shanks. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I like that one. I saw one the other day. I don't remember what it was.
Beppo D Bear.
That's a good one.
I talked to Randy about that one.
That's a good one. I don't remember who I saw. It'll come to me in a few days, probably.
I think one of my favorites is Blackbeard D.
Yes.
Because it's just so useless because it's already there. All right. I think I'm going to have to leave this one to you because this one gets me. This is Mona, the child who eats all the candy with all of the...
That's S.
That's S. That is such an easy S for me. Yeah. But it's also because of how much I love Punk Hazard, so I needed to see.
No, that's
Straw D hat.
I love that.
That was good, Pluto. That was really fucking good. The emotional moments, Misty. This is devastating. But yeah, no, that's unbelievable with Mona trying to save the other children after finally believing that they need to get the hell out of there.
That was well done.
Also seeing the moment recently in G5 Naval Headquarters where Tashigi's taking care of the kids and they're like going back to normal height.
Yeah.
I mean, not for nothing. Think for a second how fucking painful that probably is on the children. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
I wonder if it's more painful than growing to that size.
I wonder. That's a good point. Sabo meeting up with Luffy.
Yeah.
S tier.
Yes.
Now, there's going to be a couple of these that, like, I don't quite know what it's referring to. That is Kiros holding, I think, Rebecca. Or, no, holding the wife.
Oh. So probably when she died.
Yeah.
A. Maybe B.
I'll go high B for now.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Law's backstory.
So here's the thing. I don't know what these two are. This one is very clearly...
I think both S.
Okay. This is clearly Corazon dying, which is a very easy S. So the toy soldier crying for his wife. Oh, Misty. It is so devastating. I'm fine with putting this in, just because I don't really know exactly what it's referring to. Bellamy, if you have any idea what this picture here that I'm moving is referring to, let me know. I don't know.
It's like...
It's before the white lead disease really hit him hard. So it's got to be early on, but obviously way before he got the fruit. So it's got to be like when he was very young.
Probably when his family died.
So I'll put it in S for now.
When he had to play dead among the dead bodies.
Yep. Now, do you know what this is referring to?
I recognize the character, but I can't place who it is.
I mean, it's one of Conjuro's drawings.
Oh, the one that climbed up Zoe.
Oh, see.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit about that motherfucker.
I don't at all.
Fuck Conjuro. I also don't know who this is. If you get close, tell me. I'm assuming it's Joe. It's got to be from Joe, so it's probably like the moment where they were all crucified.
No, that's not Zoe.
Who is it?
That's Dofi, Corazon, and their dad.
We don't have Joe moments here? This was the Joe moment?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Maybe that just means all of Zoe and Jen. I don't know.
That actually pissed me off, so I'm putting it to D.
Yeah.
Fuck it. How do we not have the moment where they all like sit on the ground and say Rizo's here? Yeah. He's been safe this whole time. Are you kidding? Like, that's an S moment. That's disgusting. I'm gonna put this in A. I would probably put. I think Dofi's backstory is crazy good. Right when he told them they were Celestial Dragons, but not anymore. I'm putting that in A.
Very fair.
Sanji being beaten up with a helmet. S.
S.
There's not much more we can say about that. Just absolutely fucking heartbreaking.
Pedro, definitely high A, maybe a low S.
I'm fine with high A. We'll put him in high A for now. 100%. I want to go back to the Sunny. S. Him finally breaking down, saying I need to get back. I don't remember. Do you remember what his name is?
I just met him. I don't remember his name.
I think that's either top of A or S.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
I'll go S because it really this wouldn't Onigashima would not have happened if he didn't sacrifice himself there, and that was such a crazy moment.
That was massive.
What's Komurasaki crying about?
I don't know what she could be crying about in that moment.
Fuck.
Because she's an adult in that moment, right?
Yeah.
Maybe seeing Momo?
You know what? Let me get up. Because there's text there, and I don't know.
There is?
There is. It's very small. Okay, she's saying this is not hell. What happened with Komurasaki? Was she taken away by someone? Someone saved her. Well, Zoro saved her, but then she was taking care of him.
Yeah.
So what's this? But you know what? Some of the moments are out of order.
That's true.
So I don't know what this is referring to exactly.
I don't know.
I'll leave this one alone, just because I'm not sure what it is. I know what you're referring to when her. What's the small pink girl's name? Pink-haired girl. What's her name?
I always confused her with.
Because it's not Otama.
Yeah.
Otama's the purple-haired girl who doesn't.
Toko.
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 Otoko.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that is this that scene. It might be this scene. Toko almost getting killed.
It might be.
In the flower capital with Orochi.
I just saw it, but I don't remember.
Then you know what?
I don't remember her being emotional. She was very
right. She was
when
stern.
Standing up to.
Right, because she wasn't letting this
down.
Right, she wasn't letting this side of her be shown
Yeah.
until after she found out that the Akazaya 9 were alive still. So I don't know what this moment is.
I feel like that's got to be with reuniting with Momo.
Probably then. But why is she saying this is not hell? What is that referring to?
Maybe.
Let's leave it alone for now.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Let's leave it alone for now. Odin getting shot.
Odin isn't Odin if he wasn't boiled.
No. Again, I think because of how important Odin is. Yeah, I would give it a low A. I'm thinking right here. What's this moment with Nami? Is this when she's fighting Page 1 and Ulti?
I think that's when she was convinced Luffy was
dead,
or they were trying to convince her, and she's like, "No, not gonna happen."
That's what I was thinking. S.
Yeah.
And can you go up? Thank you. S.
Yeah.
SCSSS. All right, this is gonna be a hell of a. This is gonna be a bitch to order.
Yeah.
But let's order this up. D is fine. C.
D's fine where it is. C's fine.
Okay. I'm thinking. Does that look good?
Yeah.
All right. A tier. A tier.
I think I'd put Ace lower.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that. I'll put Ace here.
Yeah.
Because Ace's death is more emotional than Zoro losing to Mihawk.
Yeah.
Definitely more emotional than this.
I think Kiryu Look is more emotional than Zoro too, though. Honestly.
I'm fine with that. Yo! Oh my God, Ignis, you were streaming?
Yo!
Fuck. I should start a raid message someday. Honestly, I think I should start doing that too for my raids. But welcome in, Ignis. Pluto, can we get a shout out for Ignis? What were you streaming today, my man? Were you doing some more Sly? Oh man, we're at it. Hey man, 3 hours in and we're on our second tier list.
Finishing our second tier.
That is true. This one went way faster. I'm okay with the rest of this.
I think that looks pretty solid. S's are going to be difficult.
I'm kind of just going to move some stuff around arbitrarily at first. We'll discuss it. Let me cook.
Yeah.
Let me cook.
You do that. I'm going to go pee.
Sounds good. Dude, I never get the notifications on my phone. It's horrible. It's so terrible. More Sly, over 50% now? Hell yeah, dude. I gotta keep replaying the music. Oh shit! I was like, that's the wrong one. I think this is how I'm doing it. Prioritizing editing this series. I'm getting more Tiago's up for YouTube too, slowly but surely. And I remember you were mentioning that because I got some Discord notifications while I was on vacation, and I know you mentioned for your a certain follower goal that you're going to be doing some Spyro, but I also saw that because Sly streams were shorter and a little bit easier to condense, you were going to try and prioritize those. So, 100%, dude. I'm here for it. I hope you're enjoying Sly. It's probably been a while since you've done it, but yeah. It's good to see it. I got a lot of VODs to catch up on, so I'm pretty hyped. Hopefully everything's been going well and stream's been going well, my man. Yo, Crazy Dragoon, welcome in. How are you doing? Hopefully everything's going well with you. We got Nick Raymond 11 here with the
What's up?
awesome straw hat.
What's up? Who am I saying hi to? Crazy
Dragoon.
What's up?
Hell yeah. And I'm going to be grabbing dinner in just a second.
Nice.
My blood sugar is 110, so we're looking good. I will have to get another drink. So I'll do that. So this is what I put for S tier. Okay? We have the older Shogun crucifying himself, Law, Mona eating all the candy, Corazon dying, Sanji's backstory. I don't know exactly where this was that he was crying. This exact moment.
That was the one when he overheard
Pudding
to Reiju.
So I like this.
Mm-hmm.
Then when he was after he beat Luffy,
Mm-hmm.
then when he wants to go back to the Sunny. How do you like the order so far?
I think it's good so far.
Okay. Luffy meeting Sabo again.
Mm-hmm.
Kim counting all the reasons why he still has to live after the war. Brook from the Rum Bar Pirates, all of his crewmates dying.
Mm-hmm.
The Merry Burning. The Cherry Blossom. Laboon. Robin rowing away. Episode 10-15, where he walks past them and sees the Akazaya 9. Nami saying the whole thing, saying that he's not dead, he'll be king of the pirates. I don't know which Nami moment was more emotional.
Yeah, that's a hard
So
one.
I kind of just left it like this.
I think it's good like that.
Okay, it's interchangeable for sure.
They're pretty close.
Usopp and Luffy about to fight, because that is heartbreaking for me personally. The I want to live, but I had to put the Sabaody moment over that.
That is the number one. Yeah.
That all look good?
I like that one.
All right, that's our emotional moment list. I don't know what the fuck this is, so we're just leaving it. We're just leaving that one. That's that list. I think I'm going to have you start the next one while I grab my dinner.
All right. What's the next one?
Villains tier list.
Villains.
This is going to be hard. I can't see them very well.
I can't.
Oh my god. Who is this guy? We're both getting up to look. I'm gonna stand right in front of the camera.
might be killer.
Absalom.
Absalom?
That's Absalom. This is gonna be a bit rough.
A little bit.
Yeah, let me go grab dinner really quick. We're down for the Gen 5 movies tonight. I might be. It depends on how long this stream is going. I have some stuff to take care of tonight, so I'm not too sure. Crazy Dragoon. Yasu's death. Who's
That
Yasu?
was
Oh, Yasu. That's what his name is.
Yeah.
He's the old shogun. Yeah. No, that was an S tier death for sure. S tier moment. So, I guess you can start ranking them. Whoever you can tell who they are.
I
The
think
pictures are
Absalom
pretty
is pretty
Pretty
good
rough.
where he is, though.
Yeah, that's not very. How are we ranking them?
Oh,
Villains
that
for
was when she was crying into Zoro's chest.
That was it. So okay, because I was gonna say I think it had something to do with Zoro, but I couldn't remember.
That's
when.
yeah, that's fair.
Gotcha. That would do it.
That probably would have been like a B or A.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
100%. So how are we ranking these guys? With how dangerous they are, or how much we like them?
I feel like how dangerous would be too easy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think let's go with
Personal
how we
opinion.
like it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can go ahead and start it. I'll change it up.
I think
for whatever I
we're
want.
gonna have the same exact take on Kaido.
Yeah, 100%.
Also a D. Maybe C. I'll say C. And now I cannot see. Alright, who do we got? So that's Kuro, On, Waffle, Sengoku, Das, okay. Those are the next few. I know Sean loves Kuro, and he is kind of smart. I don't like Syrup Village, but Kuro's kind of cool. I think B. Arlong. I'm gonna say S, I think. What are you guys thinking? Is that looking good so far? Because Kaido's just kind of... He's a cool villain, but he's a basic villain, I think. Kuro's smart and interesting. Being an ex-pirate, that's kind of cool. And Arlong is just the GOAT. Ooh, what's for dinner, Crazy Dragoon? Wapple's kind of annoying. I think Wapple's another D. Sengoku, I don't know why. Is Sengoku really a villain? I guess he technically is, but the only thing we really saw him do was execute Ace.
You know what? Here. Let me take the keyboard, and I'll give you the mouse. Move this for just a minute. There.
Wow, you like mushrooms?
Hell yeah, dude.
Wow.
I know, shocking, right?
That is shocking.
All right. Let's see. Kuro's looking badass as hell. Yeah, in that picture, you're not kidding.
I agree, shame he was introduced so early.
Well, thank you, Crazy Dragoon. Always appreciate it. Yeah, grab dinner. 100%. I'll let you know what time we end. Exactly,
yeah. So, like, I don't think Sengoku can really be considered a villain when all we saw him do...
Oh, Sengoku's here?
Yeah, all we saw him do was his job of going after a pirate.
Yeah, leave him.
So, yeah. And then
Don't
Das...
even...
Well, what do you think so far? I've got Wapple and Absalom and D. Kaido and Seeks, I don't think he's as bad as them. Mm-hmm. He's at least kind of cool. Kuro and B.
Agreed.
B. You agree with B? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then Arlong is S. I was thinking A or S, but I went S.
Keep him in S for now.
Okay.
We might move him down to A, but let's keep him in S for right now.
Das.
Das Bones.
I think he's a solid B.
Either that or A.
Yeah.
I like his Devil Fruit, but...
I like how he was, like, what he did for Zoro. Like, he... I think that's when Zoro unlocked Observation Haki, personally. Because he's like, oh, everything has a rhythm, even non-living things. That's Observation Haki. He found his swords buried in rubble. So you think A?
Yeah, let's go A.
Okay. And what about Foxy?
Is Sengoku a villain? At the end of the day, Ace is still a pirate. I agree.
Yeah, I don't.
But that's the whole thing.
He's a villain.
But that's the whole thing, right? Because what's interesting about this story is that no one is being set up to be a villain versus a good guy. No one. You know what's setting that up? The end of Egghead. And that's why at the end of Egghead, we're not going to get the Straw Hats versus the government. We're going to get good versus evil. There are going to be people in the government who don't stand for what the government is doing. Like, I don't see Smoker and Fujitora standing by the government. Yeah. So, I agree with that. Sengoku's not a villain because Ace was branded a pirate. Was Ace a bad pirate? Did he go around murdering people? No. Did the Whitebeard pirates go around murdering people? I don't think so.
Roger didn't either. What about
There you go, Misty.
Foxy?
Foxy's next.
Mm-hmm.
D.
Yeah.
No.
Hmm?
His devil fruit's cool.
That's fair.
C. You know how you really take Kaido down a peg?
Put him on the same bar as Foxy.
Yeah. Yeah. 100% agree, Bellamy. 100%.
I like how his whole thing of you playing games to steal crew members. That's
Yeah,
that's
like
cool.
I like the concept.
That's cool.
Definitely.
Spawned him? Yeah, it's spawned him.
B.
B?
I like his sword, and he does a really good job of being a pain in the fucking ass. That's true. That is true.
Can you see any of those?
Oh, dear God. Oh, you got it? I think we're getting to CP9. Actually, some of these are out of order. Is that Kaku? That's Kaku. Where are you putting Kaku? I put him in A with Das Bones. Just barely in camera. When you had to lean in and see it, yeah. I was gonna say Kaku's A. I think I'm fine with that. Khalifa? B?
Yeah.
I'll put her high B. Monet. Monet is interesting. It's alphabetical order. For sure.
Oh, that would make sense.
For sure. Because we have Monet into Moria. Wait, no, it's not. It's Kizaru.
Sengoku.
I don't know what the fuck this order is. You're so right.
Monet? She didn't do much. D?
Yeah. I like her whole thing. Might be better than Epsilon, but... No, you know what, though? No, she had a big part of Punk Hazard. She was very smart.
I guess, like, with running things, yeah. I guess she was
So I don't think we can keep her in D. Should we
Yeah.
put her... I'm thinking low B or high C. I'll leave that one up to you. I like her I like her powers, too.
Her powers are...
Should we go B?
Yeah, I think B is good.
Yeah. Kaku, imagine rivaling with Zoro while in giraffe mode. True! Oh, Bellamy says B, too, as well.
Giraffes are awesome.
The fact that she's a spy when we die for Dofi and did. 100%.
Loyal.
That's why we
Yeah,
had to move
that's
her
true.
up. 100%.
What about Gecko Moria?
Is this chicken or is this just mozzarella cheese? No, this is just cheese.
Oh no, it's a mushroom. I love that.
Sick.
Nice.
I don't know.
I think I'd put Moria in B.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. While I don't love him, I totally understand it. I still also think there's a lot more to Moria that we don't know about.
Yeah.
And I think that's why he's still alive.
I think Kizaru could be placed as a villain. With him in Sabaody and now on Egghead.
S.
Fuji, though, definitely not a villain. He has done nothing to be like...
I would only say because he was against the Straw Hats for part of Dressrosa,
Guess.
but not enough to, like...
But he
I
also
don't
was
consider
a-
him a villain.
He left it up to fate if he should be against them or not. And it wasn't even him rolling, it was Suru.
Before that.
Oh.
On Green Bet. But even then, like... It's not enough to be considered a villain. So...
What do you think?
Kind of the same deal. I probably wouldn't rank him. I have chicken stuck in my teeth and I'm
Is
sad.
that Apu next?
Moria just got depressed after Kaido whooped him. True.
Can we just talk about the fact that Moria made it to Wano?
Yeah, that's also true.
Like,
That's true.
Moria?
And that's why it's like there's so much to Moria we don't
Yeah.
know about. There is no reason that motherfucker should have been a warlord. As far as we have seen,
It's
there's
gotta
no
be
reason.
just because they know he made it to Wano, and they know he had a clash with Kaido and lived.
Yeah, I'm sure. But yeah, absolutely, Blood Trip. I want to see that from this weekend. Remember how he keeps getting bullied by everyone? Luffy, Jinbei. True. Man can't catch a break. Very fucking true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that next to Winnepu?
I think so. I'm like pretty positive. Gotta check it again.
No. Some dude with a red or pink jacket and a rose in his outfit. I don't know who that is. It's from a movie?
I don't know. That's not Senor Pink, right? He didn't have. He didn't have a rose. Like that's
Yeah,
not.
I feel like he had a black suit.
That's not what Senor Pink
Yeah, that's
looked
not
like
Senor
before.
Pink. Yeah. no,
Okay.
that's not him.
Okay. Let me grab some more chicken.
Google this guy.
Give me 1 minute.
I cannot find him. No, it's not Dofi. How is he not even showing up on Google? I have an idea.
Who was it?
No, no, Google's not helping. Take a picture of him.
What is It's not Dofi. I know it's hard to see. One thing that I wish that would happen on the tier list, though, it would be hard to set up this way. I wish, like, when you put the mouse over the person or the image, it gave you a description.
So he is from the movie Gold.
He is from a movie. Okay.
It is
So-
Guild Tessero.
All right, so we'll leave him because I've never seen it. Have you ever seen the One Piece movies, Bellamy?
I want to watch them, but I haven't seen any of them.
Same.
So who's on next? Smoker?
Yeah.
Yes.
Villain?
I mean, I
No,
know
wait.
we don't think so.
No.
Although, because I guess again, he is only doing what he thinks is right, which is going after pirates.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he's abusing his power or anything.
Right. Well, let's put him in B. You know what this should be? Not a villain. It should be an antagonist list.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be the better wording.
Yeah. Blackbeard.
How is Film Gold, Misty? What do you think of it? Smoker is this close from gold. Dude, speaking of that, that was so funny. When I was on vacation, I went to a Zaxby's. That was like right by the house. You know what Zaxby's is? You ever had it? It's a fried chicken place. Let me just say, as someone who doesn't travel a ton, or if I like do travel somewhere, it's usually not South like Florida for Disney World, but like that I'm eating Disney World food.
Yeah, that's fair.
The obvious statement is that the fried chicken in the South is fucking incredible. Granted, Virginia isn't south, but it's more south than here. Literally in the 7 days, I had Zaxby's 3 times. I had Hardee's at a hotel. I had Chick-fil-A because that one was 15 minutes from the house.
So you had nothing but
And Popeyes on the way
fried
back.
chicken.
Nothing but fried chicken.
I love that.
So good.
Fried chicken is
But
really good.
the reason I was mentioning this was because he said Smoker is this close from going rogue. When I went to get Zaxby's one of those days, I swear to God, that cashier quit that shift. Like, I went with my mom and we got an order for like the part of the family that wanted it, and it was like 40 something. So mom gave him a $50 bill, and he did the thing. He like looked at it and he's like, it's good. Put it in the cash register. And I guess the boss was behind him, opened it back up and looked at it and did this, like just to like look again. And the cashier was like looked at her and then looked back at us and was just like, I wouldn't be shocked if he killed the manager at the end of the shift. Like, it was just like, I am so done with this shit. I'm not doing this anymore.
God.
I've never seen those eyes before.
Yeah, that was, I'm done
That was
with
like,
this.
I am not doing this anymore kind of eyes.
It was great. Blackbeard.
S.
Yeah.
If C from Film Z is up there, okay. I'm down for it.
I've heard about him.
I feel like I know the name.
Who is
I don't know what he looks like, though. Shiryu.
Shiryu?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can we really rank Shiryu?
I'm gonna rank him S because if we're not doing it in terms of danger or anything, he's really cool, and plus with Absalom's Devil Fruit now, he's even more terrifying.
That's fair. Akainu S.
Yep.
Who's the next one?
Buggy D Clown.
Oh, Buggy S.
Uh-huh. Yo, that's sick.
Is that next one? Corona?
Yep.
C.
I'd say C or B. I like her Devil Fruit. It's kind of interesting.
She annoys me.
That's understandable. I'm fine with C. Better than Kaido.
Better than Kaido.
Better than Kaido.
Just for that
I love
fact,
it.
we'll put
In terms
B.
of danger and bloodthirstiness, yeah, no. For A, for Shiryu, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Shit to you. I actually do believe that was a typo and not just a pun that you were trying to make, Bellamy. I believe that one was by accident. Though if you'd go back, would you change it? Probably not.
No. Is that Kuma?
Mm-hmm.
I guess he was
S.
technically.
S because of what happened to him with the pacifista.
Oh, Virgo?
Mm-hmm.
A?
I'm fine with that. Yeah, he's on par with like Kaku to me.
Yeah.
Magellan.
Oh, I'd give Magellan an A. I know you don't like him. What would you give him?
I'll go low A.
Lower? Okay. Caesar.
S.
S.
He is so evil.
He's so evil.
So evil.
Mm-hmm. Is that Eneru? No, he's after that.
That's Judge.
Judge? Oh. A? S, he's pretty fucking vile.
Yeah. Yeah.
Low S, high A?
Yeah, I'll let you pick where.
We'll do
that's
S for
Eneru.
now. That's Eneru?
Or no, wait, that's not even
Yeah,
Eneru.
see, that's what I did. This one is Eneru, it looks like, right?
Yeah, to the left is Judge.
Oh, who's that?
I'm not sure yet. He was a really great villain, had a great history with Seven of the Marines, plus his final stand was really emotional. Interesting, Misty. I gotta watch the movies, 100%. But yeah, Magellan single-handedly destroyed the entire Blackbeard crew. That is true.
Oh.
Who is he?
40.
D.
Can
D.
you make an F?
Yeah, you want me to?
Yeah.
You click the gear. Click add a row below. And then go over to, hit X, sorry, in the top right. And then click to the right of new.
40.
Done. Not like
Yeah.
Judge is going after his children. In terms of evil, he's up there. He's just pathetic. I agree with that, 100%. Netflix does have most of the modern One Piece films except for Stampede. It doesn't have Stampede. I did know it has some of the others, and I know it has
it has
Film
a lot
Red
of them,
now.
yeah.
Did you ever see Red? You gotta watch Red.
I do.
You'd have to watch
I gotta watch all of them.
100%. Blackbeard is dead? No, Blackbeard is not dead.
He should have been dead
No,
if Magellan did his job.
Yeah. Blackbeard's crew back in Impel Down got fucked up by Magellan.
If Magellan did his job, his whole crew would be dead. Luffy would be dead.
That is
Literally,
true.
Ivankov would be dead.
Yep.
They would all be dead if Magellan was good at his job.
Yep.
Enru, I'm thinking B or A.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, whichever you think. Whichever you think is better.
I'm gonna go B, just because he's kind of an arrogant asshole.
Magellan
Magellan
was the what do you call it? What you said?
We can agree on Dofi being the
top
top of the
top
top.
of the top. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Magellan was the warden of Impel Down, and it was after the failure of all that I think is why he got demoted and why Hannibal became.
I don't even think. I think he chose to step down. I don't even think he was demoted. I think he was just like, I can't take this failure. I need to step down. Enru is S. He has a powerful fruit, yeah, but he's just so full. Although I guess that shouldn't be taken into account.
What were you? Sorry, what were you saying?
Enru.
And where'd you put him?
I put him in B.
Put him in B, and Bellamy says he's S.
Yeah.
He does have the most powerful fruit ever.
Is he that much of a threat though? Because I mean, no one else up on Sky Island has any powers to fight a devil fruit.
Yeah. So the whole thing, Bellamy, is like, this is another situation where, like, what are we basing this off?
Yeah, like, it just seems he has power because there's nobody else that has that type of power.
Yeah.
There.
We're not, so, like, I think, like, for the most part, what we've been doing here is we're rating them based on how much we like them as opposed to...
Threat.
Did you move Perona up to B? You did, Perona's up
No,
to B.
yeah, I put her at B just so she'd be on a higher peg than Kaiba.
Okay, that's fair. But no, that is a very good point. With his ability, he can, like, monitor frequencies and everything. Like, he can do a lot. Like, of course, like, we don't know how it looks compared to other people that can use devil fruits, but, like, that is a very good point. Like, in terms of everything else, he is very overpowered for where he is. So, I'd probably go high A, low S.
Yeah, we can do that.
And plus, at the end of the day, I do like his design.
It is a cool design.
I love how he looks. So I'll give 100% Bellamy. I agree with that. He's also one of the few who did succeed in his plans. That's very fucking true, Misty.
That's true. He did, yeah.
No one else did.
He made it to the moon.
Yeah.
He's gonna come back.
I can't wait to see how and, like, when.
He's gotta come back.
Next one.
Crocodile.
Easy S.
Yes. He's right below Dofi.
Yep. See how it's weird?
Yeah.
It's really strange sometimes. But yeah, him outsmarting Robin, damn good point. I do have to grab carrots, and that'll be the end of my meal. Senor Pink.
Oh god, I love Senor Pink.
I'll let you pick. I'll come back, obviously, when I get the carrots, but Senor Pink and Sugar are the next two. I'm very curious to see where you put them.
Senor Pink and Sugar. Nice. That's how I should leave you a tip.
Thank you.
Just the
Please
tip.
do. That was $10, everybody watching?
Yes. Some characters are missing. Who do you think is missing, Pluto? Now I'm curious. No, there's a good few missing, you're right. Jack is there, but there's no king or queen. Big Mom. Cracker. Is Katakuri on here? Katakuri's on there. Interesting. You are correct, Pluto. There seems to be a few missing. I agree, Bellamy. I'm gonna put him in S, since the keyboard is all the way over there. Pluto pointed out that some people are missing, and he is right.
Like who?
Well, Pluto pointed out the plant guy I just... Oh, Ryokyu?
Who was this made?
Queen is missing, King is missing, Jack is there.
2019. So we can definitely talk about them for sure.
That's fair.
We can definitely. Well, we'll definitely talk about them because that's a good point, Pluto. 100%.
Sugar.
That's. Wait. Where did you end up putting? Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Do the same thing, but make a row above. It's got to go there.
He does.
Done. Okay.
Nice.
So who's next?
Sugar.
Sugar?
I'd say.
Sugar.
I mean, everything was riding on her and her ability.
Yeah. I don't really like her.
I don't either. And she didn't really do much other than the fact that it all relied on her ability. So maybe just for that fact, A.
I'll go high B.
High B? Okay, that's fair.
I wouldn't go any higher than that.
That's fair. Move. And then Lucci's gotta be S.
Yeah, it was really funny because Pluto mentioned this when he was in Japan. He saw figures of another samurai that he didn't recognize.
Yeah.
And he's like, how the hell is this true? I'm almost done with Wano. It was Momonosuke as an adult.
I
thought that was so funny.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Just for the meme. Not Bon Clay, but Mr. 2. Fair point. Tough fruit to beat. There you go. But that's true. Yeah, no, Ryugoki. We'll talk about the other criminal. We'll talk about the other people that we meet in Egghead and everything that's not listed here. 100%. All right, who's next?
Lucci. S.
Probably right behind. As of right now, put him behind. That's Senior Pink.
Yeah. No.
Don't put him in Senior Pinks.
I'm waiting for you to say
my
behind
bad.
someone.
Crocodile.
Crocodile.
Put him behind Crocodile. I think behind Crocodile, though, probably in front of him. I want to put Caesar Clown, but we'll talk about that later.
That's fair.
He's just so disgustingly evil.
Aokiji?
Not a villain.
Yeah. He never did anything that was villainy, other than his participation in Marineford. That was just his job again. Is that Pudding?
Yep. I'll be honest. Kind of the same deal. But I really like her abilities. I'd put her high B.
Okay.
What about you?
I was thinking B or A.
Okay.
So that works perfectly.
Well, that's true. Yeah, no, Mr. 2 was evil. He played that part well.
He did.
100%. He's so hard-boiled. This list is One Piece villains / antagonists. So we're kind of just rating them not based on how threatening they are, but
how we like them.
How we like them, how evil they are as opposed to threatening.
What about Katakuri?
I mean, I really like him. He's not evil.
I will die on this hill. That is not Paramecia fruit. I know it was introduced as a special Paramecia, but that was not built upon. That was not explained. That's the only one. That's a Logia fruit. That's not a Paramecia.
Yeah. Very strange.
So strange. I don't know who's next to him.
Are we putting Katakuri on the list at all, or are we just kind of leaving him?
I mean, he's not really.
I mean, we put Pudding up there.
That's true.
Put him in A. Put him in A because he's not really a villain, but I do really like him and his abilities. Low S for Katakuri. I'd agree with that. You know, put him high A. I don't think I'd put him in S just yet.
Who is that?
It's not Brulee. It's the blue hair.
That's what I thought. Why the fuck is she on there? She didn't do anything.
Is that her?
Yeah. But I don't even think she has a... I mean, she has a name, but...
Brulee?
No, oh, no, not Brulee. She's one of the other daughters that doesn't really do anything.
Here, let me get up.
I think she's a twin or a triplet.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Why is she up there?
It's a damn good question.
Of all Big Mom's kids that could have been added?
We'll leave them. We'll leave them because I don't even know what they fucking did.
Like,
let's go
her, she's on there, but Smoothie isn't?
Smoothie is.
Smoothie is? Oh, okay.
Smoothie is, and so is Jack, but King and Queen aren't on here yet. 2019 was when I got diabetes, actually, so they probably just started Wano.
Fair.
So that probably lines up with it. He's an absolute beast, and I do believe he didn't lose to Luffy, he just let him go. Part of it, yeah. He defeated him 9 out of 10 times. I think with Gear 5, it might be a conversation now. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. But I think there was a lot going on. I mean, like, think about how much Luffy had been through.
That is true.
Like, Luffy wasn't fighting at full force either. So think about that. But, right. He's not evil. He's not a villain. He's just defending his family. Mm-hmm. That's all he was doing.
Yeah. What do you think about blue-haired D? I don't know what she did.
No, just leave it. I have no idea what she did, yeah.
What?
No idea. Jeremy 66. Jeremy 66 is pretty high up there.
Gotta be S, right?
I'd put low S.
Low S?
That's where we put Judge. We'll put the brothers there. I'd probably put the brothers up higher than Judge by the end of the day.
Just because they were a little bit more cruel. More.
Yeah. Jack...
A?
I don't even think he's A, man.
I mean...
I was going to say high C, low B.
Yeah.
Jack...
I guess if we're going based on how we like them, yeah, I'd say C.
And even like...
Because he's evil.
And Jack really only... I think Jack's purpose, outside of the stuff he did for Joe, was power scaling. I think Jack existed to show you how strong King and Queen were, and how strong some of the Akazaya 9 were, while also showing you... Like showing you where Jack scaled up to the rest of the alliance that was attacking Onigashima.
They could take him, but they're still severely outclassed.
Right, exactly. So I'm not crazy about him. I also really did not like the fact that he's a fishman.
Yeah, I thought that was forced.
It was very strange. Why? I still don't fully understand it because I don't see it, and I'm just kind of like, all right.
The only time you can see is in his teeth, and that's it. Other than that, he doesn't look like a fishman at all.
Yeah. Also, interesting thing to mention really quick. I think this is also really cool because you have, like, Big Mom, where her whole family and her whole pirate crew is based on the fact that different people can live together in harmony. Kaido's crew, partially you have the same thing going on.
Yeah, a little bit.
King being a Lunarian, Jack being a fishman. You don't see fishmen on the surface very often, and if you do, it's not with other people. Very interesting that both Big Mom and Kaido are kind of portrayed to be a little bit more inviting than the world government.
Maybe they learned that from rocks.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. I think there's a lot to learn from there. I think a lot... I mean, like, Big Mom, at the end of the day, aside, like, I know she has evil tendencies, but, like, at the end of the day, she is just a person who wants a family. Yeah. That's literally all her goal. Kaido's goal is different. Right, exactly. And that's a lot more that can be said compared to the world government, which is very interesting. Yeah. What did the hotel staff do this weekend? And Blood Trip, how far was the hotel from the concert? From, like, the festival grounds? Was it a shuttle, or did you have to drive each day? So, at the end of the day, Jack, to me, high C, low B, I'm going to let you make that call. I don't really care.
C.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't put him above Kaido.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Who'd that be?
That's Shiki the Golden Lion. He was from
one of the movies.
He was from one of the movies. I don't really know about him. I know he's a rocks pirate, but I don't really know much past that because I haven't seen the movie. So I'll leave him for now, just because I don't personally know. In terms of evil, where are the worst offenders? Maurice, the Celestial Dragons, exactly.
Yeah. True.
Every night we would get back from the show, the heat would be on. The heat?
What?
Bro.
That's insane.
What hotel turns the heat on?
In the summer?
That's fucking ridiculous.
It's crazy.
That's disgusting. You had to drive, but it was 15 minutes away from the hotel. Okay, 15 minutes.
That's not bad.
No, that's fine. Yeah. That's not too bad at all. It just sucks because I'm sure you probably would have wanted to drink maybe, and then you just... Yeah. But either way, 15 minutes ain't too bad. Were you able to get out each night, or were you, like, stuck in traffic leaving? Because I feel like that might be a pain sometimes. Thank you for the hydrate, Bellamy. So yeah, we'll leave Shiki the Golden Lion. Big Mom.
I love Big Mom.
In terms of evil teas, again, like, she's not a wild offender. Like in her heart, but I also feel like she is at this point because she's taking the souls and, like, lifespans from the people who live on Whole Cake. Which is very interesting because outside of that, she would not be evil at all.
Yeah.
Like, that seems like a weird thing to have to push.
Especially as a kid, she was very happy and very nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say A.
So there's got to be something that happened between when she ate all the kids in Mother Carmel and to when we meet her after the Rocks Pirates. Mm-hmm. Something must have happened there that turned a switch in her.
Streusen, honestly.
Probably. What does Streusen look like?
He's the short one. He was there when Big Mom ate everyone. And then he started drawing up food for her. Or, like, turning things into food or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's been with her since she ate everybody. So if anything happened to make her evil, it was him.
Alright. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Right.
Only Saturday we were stuck. We sat in the car for an hour and only moved 5 feet. Jesus Christ. I know you didn't stay for the headliners on Sunday. It wasn't like that on Friday. Big Mom is too strong for what she should be. Like, what the fuck is she made of? Got no physical powers or didn't train in her entire life. Well, here's the question about that. What do you think Big Mom could be? Because honestly, if you really think
experiment in the womb
could be an experiment. Could very well be an experiment, especially after we find out what Bonnie is. Mm-hmm. That is definitely no secret.
But at the same time, if that were the case, how would they have gotten away from the world government to
do that? I'm thinking. I mean, she might be crossbred. Like, what if she is part Buccaneer?
She could be.
Because, like, also, what's up with her defense? Mm-hmm. Very strong skin. Mm-hmm. That's not part of her devil fruit.
Well, doesn't she have, isn't that advanced Conqueror's hockey? Doesn't that give you, like, a protective coating?
To that degree? I guess maybe.
It's fair.
It could.
Big Mom was nerfed to shit in Wano.
Yeah.
So bad.
Yeah.
Like, in Whole Cake,
but you know what?
KO'd Luffy with a defense, not even an attack.
But you also have to remember at that point, too, Luffy was also very tired. But still,
all he did was attacking Gear 4. She blocked.
Yep.
Just shoved him away, and he's KO'd.
Yeah.
Like, he's knocked out. She was so nerfed in Wano.
Yeah. It needed to happen. Drank during the day if I wanted to, but you were so hydrated by the end of the day. You know what? Fair point. How hot was it for the 3 days blood trip? Was it in, like, the 90s? And shit? Probably. So I would put Big Mom definitely better than Kaido. I'd put her in A.
Okay.
I'd put her...
I'm thinking A.
High A. Like, probably above Katakuri. Top of A. So we don't have too much left. We have Smoothie. The 3 that are left here, Smoothie, Parasparrow, and Cracker. Smoothie, we don't really know much about.
Yeah.
I put
C?
her... Yeah, I'm fine with that. Parasparrow annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah, me too.
C. I really don't like him. Put him down in Horty. Honestly, I'm fine with that. That's hilarious.
Cracker, I like
Cracker's cool. A or B?
Low A.
Okay, sure.
I like Cracker a lot. And those are all just not going to do.
I'm fine with that. We stayed for most of Breaking Benjamin, but left when they had 30 minutes left and didn't have too much traffic. Okay. Set the start thermostat to 67 when we checked in, and every time we got back from the show. So during the day, when we were at the festival, staff set it to 75. Bro. Low 80s at most. Okay. Sunny Sweat but tolerable. That's pretty good. We take that. But hell yeah, dude. Yeah, next festival you go to, I'm going with you. Whether it's Milwaukee Metal Fest or whatever you're getting tickets for next year, let me know and I'm popping on. Alright. Should we reorder this?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. I like Wapol more than Absalom.
Yeah, me too.
I'm fine with this. Smoothie, Jack, Foxy, Kaido.
I think that's good.
B tier, Spondum, Perona, Moria, Monet, Khalifa, Sugar, Kuro, Pudding, Smoker. I put Kuro kind of high because I like his intellect, and I do think the claws are pretty cool.
He's smart. He's cool. He's just, I don't know, something about him just makes me want to just cringe and punch him.
I don't think I ever noticed when that music goes out.
I didn't notice it this time.
I'm like, God damn it, what the hell's going on? A tier? Let's see. Who's this? Is this Kuma? No, that's Magellan. Where the fuck is... Kuma's with as S, so I was like, there's no way we put Kuma in A. my god. I think I like this. How does this look to you? Kaku, Virgo, Cracker, Dazbones, Katakuri, Magellan, Eneru, Big Mom. Now S tier.
Dofi will always be number 1.
Yeah. Where's Caesar Clown? Up here. So I'm thinking Dofi at top, Crocodile, Caesar Clown, Lucci, Kizaru, Blackbeard, Akainu, Kuma. I kind of like that. Kuma, then you go down to Arlong, down to Shiryu, then we have Buggy, Judge, and that dude from Jeremy. What's your take on my boy Borsellino? Borsellino is a very interesting character.
I love Borsellino.
Don't really know what to think about him yet. He is hopping the fence, I bet.
Because he's very much just been doing, I'll do what I'm told, not going to think about it, and now it's affecting him, and he's going to think about it.
Moria and Joker should be in the same category? Really? Why Pluto? I think Doflamingo is so much crazier than Moria. What's your take on it? Like, what do you think? But I think that's good for this.
Yeah, definitely.
So we'll leave this here. So we got 3 done.
Yeah.
Only 4 more.
Yeah. Oh, Super
Although,
that's gonna be quick as shit. Anyway.
Yeah, they're all gonna be pretty quick.
Yeah, there's only 8 of them. I know. Wait.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
There's no Blackbeard. Oh, he's not Supernova. He's just part of the worst generation, right?
Yeah. But this still doesn't make sense. There's 11. There's only 10. What the fuck? Alright, where are we putting... Okay. So we're just ranking them.
Interesting. I agree.
Law number 1. Who's next?
Yeah.
You okay with that?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Should we work our way from the bottom up now?
Yeah, it might be easier.
Rouge. Nope.
No.
Nope.
No. Oh. Oh, there's a pillar. Okay, who's missing?
Apu.
Honestly, I'd say Hawkins then. Rouge.
I'm fine with that.
Mainly because we haven't seen Rouge do anything. I feel like we'll like him a bit.
Yeah. Beijing top. Drake.
I think
Other way around?
Yeah, Beijing, he came in clutch and whole cake. He was pretty cool.
But he's a T-Rex.
He is a T-Rex.
I'm fine with this though. I'm fine with this if you stand by it. Next one up, I would probably say Killer. No, I like Killer more than Kid. Right?
Yeah, honestly, I think I might like Kid less than most of them. I really don't care for Kid.
I really don't either.
That seems good.
You okay with that?
Yeah, it seems a lot better.
And I would put Zoro at...
Luffy can share with one of them.
I'm going to make it canonically correct.
There we go.
I'm doing this. Fuck it, man.
I'm okay with that.
Even since Amaru got it. Exactly. Borsellino will do and kill anyone he's ordered to. Yeah, and that's why I think we're going to see a change in his attitude after Sentomaru got killed. I think we're going to see a massive change. But yeah, only 1 per category. I didn't realize that we were actually literally ranking them. But yeah, I stand by this.
Yeah.
I think the only thing personally I might change around is Drake and Captain. But like,
fair.
I don't know. It's here or there.
It's Drake. I don't know. Drake didn't do much.
No.
He's just kind of an undercover Marine.
Mm-hmm.
He helped out when he needed to.
Yeah.
So that was cool. At least he's not stupid. But
Right. But I agree.
I don't know, Beji, I don't know, just seeing everything he did, how he cares for his crew and his family, like...
Yeah. Very much
he's
a captain
cool.
more than anything.
Yeah.
100%. Pretty much doing the same thing, experimenting on people, making them monsters. One's killing for zombies and one is making mutants from them. That's a fair point.
But Moria's doing it to grown-ass people. Caesar's kidnapping kids.
He was talking about, well, Joker...
Did you say Moria?
Wait, hold on.
Oh, Moria and Joker. Oh, I was saying Moria
Pluto,
and Caesar.
who do you think Joker is? Because that's a good... If you're saying... Yeah, because that's a fair argument.
Oh.
Are you talking about Doflamingo or are you talking about Caesar Clown?
I thought you said Caesar before.
Law's number one to me. Law between a backstory,
That's fair.
devil fruit, reasoning for doing things, the way his power works. And you know what was really cool? Because for a long time too, we obviously don't see Blackbeard and his crew moving that much. We don't see them doing too much. It was really cool to see the anime episode that was the Heart Pirates versus Blackbeard Pirates, because that was the first time we ever saw the Blackbeard Pirates in action together.
Yeah.
And that's when you realize how much of a force they're reckoned with. They're
that episode was awesome.
crazy.
I can't wait to see the end of that.
Yeah. The clown. Okay, so Joker is Doflamingo. Caesar Clown, though, I agree with completely. You know what, though? We were basing this on how evil they were and how much we like them.
Yeah.
So, in terms of evilties, that's a very damn good point, Pluto. 100%. If we were going based on pure evil, Moria and Caesar Clown would be next to each other. Because they're basically doing the same thing right. The only difference is one of them's doing it to kids.
Yeah.
The future king of the pirates! Buggy D Clown. I'm betting on it. But yeah, Law's my favorite. Bonnie quickly became my second favorite. Very,
awesome.
very quickly. I was always curious on where she would fit in, and now we know, and my fucking god. And we will definitely be getting to... Don't forget, the end of this discussion is going to be our locks, lengthy, let's see, and long shots. What predictions for the rest of the series and what we think will happen in the story. Our locks are what we think is guaranteed to happen. Our let's sees are what we think could happen based on evidence that we have. And our long shot is something that would happen that would make us flip the fucking table, would be an unbelievable moment. And one of them has to do with Bonnie, for sure. But
Yeah. Straw Hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Gotta say more instant because that's not doing much. All right, One Piece crew members tier list. So how do we want to do this? What are we basing it on?
Personal preference, I guess. Again.
Okay, sure. Let's do it. Where are we putting Brook?
S.
Chopper?
Chopper annoys me, but I do love Chopper. I'll say B.
Okay. We'll leave the ships for last. Frankie?
Frankie, another S. Jinbei, another S. C. C. Yeah. I would put Sanji A. For me.
I was actually just gonna do that.
Yeah.
I was actually literally just about to do that. That's so funny.
Ships Mary S. Thousand Sunny A.
I'm fine. Okay, that's personal preference, right?
How would yours look?
Pretty similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably exactly the same, honestly.
Okay.
Maybe Nami and B.
Yeah, I was trying to decide
Maybe.
for her, but
Now, sad backstories.
S. Yeah. Yeah.
Based on sad backstories, this is where we're going.
For all we know, Zoro has a very messed up backstory. We don't know how he got to that island.
I don't think he knows either.
I don't think he knows or cares.
Yeah. Scrub it all off and put them all in S because they're the straw hats. True. Straw S for straw hats.
Yup.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Bellamy's got something to say. Luffy lost Sabo. Luffy did lose Sabo. That's why it's a C. Usopp lost both of his parents.
That's true. He was abandoned by one and then lost the other.
Right after. Luffy just lost one friend.
Yeah.
And then he got him back, so
Yeah.
I don't even count that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have been a little bit too hasty with Luffy's because of a lot of other things that were happening at the time, but I would still argue this is close.
BC.
Zoro lost his true childhood friend. Zoro, how long was Zoro training there? He probably knew that bitch for 2 weeks.
Probably.
How long? Do we know how long Zoro was training there? Like before she died?
I don't know.
Because like he was obviously training there for a very long time.
Bellamy said, and Robin got Saul back.
You know what?
She didn't get the rest of her island back, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bellamy raises a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Maybe Luffy can get B.
Alright. I'm fine with that. Okay, everyone like this?
Yeah.
Actually, saddest backstories.
Yeah.
Okay, we're resetting it. I got one more for this one.
Okay.
I'm gonna make the list.
And I have to guess it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Most skin?
No, but that would have been really good. I'm gonna leave Jinbei because I'm actually not too sure. You get 3 guesses.
I get 3.
3 guesses, everybody. What's this ranking? Actually, hold on. There we go.
That order matters too.
Mm-hmm. Actually.
Oh.
What is it?
Is it, the order that they got to the Sunny?
No.
No?
No, that would have been really funny, though. Honestly, though, it might be. No, who was the last? Luffy was the last, wasn't he?
I don't know.
Actually, I don't remember who was last. I only remember that Zoro was first, because that's funniest.
And I feel like Robin might have been second?
I do think she was second. I could be wrong, though. Alright, so that's your first guess. So it's not order of people who get back to the Sunny. Usefulness in the crew? That is also not correct.
You know, because Chopper being D now, Doctor.
Yeah, no, he'd be pretty high up there. Amount of skin shown was Nick's original guess, and that was going to be good, but no. Well, I guess technically, probably still accurate, but not what I had in mind.
Frankie would just have to be at the top.
Yeah.
What's with Jinbei? Why are you unsure with him? Would that be too much of a...
Yeah, I can't really give you a... Like, I can't really mention it. Just... Yeah, I'll throw him here. Not age, but age is a good guess, too. Age would have been a very good guess, actually. I think if I threw Jinbei up here and threw Brook up here, it would probably be oldest to youngest.
It might be. Yeah, Brook is definitely the oldest.
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't know.
You can give up if you don't have any other guesses.
No, I'm gonna get it.
I think if you look at S and then you look at D, you might be able to.
That's what I'm trying to do. Drinks alcohol?
No, but also a fair guess. I think Chopper does, actually.
Does Chopper?
I think so. No, maybe not, actually. I'm unsure of that. Luffy definitely doesn't. Usopp definitely does.
Yeah, no, Usopp definitely does, yeah.
Seriousness? Again, actually, really, it's not... That's not what I had in mind, but also completely fair. If we were going seriousness... No, you're probably right,
Sanji
though.
would just have to be up a little bit more.
Yeah. But that's a good guess as well. Characters that fans thirst over. Blood Trip is dangerously close.
Really?
You want me to give it to you? It's fucking music, dude.
Yeah, what?
Chest size.
Duh!
Chest
Yeah,
size,
Zoro
everybody.
has the biggest chest. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that.
Jinbei, that's fair.
Yeah, I did not know what to do with Jinbei's chest. I'm like, Frankie's is pretty big, but... I feel like Sanji's I don't know about Sanji's, but I feel like he's like skinnier, so he's probably a little bit smaller. I don't think he's as muscular as Luffy or Usopp, honestly.
Yeah.
I think he's not portrayed to be like that, but that was a straight shot in the dark. You nailed it though.
I love that.
See, Blood Trip knows One Piece.
He does. He does.
He knows One Piece chests.
A quick Blood Trip. What is the One Piece?
That's a good point. What if he gets it? Yeah, I couldn't put the ships up here.
No, that's fair. Mast size.
Yes, Yes, that is actually a fact.
Yep.
Zoro has a bigger chest size than Robin. All right. Did you want to do an Order of the Straw Hats and have me guess?
We can come back to it. I'll try and think of one.
All right. Pirate Captain's tier list. Oh dear God. Do we want to do this?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. What else? What do I have after this? Smash or pass?
You want to do that one first?
No, we'll leave it. We'll leave it on that one. I think that's a good last one. All right, Pirate Captains. Dear God, who is this? Oh, fake Straw Hats F.
F.
Is this Brownbeard?
That is Brownbeard.
I'll put him in D.
Yeah, I was gonna say D.
Moria? Probably E?
D. Because Moria doesn't care about the lackeys, but he cares about, like, Absalom, Verona.
That's a good point. There are people he does care about. Damn good point.
He's not totally heartless.
Zoro's left titty is the One Piece.
Yes.
I can see it. Alvida?
I don't know.
I don't know where I'd put her.
I mean...
C?
Yeah.
No. She's not better than Moria. E.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Kuro?
He talked about murdering his crew multiple times. F.
Arlong? Probably A.
Yeah.
He really cares about them.
Yeah. Rook wasn't captain.
He's probably talking about just about the Rumbar pirates in general.
They were pretty close-knit. Yeah.
Zeph? S. I think Zeph was a damn good
If he
pirate
gave
captain.
up his leg for some random-ass kid, what would he do for his crew? Buggy. Yes.
He'd do the same for his crew.
Yeah.
Don Krieg, also F. I think he did kill some of his crew.
He probably did. Or he'd be the type that's like, you want to go to the Grand Line, you're scared, you're dead.
Yeah. Foxy.
He's willing to gamble with keeping them on his
gotta
crew.
Be E.
Yeah.
Gotta be. Bellamy?
Depends, which version?
We're gonna go the giant Bellamy. I'm fine with that.
He's a major dick.
Bonnie? Not much of a captain?
Yeah, I feel like she doesn't care for them.
Oh, well, no, I think she definitely cared for them, but she left them.
Yeah, I think she only cared for them enough because they were helping her. Like, that aside, I don't think she much cared.
No, probably not. Buggy would ditch his crew the second he's in danger. That's where the comic aspect comes from. No, but he would care.
Yeah,
he would ditch them, but he would care.
Run away, and then we'd see him be like, man, should I have ditched them like that? And then justifying it to himself.
Like, Kabuji, I'm so sorry. I hope he's okay. I'm not going back. I hope he's okay. That kind of bullshit.
Exactly.
Caribou? Is he a captain? Of what? That barrel he's been living in for 700 chapters?
He wasn't in there the whole time. He was out of there for a while. He just showed up in Udon. He was out and about causing chaos, and then they captured. When did he get out? Like, I was trying to think. I have no idea. But I don't know where to rank.
Oh my god, I'll send you letters in prison. Buggy is a good crew. Is a good you know what? Fine. I'll bring him down A+.
That's fair.
Because he cares, and it's funny. Caribou, I'm going to leave Caribou because I genuinely have no idea what his deal is right now. I can't even guess at it. Hawkins, yeah, probably.
He abandoned. He abandoned them, and he used their lives to give himself extra.
Yep.
Fuck Hawkins.
Drake. Here's the interesting thing. He's not really a pirate.
Either.
But he works for the government, so how would we rate that? I'd probably go D.
I feel like, though, if Sengoku's his mentor and Sengoku isn't a monster, I feel like he would have to have some sort of conscience.
Yeah.
maybe D.
I'll put him in D for now.
Because I don't know if he'd be as nice as Bonnie.
Beige, A.
Easily A.
Boa Hancock, probably S.
Yeah.
I don't think... better than Buggy. Ace, S.
Mm-hmm.
S for Fisher Tiger. This motherfucker is S+, realistically.
Mm-hmm.
Law, S. They gave...
Captain Usopp gets the S of all S's.
Hancock doesn't care? Why?
Hancock cares?
Yeah, Hancock very much cares. Oh, she only has eyes for Luffy. Fair. Morgan worked for the government and he was brutal.
Fair.
Wait, who's Morgan?
Axe-Hand Morgan?
You mean Axe-Hand Morgan or
Axe-Hand Morgan was a Marine dude.
Wait, yeah, which Morgan are you talking about? Because we didn't have Morgan up here. Are you talking about Axe-Hand Morgan, or are you talking about, like, the Morgan, the newspaper dude?
Worked for the government and he was evil.
Amazon Lily was about to be destroyed and still refused to answer the call. Yeah, but that wasn't because she doesn't care about her crew. That was because she was just in a rough position and didn't know what to do. Even if she answered the call, what would she have done? Axe-Hand Morgan? Well, I mean, yeah, that's true. 100%. He sucked. Alright, Dofi, in terms of being a pirate captain? Yes.
He loves
his family. 100%. Blackbeard, I don't really know too much about him and his crew, but for right now, I'd put him in A+.
He seems to care?
He seems to care a lot. He might have a really big crew.
When he charged into the revolutionaries to rescue Burgess.
That is a good point.
So, seems like he cares about his crew.
Yeah. That's a fair point. Kaido?
Also, I think the same deal as Moria.
I was going to say
he cares about the high-ups, but the lackeys, they can
really
die.
Care. Yep. Luffy, S. Big Mom, also S. Her crew.
No.
Why?
She killed multiple kids just because.
That is true. B?
Yeah.
No, it's gotta be D. Bonnie's not... Here's the thing about Bonnie's crew. Bonnie's crew wasn't a crew.
Yeah,
Bonnie was on that...
real crew.
Bonnie wasn't even the captain. I mean, Bonnie was the captain because the other guys were told, get her to Kuma. And she always was just like, let's get to Kuma.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really even a crew. And she cared about them. Like, she was partying with them. She was making sure that they were taken care of.
Yeah.
She just dipped because she didn't want them to come to Egghead. So, like, it's hard because she's not really a... I mean, she was a captain, I guess.
Technically,
like,
she was...
She's definitely not killing people. Maybe we'll put her higher up to B.
Maybe, yeah.
And Big... Well, no.
But Big Mom, even
you know what,
the
then
ones
fuck it, man. We gotta put Brownbeard up higher, then.
I was gonna say, Brownbeard... I liked Brownbeard.
But she wasn't using the crew. It's not like she got a crew to get... Like, that's the thing that I think you guys are misunderstanding. She didn't build the crew herself.
Yeah.
I think it was, the Queen of the Sorbet Kingdom that put the crew together, and she said, Bonnie, you have to leave right now and get on that ship. We'll stall CP0, or whoever it was. Whoever that person was Khalifa.
Yeah.
I forget what they call... I forget what her code name was back then, but it was definitely what Khalifa.
Too.
Yeah, good point. Let's see. But yeah, I forgot the Big Mom killed the children, so definitely and abused the living ones. That is true, 100%. Did Robin care about Baroque works? Not at all.
No.
I don't think so. I think to continue her cover she would have helped, but I think if you had to ask me if she cared about anyone in Baroque works,
definitely not.
No, I don't think so. I don't think Robin would have let her get herself close to anyone. Would have let herself get close to anyone in that way.
Yeah, definitely not. Not until after Endy's lobby.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think she let Mr. 8 live. Well, if it doesn't come back to bite her in the ass directly...
She can be sympathetic.
Yeah, she can be sympathetic.
Or
it's
merciful
not like without caring.
Yeah.
It's not like she's going out of her way.
She's not a monster.
Right. She's not going to kill. She just wasn't going to kill.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Aokiji. Getting the job done, but doing it in her own way. She's not an evil person. But that is true. That is very true. So yeah, I like, again, it's not really Bonnie's crew. That's the whole problem with it. It's just that they all had the same goal, and the crew was ordered to help Bonnie get to Kuma. That's all that was. I mean, because again, I don't know when she dipped. I don't know where she left the crew because her ship was destroyed. Is her crew dead outside of Egghead, or did she sail there herself?
I mean, when we see her in the Reverie, she's alone.
True. Did she dip from the crew by then? So
no idea.
I don't really know.
How did she escape Blackbeard?
From when?
Because Blackbeard had her.
When?
I don't remember when, but he had made some weird comment of she can join his crew or he can just keep her as like a plaything.
I don't remember that. Interesting. Find out when that was. Whitebeard's an S. Gold Roger's an S. Shanks. I have to put Shanks at S as well.
Yeah. It was in episode 513.
Can't look at it there. Let me see. So was that after the summit?
Jewelry Bonnet gets captured and teased by the Blackbeard pirates until Kainu shows up and they escape from the island.
Interesting.
Maybe he killed her crew.
So she's been without a crew this entire time?
Because I think I remember that episode.
Oh, I gotta look back at that because I did not know about that. Interesting.
Yeah, that was I think when they were just getting like just post time skip when they were giving like updates.
Why isn't Blackbeard S? Because I don't think we have enough information to know that he cares about his crew that much. I think the biggest example of him going out of his way for his crew was breaking into the Revolutionary Army base for Burgess. But I don't even think that necessarily was the reason. I think he was just after the Revolutionary Army and Burgess happened to stow away. But he did still.
But with that, we've never seen Blackbeard just charge in like that. He's usually pretty cowardly.
That is true. He doesn't usually... no, that's not true. Amazon Lily.
He knew he could take them. Did he know for certain he could take the revolutionaries at their home base?
That's a fair point, too. He killed the former 4th commander to steal the fruit? What, of the Revolutionary Army?
I think he means Whitebeard. Thatch.
And then sold to the government. Well, this isn't... No, this isn't evil tea or anything like that. This is purely just based on being a pirate captain. This is how good of a pirate captain they were. That's why Brownbeard is a B, because at least he cared about his crew. That's the whole thing.
Brownbeard was awesome.
That's also why Big Mom is all the way down to D, because in terms of being a pirate captain, they're shit.
Yeah, not the best.
Blackbeard is A+, because we think he cares, but we don't have a lot of information.
Seems like he does.
We don't have enough information to know that he's doing as much work as like Whitebeard would do for his crew, as much as Luffy would do for his crew, even as much as like Doflamingo. But yeah, exactly. In terms of evil teas, Blackbeard's up there, 100%. I think for
100%.
I think the villain one that we did put him up at S. Yeah, we put him up there. Is this evil? We put Kizaru above Blackbeard. Let's change that one.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's weird.
Kizaru's above a Kainu too. Although I think he'd be above a Kainu in intelligence, maybe, just because he so blindly follows.
Yeah. Yeah, go for it, Bellamy. Let me hear it. So the rest, Wapple. I don't think he really gives that much of a shit. I feel like he would eat them.
Yeah, he probably would.
I know he did for that one, but
yeah.
Remember how he recruited the prisoners that Impel down? Yeah, he. Here's the thing: they weren't crew members at the time.
It's true.
They weren't crew members at the time. So in terms of caring about his crew, that still didn't count until he got them. So we don't, like I said, we don't have enough information for the remaining crew members. It's kind of like Kaido and Big Mom. Mm-hmm. Like, he might care for people like Shiryu and, like, Katarina Devon, but would he care for, like, a lower down member?
Some unnamed cannon fodder.
Right.
Probably not.
So, that's why, as of right now, with what we know, based on how he treats his crew, I'm leaving him at A+. Because for the people that he has, he cares for. I heard it that time.
Nice.
And Scratch Manapoo, I don't think we really have enough information, but I'm going to go F because he ratted everyone out.
Yeah, he's a little bitch.
He ratted out the worst generation.
He's
I'm
a
going
little
to
bitch.
fucking piss. I'm going to let you start the next
Oh
one.
boy. Smash or pass?
Hell yeah. One Piece Smash or pass, guys. No minors, duh.
Duh. Alright, let's get into this. Disrespectful smash, respectful smash, depend smash, respectful pass. Alright. Is that Porcus de Rouge? Can anyone confirm? I think he'd care for Shiryu. That is Rouge. I mean, yeah. Definitely. Smoker? Oh, Smoker. I'd hit that. Ace's mother? Yeah. I wonder if we're gonna learn more about her. Probably not. Probably not much reason.
Hey man, I'm there right now.
Absolutely.
You know what? Let's do it 2 at a time. Now I'll take 2 and you take the next 2.
That's fair. Nice. Nice. Yeah.
I think we just hurt.
His afro.
I don't want to play this game anymore, man.
Brooks
Pluto
smashed
said,
the old bones.
Dear
I
God.
love that.
Would he care for Shiryu if he lost the fight? But to be fair, neither would Shiryu. Exactly.
Dofi
It's kind of like
is
that's a good point, though, Bellamy.
gorgeous. Absolutely. Kizaru
What do you think that mouth does, huh? You seen those lips?
Yeah.
Got those DSLs.
I feel like maybe a young Kizaru. But old Borsellino, I'm sorry.
All right.
Little old for me.
All right. How many drinks do I have in me? Because that nose can look pretty phallic.
That's fair. That's fair. 85 now.
This is incredible. Sure, you take that risk. He moves at the speed of light.
Yes.
God damn.
I would respectfully smash Shanks.
Kizaru pulls out his light penis and goes to town.
Yup.
I'm so mad
Is
about
that Nami?
Yeah.
I love your second one there. That's very fitting.
Hold on.
Yeah?
Not having it.
Yeah?
Do you know how weird he would be with his fucking hands like this the whole time?
That's fair.
Weird.
Sorry, Marco. Maybe if I'm drunk.
Okay.
Is that
I don't know.
Alvida?
No, it's definitely not Alvida. Maybe a movie character. At least at this
That's
point.
not post Double Fruit Alvida?
Nope. She never wore a hat.
She didn't?
Nope. Not like that. Not that hat. I don't think it's Alvida. I'm like pretty positive it's not. But maybe if we saw her in the time skip. Also, the animation looks too good for it. So like maybe if we saw her post time skip, but I don't remember, it may have been like something really quick.
Well, mayo.
Huh.
Oh, you get
Oh dear God.
I love that.
Oh, this is weird.
Pass on Garp, the goat.
I just, you know
in
what?
perfect shape despite his 70s.
I'm not into gilfs.
You gotta get down and dirty with him.
Beckman?
Bardo.
Did I do 2 already?
I think so, yeah. You did.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. You're totally right.
You did Garp and Bardo, right?
Yep.
No,
totally
you
right.
did Koala. Koala and Bardo.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Beckman,
Bartolomeo is, who wouldn't want to bang themselves? True.
Black Maria, $1 million.
Oh, one. Like, I'll die after, but I'll die happy.
Yeah. Buggy.
His hands can be anywhere.
They can.
Anywhere.
They can. Bellamy said Bartolomeo is us the fans who wouldn't want to bang themselves.
Sure. Just watching her in Dressrosa. I should rewatch One Piece tonight. You just like the nipple lights.
The nipple lights are amazing.
Who's this?
That was the female guard in Impel Down.
She's got nothing going for her.
That's fair.
You know what?
Zoro?
Can she keep the hat on?
Yeah.
Put on the depends. Because it depends if she keeps the hat on or not.
That is fair. Bon Clay.
Do you know what Buggy can do, Bellamy? I want you to imagine what Buggy can do. Fucking hate him. I don't even think about that.
Monet and Boa?
Oh.
That works. I don't know how it went up there.
Yeah, we certainly don't need to order. We're not going to order this one.
I just wanted to order a Bon
Yeah,
Clay.
I bet his
'cause Bon
feet
Clay
feel good,
is
though.
number one. Who?
Nah, I was just making a joke.
Oh.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Is that a Makino?
Who's this? Who on the Big Bomb Pirates is this?
I think that's a Kaido.
Who on the Kaido crew is this? Because we're not doing this. Fucking creepy.
Or a movie.
Could be a movie. I'm passing. You look creepy.
I think that is also a Kaido.
Probably.
I don't like the bangs.
Completely fair. Hell yeah. Sounds good, Crazy Dragoon. Hell yeah. Don't forget, guys, if you want to check out the movie stuff, Crazy Dragoon will be streaming it in the theater in the Discord.
Heck
So
yeah.
I'm going to throw the Discord link in. If you're not in the Discord, go ahead and join it. 100%. Bon Clay cares about your pleasure. That's true. 100%. But he better not switch face mid-action.
Fair.
Depends which face.
That's true. That
Oh.
is true.
Perona? I feel like we'd have to. She's not crazy.
That's fair.
She's not crazy.
That's fair.
Now, here's a question, and I'm going to be real. We're going this version.
both are respectful.
You
Disrespectful.
Think? Yeah.
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 Both are a disrespectful smash. Both versions.
Okay. Sure.
Dude, she's got that experience.
That's a good point. That's a damn good point. You know she knows what she's doing.
Is this the clone of Stacy?
Yeah. But what do you think the clone is made out of?
I don't want no clone.
Okay, fair. Well, I don't think you want the original either, I'll be honest.
Well, the original of the Prime, maybe.
Okay.
But not like
not
current.
As she is, yeah.
Not original current, no.
He said both. Nick, my brother in Christ.
Big Mom.
What the fuck is this Yusuke looking motherfucker? Alright, Gold Roger.
That is the Fishman Island, the one, the prophecy.
Oh.
That's her.
You know what? Mermaid. Mermaid who can tell the future.
There you go.
Done.
White beard.
Done.
No, white beard. That'd be a respectful smash. Caesar. You get dirt thrown in your face.
Jesus Christ.
Vanko.
I'm gonna go respectful pass. I'm just a little bit confused. I need to figure out myself a little bit more first.
That's fair.
Pell, I just don't like. You know what?
Disrespectful.
Because you know what it is. You know you're gonna get sand. You know you're getting sand in you if you do it.
Yeah, that's true.
And I hate sand.
So, Iceberg.
The Seer Mermaid had insane proportions. She was nothing but back. And
Yeah.
Maybe you'll like it. Maybe you'll like it. Wally.
He could do something with those ropes.
Those ropes? Yeah, you know he knows how to use
Yeah.
ropes. Oh, God.
Don't care about him.
I feel like it'd be a really good 2 seconds. I'm going for it. I'm going for it.
Fuck yes.
I actually just really like Eminem.
That's fair. Dragon, absolutely. Sandwich me.
Jesus Christ.
But Yasop's got to be in the back end with his nose. Oh no, he doesn't have a nose like Usopp.
No.
Where did Usopp get his nose from?
His mom.
His mom had a nose like that?
Exactly like that, yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yep. Gee, man, you're really leaving me with the weirdest fucking people, man. I got
Yeah,
Kaku and Katarina Devon.
my
Already
God,
disrespectful
and then
passing.
my next two?
Yep. Jesus
Oh, your
Christ.
next two. One of your next two.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah.
Kaku.
He's got a nose like Usopp.
Can you imagine what that giraffe tongue will do to you?
Imagine what that giraffe's neck will do to
You're gonna get necked.
you. Yeah, you are. By Adam. Is Ace gonna be a respectful smash or a disrespectful smash? I'm gonna disrespectfully smash his donut hole. King, you are too beautiful to disrespect.
Okay. Alright, let's see. Who do I got? So, this is, what's her name? It starts with an
Hina.
H. Hina. Hina.
I like Hina.
You know she's putting that cigarette out on you. Like, that's what she's doing.
She's gonna put it out in your ear.
Yeah.
Khalifa?
Mm-hmm. Killer.
Honestly, Khalifa, you never did it for me, Khalifa. Killer? Depends. If he's laughing, that's in his favor.
That's fair. Komurasaki has got to be a respectful smash.
Yes.
Kuzan?
Kuzan. Oh my god.
He knows how to treat you.
Yeah. Gear 5 Luffy would be too much fun. Mihawk, you do what you want. You do me in any way you see fit.
Olvia? I'm here for it. We're gonna make another run.
Wait, that was Olvia?
That was Olvia. I'm pretty positive, right?
I thought that was Yamato.
No, that's definitely.
Oh yeah, that's Olvia. I saw white hair next to Kaido and just assumed Yamato.
That's fair.
Robin. Respectful.
Really? Do you know what she can do with all those hands?
Yeah. I would want to do it in a respectful way with Robin, though.
Okay.
She can respectfully use those hands.
That's fair. That's fair. Is Mihawk a vampire? Honestly, I have no idea.
He might be.
Mihawk is something, and we'll talk. Actually, let's talk about that now. Why the fuck not? But them legs, though.
Them legs, though, honestly.
I don't know what Mihawk is, and we have a lot of theories on that Mihawk is something, and especially, pick wisely, Nick.
Depends.
That's fair. Mihawk is definitely something. We don't know what yet, but the fact that Zoro was
Zoro's
fighting
comment.
S-Hawk, and the comment he makes as soon as he sees the Seraphim version. Do you know what the Seraphim are, Pluto? Probably not, actually.
Probably not.
He probably doesn't even know that the Warlords are done. That they just bailed on the Warlord system. The Seraphim are basically pacifista like Kuma was, but all based on different warlords. If he is, did that change your pick? Good question.
No. I will still respectfully smash Mihawk.
Okay. But Zoro's fighting the one that's based off of Mihawk, and he makes the comment, "You look more human than he does."
Mm-hmm.
So that's gonna mean something.
It's gotta.
Jinbei? I'm gonna respectfully pass him.
That's fair.
Like,
Too fish for you?
Yeah,
The mermaid
I
you're
don't-
willing to experiment, but shark is too fishy.
Yeah, I think I'd smell it more on him.
That's
And not
fair.
in a mean way.
And he's also older.
Yeah. Ambi would have loved this. Yeah, true. Honestly, Ambi keeps missing the best stuff.
Sanji?
Ambi did say she was going to be back after dinner, but she's on vacation, so she's probably just in the room with her family.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be a rough thing to have on in the room with her family.
That would be. Sabo's respectful. Sanji, and I have no respect for you.
But a Smash?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a pretty boy.
Yeah, let's see it. Sengoku, I'm gonna respectfully pass. Again, age is not for me. Why did I get both of these guys?
I love that. Ooh. You are old and fine. That will be very respectful. Who the fuck is that?
I have no idea.
Oh, there's Yamato.
I'll
say respectful.
Bellamy says no to Khalifa. What happened? Is the world gone crazy? That was on Nick, not me.
I never saw it.
Toshigi, definitely respectful smash. Mm-hmm. Yamato, absolutely disrespectfully smash. Like, it's just fucking... Yeah.
Get messy.
Yeah.
Oh, Law, you're gonna be my little bitch.
Imagine what he could do with Room.
Dude. You know what? Where did it go? What the heck?
Blood sugar's looking fine. Doll!
Who the fuck is that?
That's Doll. That's one of the Marines with Kobe. The short hair doesn't do it for me. I'm gonna respectfully.
That's fair.
Disrespectfully pass. All right,
That's
Viola. Fair. I think we both got to be under the same thing here.
Yeah.
Where were you doing it? Where were you putting?
I was gonna do respectful.
Exactly. Hell yeah. All right, this was weird.
Fuck yeah.
She was from Film Gold. Wow, we just gotta watch Gold, huh?
We should.
Apparently, Misty. Goddamn. In that case, do you think that Mihawk is so strong because he might not be a human? I very much believe that.
Mm-hmm. Which I was also thinking, do you think that negates his world's strongest swordsman title?
Could be.
If he's not really human?
Because the other thing, too, think about it. I can't remember, so I could be wrong. Can anyone find a moment in time after the time skip that Zoro mentions that he wants to be the strongest swordsman? Mm-hmm. Do you think... You know what? This is a very interesting conversation because a big part of what a lot of people talk about is they're like, when are we going to get Zoro versus Mihawk? And for the life of me, I can't see a fucking reason why we would.
I don't see where it would.
There is there is going to be no reason for the rest of this story that Zoro should ever fight Mihawk. They're never going to be on opposing sides. It wouldn't make any sense. At least for anything that I can imagine in any way that Egghead ends, I cannot see a world where Zoro and Mihawk are on opposing sides. And if that ends up being the case, where the fuck would they fight? And not for nothing, Oda doesn't shoehorn in moments like this. He's not going to make it just for fun, because that would be so poorly written, in my opinion. Yeah, see, I mean, like, that's the only thing I could see it, but, like...
But even then,
do you know how, like,
when would that
do you know
happen?
How poorly,
at the end of the series?
Well, like, do you know how poorly written that would be? For as well as Oda writes everything, well, yeah, but that was the Baratier on episode, like, 15. Like, that was early on in the show. They don't have all these things set up. I can't see that doing that now.
Showing how strong
and especially
is. How strong Zoro has to become.
And especially now, too, when he's been training with Mihawk for 2 years, like, there's not... Like, why would Zoro meet up with Mihawk again in this battle against the world government and be like, I'm gonna take you now? And Mihawk is just kind of like, why? We have this whole fucking thing. Like, Mihawk is a marine killer. That's what he is.
I feel like there was one moment post-time skip where Zoro said, I still have to get stronger on him.
Fair enough. So, like, I can definitely... the only way I can see it happening is if it's just for sport. Yeah. That is the only way I see it happening. I wouldn't like it.
Happen, though? It would have to happen at the end of this, and at that point, why?
Right. So
why would that matter?
I just don't see how it can happen. It might still happen, but very much see two scenarios at the end, them two fighting just because they want to make sure. I can see it happening. Again, I don't think I would like how that's written, because that just seems like, again, being shoehorned in at the end.
That's just saying, I said they would fight.
I guess I'll do it. Fight. So, let's fight like gentlemen type of stuff. Right. And I think that might be the way they would have to do it, but I don't know if I'd like it. They both use tiny knives.
Yes.
Mine's smaller. No, mine's smaller.
And we can't even say it would be like another Marineford type situation where they call on the warlords to help, because they don't exist anymore.
Right, no. But Mihawk is not part of the government anymore.
Yeah.
He's not. There's not going to be a reason for him to be.
So there's zero reason for him to go against the Straw Hats.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking in whatever skirmish this is, I think Mihawk will get killed, therefore making Zoro the strongest.
Who would kill him?
However, that also wouldn't be satisfying. You know what I mean?
Wouldn't, yeah.
Like, it's not like it would just be Zoro getting, like, ripped away from Kuina again. And I don't think I don't know how I'd like it.
It would just be like, well, do we know for a fact Zoro's stronger than him?
The only thing that I could guess at in that scenario is Zoro would kill whoever beat Mihawk.
Right.
That way, it's kind of him taking the title of the strongest swordsman, while at the same time not having been shoehorned in to fight Mihawk.
Right.
So, I don't think Mihawk is bored right now. I think he's ramping up for some shit.
Yeah.
I would argue he's not bored right now.
I wonder what Cross Guild is up to. Like, what are they going to be doing?
Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? Now, here's a question, because I know we've discussed it. I'm definitely changing my opinion on this. Garp dead?
No.
I don't think he's dead.
No,
I used to think he
not.
died because of the whole smile thing, but, like, especially
From the
now...
start, didn't think so.
Especially now, confirming that Aokiji didn't kill Saul, I think he's kind of leaving Garp in the same position, but also at the same time, he's part of the Blackbeard Pirates. If Blackbeard has Kobe in his possession to give to Cross Guild...
Why is he a part of the Pirates?
I don't know. But if the Blackbeard Pirates are keeping Kobe to hand over to Cross Guild, Garp has to have a higher bounty.
Yeah.
Like, obviously. So
Yeah.
if they have Kobe alive, they're gonna keep Garp alive.
What's Kobe's bounty? Do we know?
We did.
We did?
I think we knew the stars. I don't know if we knew the number.
Right.
I don't know if we knew the number. Because, the world is unraveling. He's going to be crucial in the war to come. I don't think that. I don't think Garp is going to be crucial in anything. If Garp isn't dead now... If Garp isn't dead now, he will be killed before he can do anything.
I think he'll die before the war.
Yes. I fully agree with that. I would be absolutely shocked. I will eat drywall if Garp is still alive and makes it off of Pirate Island. I'm really fucking myself with this one, but Garp is not making it off of Pirate Island. He might not be dead for a while, but Garp is not making it off of Pirate Island. And the only thing that is making me very convinced of that is that Garp literally said himself in that flashback, no one attacks Pirate Island and lives to tell about it.
Yeah.
That's not...
And then he attacked Pirate Island.
Very poetic. Yeah. I don't think he's making it off of Pirate Island. He did say when the Marine came for him, I haven't felt this excitement for a long time. True, exactly. Oh, Mihawk. That's fair. Sorry. Garp is cooked. Sorry, I misunderstood that. Yeah, no, Mihawk is going to be very crucial in the war to come.
Yeah.
But he's going to be on the side that the Straw Hats are on.
Has
and
to be.
I'm not even saying he's going to be on the Straw Hat side. And that's not. He's just on the side that is not the government.
Yeah, just opposing the government.
Yeah. Meaning there is no reason for him and Zoro to fight during this whole conflict.
Exactly.
So where is this going to happen? You know?
What's a pirate island?
Pirate Island is Hachinoso Island. That's where the Rocks Pirates were based, and where Blackbeard's base is now. Don't think he's killed because I still believe Aokiji wouldn't kill. That's exactly the reason I'm thinking. Aokiji, no matter what, is still going on his form of justice. Aokiji couldn't bring himself to kill Saul. He certainly wasn't going to bring himself to kill Robin, and he's definitely not bringing himself to kill Garp.
No. Do you think someone's going to try and rescue Garp?
No.
No?
Who?
I don't know. The only possible person would be Dragon, but...
I think if there's anyone, Sengoku, but I don't think Sengoku's that foolish.
Yeah.
So... No. I don't.
I wonder what's going to happen with him then.
He's going to die.
I mean, how? Just locked up in a cage? Something's got to happen.
Hand over to Cross Guild.
I don't know if I'd like
something happens in the handover to Cross Guild. I mean, how does Cross Guild work? Do you bring the bounty to them?
I guess that's true. Yeah, I don't know. What do they then do with them?
Right, because you can collect the bounty. It's literally just bounty hunting.
Yeah.
What do you do with it?
Yeah, I guess we need to know more about Cross Guild.
Yeah. So, no idea. All right. This was fun.
It was.
Let's hear it. Let's do our locks. our let's sees and our long shots.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we have to make them up right now. Do you have them at all?
One or two.
Okay.
One is definitely Garp is definitely alive.
Okay.
That's my lock.
So that's your lock?
Mm-hmm.
So our locks are predictions for the story that we think are guaranteed.
Garp
so you
alive.
think it's Garp being alive?
Absolutely. He has to be.
I think I'm with you on that.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I think there was a lot of reasoning for him to be dead, but there's just as much, if not
Mm-hmm.
more, reasoning for him to still be alive. My lock, Bonnie's the last Straw Hat.
I could see it going either way.
Where would Bonnie go after?
Only other place would be the Revolutionaries.
And I don't see her coming to that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it just because how would she get there at this point?
Right. She's
And
obviously going to Elbaf.
We're leaving Egghead now. I don't think, as far as I can guess, and I've been wrong a million times with Egghead because it's fucking insane, I don't see anyone else popping in.
Yeah.
I think whoever's there right now is going to the end. We know for a fact, we know for an absolute fact, that November is the beginning to Elbaf.
Mm-hmm.
We know that because Show and Jump leaked it. That means we have...
Crazy.
That's so... I don't like that they did that.
Yeah, I don't either.
So that means we have 3 months. We have 3 months between now and Elbaf.
Mm-hmm.
And in those 3 months, realistically, how many chapters would we get? We could get 12, 13 chapters, but we've been getting like a chapter or two every month.
Yeah.
So realistically, only like 6, 7 more chapters.
So I guess
No one else is showing up.
It is pretty much done. Then, if that trend continues, it's pretty much done.
Yeah, and especially because Oda might also take a month-long break before.
He might. He very well could.
So if that's the case, we might only get 4 more chapters till
Yeah.
the end of Egghead. I mean, at this point, it seems like they're pretty much all but escaped.
I think they're just on different ships right now.
I think whatever move the Iron Giant is asking Luffy's permission to use is probably going to send the Elders flying and giving them enough space and time.
Yeah.
Atlas took out Nustro for enough time for the Sunny to escape to the sea.
Mm-hmm.
So
Luffy and Bonnie sent Saturn
flying. So like we're almost set.
Yeah.
We're almost set to escape for
Yeah.
sure. So I don't know if anyone else is coming in, and especially if they do, it's probably not going to be anyone from the Revolutionary Army.
Probably
So to
not.
take Bonnie would make no sense right now. So at the very least, she's...
Unless, for some reason, the Revolutionary is also on Elbaf, but I don't see how that would make sense either.
Yeah.
So
I think Bonnie's going to be the last Straw Hat. If for no other reasons, and like think about like where's she going to go right now. Her
Right.
whole purpose for setting out to sea was to find her father. And I do believe that Kuma is dead. Like, I think by the end of Egghead... Oh, welcome back, Abby. Welcome back. I think by the end of Egghead, Kuma's done.
Mm-hmm.
I think the original body for Kuma has done what it was going to do, and it's now done. This is the end of the original Kuma's body and story. And if that's the case, that truly closes out Bonnie's reason for going out to sea. But what's she gonna do? Go home? Like, she can't even go home, really.
She'll just stay on
Like-
Elbaf and live there.
But like, why Elbaf? It makes no sense. I think what makes sense more so than anything else is Bonnie's
becoming a
new
Straw
dream. Her new goal and dream is to follow the warrior of liberation that her father was telling her about her whole life. I think symbolically that makes the most sense, and because of that reason,
I can see it.
she also passes the sad backstory checkbox that
does.
every Straw Hat needs.
Every Straw Hat except for Zoro.
Yeah. And becoming a second Nika, having this kind of weird thing, and also not for nothing, having reunited now with Kuma and meeting Joy Boy. I mean, fuck, man, that's what the government was trying to experiment on her mother with. So
I could see her being
if this isn't
final Straw Hat.
if this isn't the biggest middle finger to the world government, I don't know what could be.
Exactly.
I don't know what could be a
Exactly.
bigger middle finger. So I think my lock for sure is Bonnie joining the Straw Hats.
I could definitely see it.
You have a let's see.
I don't know that I do.
I have an idea of one.
What's yours?
I'm trying to think of how I can like work. No, I might want to change it. How about a long shot? Do you have your long shot?
I have a couple. One, I think Luffy might die by the end of the series. Or at the end, maybe.
You think Luffy's gonna die?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
From the start, they've talked about Gear 2 shortening his life, and he's used that dozens of times.
Yeah.
The poison with Magellan.
Yeah.
Ivankov using the hormones, that has been stated to shorten his life. I feel like he might die by the end.
Okay.
And the other one is
Let me check my blood sugar.
Well, thank you,
153
Andy.
coming down, and thank you for the hydrate.
The other one is that Crocodile is Luffy's mom.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's the let's see. We have enough evidence.
That's fair.
We have enough evidence.
Yeah.
So go for it again. Go through your lock. Let's see a long shot.
Lock, Garp is alive.
Okay.
Let's see, Crocodile is Luffy's mom.
Okay.
And the long shot, Luffy dies.
Okay. I think we're gonna play this again. God, this is such good music, man.
It is.
Okay. I'm trying to think of my let's see still. I have a couple of ideas.
Yeah.
But I don't know what I want my let's see to be versus my long shot. Because I have enough evidence for some of them.
That's fair.
I
guess another let's see could be Whitebeard being a Buccaneer.
It's true. Sanji forgets about the all blue. Nah, my man. He does not, and we're going to recreate it.
Yep, once the red line is destroyed.
100%.
I was thinking, do you think that is going to be part of the prophecy for how Fishman Island gets destroyed?
Absolutely.
Because it's directly underneath it.
Yes, I think that's exactly part of the promise.
Okay.
And I think that's why it was such a weird, weird situation with Fishman Island. Yeah, Fishman Island has to be destroyed for the red line to topple.
They've said her prophecies have never once been wrong.
Yep.
So, obviously, Fishman Island has to get destroyed now.
Yep.
By a Luffy.
I think my let's see... I think Shanks is going to die.
I could see it.
And I think Blackbeard's going to be the one to do it.
He scarred him once.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to be the one to fight Blackbeard? Do you think it's going to be Luffy?
I think so.
You know, how when he can just touch him and turn off all of his devil fruit abilities? I feel like you would have to... I think it'd have to be someone not with a devil fruit. Kobe?
Ooh, wait a second. Because you know what's interesting? We discussed this a while ago. Do you guys know who took down real life Blackbeard?
Wasn't it Thatch?
Thatch is... No. No, it
Who's
wasn't.
the real Thatch?
I don't remember.
There was a real Thatch.
There was. The person who took down the real life Blackbeard, it was a Marine in training.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
It was a Marine in training. Yes, Marines. Luffy, Blackbeard, and Akainu in a pit.
Oh my god. Kainu's gonna dog walk them.
Yeah. I was thinking that a while back. I was like, Kobe. And you know what? Kobe is also one of the people with justice that wouldn't stand for what the world government's doing. So Kobe's switching... When Kobe gets out of Pirate Island, he's switching sides. This motherfucker is not standing for what Eam and everyone else is doing.
Well, is he gonna know? I mean, I guess he will find out, but at first...
I think, depending on where the cell is, he's probably hearing the message.
And even if not, I could see them wanting to maybe torment him, being like, this is what you wanted to become. You wanted to help these guys.
And you know what's interesting, too? It's very interesting. I think we spoke about it. Do you remember a couple chapters ago, the last panel, when Vegapunk was talking about Gold D. Roger, who circumvented the globe and knows the history of everything? Do you remember that last panel where we saw prisoners somewhere and they were like, did he just say D? And we were confused.
Maybe.
I didn't know why I was like, what the hell are they talking about? Like, what are we... I forgot that the world didn't know he was Gold D. Roger. I forgot the world still only knew him as Gold Roger for the most part.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I can't remember now, but in Marineford, did they mention that he was Gold D. Roger? Or did they still call him Gold Roger? I know they mentioned that Ace was the son of Gold Roger and that Luffy was the son of Dragon, but did they mention that he had the will of D?
Gold. I think just Gold Roger.
Very true, Bellamy. Yes. I feel like his voice would be an immediate smash.
I could see, like, a...
You think Kobe would fight out Kiji? Really? Why? Because I don't think Aokiji's just doing shit. I think Aokiji's in league with someone, and it's not for Blackbeard Pirates.
I could see Kobe fighting a Kainen.
And if anything, once again, I think Kuzan is still kind of working for either the government or the revolutionaries. He's clearly not working for the Blackbeard Pirates. There is no way any part of his justice would stand for what the Blackbeard Pirates are doing. And there's no way that he killed Aokiji. And if that's the case, there's a good chance right now with what we know about that Kobe knows what Aokiji's doing with Garp.
Yeah, we might.
Like, there's a whole thing, because, like, one thing could be that Aokiji is part of SWORD, or even just part of an undercover mission period from the government, not even related to SWORD, and was going to the Blackbeard Pirates in search of that. And you know what's interesting? We get that scene in in Pirate Island's bar, where Aokiji is sitting at the bar, and all of Blackbeard's commanders are like, "We don't trust you, we should take you out now." And Blackbeard steps in and says, "Hey, no one needs to do any of this. We don't trust him, he doesn't trust us, no one needs to lift a finger. We just got to use each other for what we need to do," and that's it. And what's interesting about that, Garp may have took this opportunity to save Kobe and to get defeated by Aokiji to give the Blackbeard Pirates more of a reason to trust him. Because not for nothing, do you see that fucking attack he did? How could he not?
I saw none of it, and I don't want
Really?
to. Yeah.
How could
I just know the outcome?
If you've seen the manga panel, how the fuck could he not have taken Aokiji? Are you kidding? There's no shot. He could have taken him in a heartbeat.
Maybe he just let him get captured.
He let himself get captured. And I don't even think that. I think he's just letting himself get captured and possibly killed for the reason of this is a very important mission. They need to trust out Kuzan more. That could totally be it too.
I could see that.
So I don't think Kobe's gonna fight Kuzan. I think they kind of know what's going on. When is Pirate Island isn't an arc. It's a location that we see every once in a while. The only thing that comes after Wano Pluto that we know about is Egghead. And Egghead is probably going to end soon. Well, it is going to end. Turn Luffy versus Kobe, jumping Blackbeard to avenge Garp.
I could see it mimicking God Valley.
Robbie Damon's character's voice would make him an immediate smash. I don't even think... Was Odin here?
No, I'm shocked Odin wasn't on there.
When was this made? 2024. Man, we didn't have Vegapunk in this list? Stella? Smash. That's so funny. I don't believe it'd be a real fight. I think that fight is mandatory for the fight on Blackbeard's HQ. I disagree. I still think that Kuzan knows what he's doing, and I think Garp is in on it, and I think Garp did it for a reason. Because once again, Garp, no one is taking that seriously enough where Garp says no one attacked Pirate Island and lives, and then 20 years later just fucking does it. Like, Garp is not an idiot. He's an idiot, but he's not he's not a fool.
Yeah.
So, he's only doing it for a very specific reason, and it's not to just save Kobe.
And also, Aokiji is friends with Saul. And we know Saul wasn't exactly a Marine. He was very much against them and into looking into the void, and a pirate.
Yep. I'm still thinking Kuzan might be working for the Revolutionary Army.
Yeah.
I think, that's the thing, too, because his...
Who was Saul? Was he just with Clover and Ohara and them, or were they affiliated with any group?
Well, Saul wasn't affiliated with Ohara. He was just a Marine who happened to leave the Marines that day and washed up onto Ohara and didn't know it.
Nico, Olvia. He was friends with her.
Yeah, he knew Olvia, but he didn't, I don't think he was associated with her.
I'm pretty sure he was.
I don't think so. I think he just knew about it.
I thought he mentioned, being friends with her.
I mean, I think he was friends with her, but I don't think he's, affiliated with Ohara. That was my issue.
I feel
because, he just kind of landed there.
Well, yeah, he definitely landed there by mistake.
I don't know.
I can see them both being revolutionary.
Probably now, at least. But, I need my laundry to be done. Saul Goody man. Saul Goodman. Was that my let's see?
I don't know.
My lock was Bonnie being a Straw Hat. I think my let's see was Shanks being killed by Blackbeard by the end of the series. My long shot... Oh, this one I did have. My long... you know what? I'm going to flip it. I think my long shot is Shanks being killed by Blackbeard. I think there's a lot less evidence for that
than
this.
That's fair.
My let's see. Eam was Queen Lily's husband.
Okay.
I'm thinking there's a lot of evidence. I really hate the theory that's going around that Eam is Lily. It would make no sense for her to spread the poneglyphs out to the world.
No.
And then, what was the comment she made? Hold on. Oh, Bellamy, we have a lot to discuss about this. I want to hear your thoughts first. Do you think he's evil?
I don't think Shanks is evil.
I think there's a hell of a lot of evidence that he's not now. I think there's more than enough evidence to, like, basically just guarantee that he's not. Yeah, where was it? Yeah. Her legacy, she is quoted as saying, "The poneglyphs must be protected. Bear the flag of the dawn against blank world." Nefertari D.
Bear the
Lily.
flag of the dawn. That definitely just sounds like the Jolly Roger of Joy Boy.
Yep.
And the Dawn Pirates.
So it makes absolutely no sense that she would be Eam at this point. As far as we know, for what the Paramount or for what the war was, it doesn't make sense. He's certainly Why do you think he's mischievous? Because here's what I think about Shanks. Here's what happened. I think it's very strange, everything that's going on with him. What do we know about Shanks? Shanks was a baby at God Valley, picked up by the Roger Pirates, raised on the Roger Pirates crew. The last we see of him for a while is him being given the straw hat, and then we see him at Roger's execution. Then there is this much time that we know absolutely zero things about him. Then we get to this spot here, where he gets the devil fruit from the government ship.
And just months later.
Is it months later? I don't think it's a known time.
No, we were talking about, remember? And we were able to find out that it was within, I think, a year.
So in that next year is when Luffy eats that devil fruit and he loses his arm and gives Luffy the hat. Then from there, we still get very few things that he does. He talks to... He meets up with Mihawk that time. He goes to talk to Whitebeard about Blackbeard, and all this other stuff happens. Very strange. Here's the thing about Shanks. I believe what Shanks is, Shanks was told by Roger what was on Raftel. It was only at that point that that Roger gave Shanks a straw hat and said, "You have to carry my will and information into the new era." He told it, whatever you find out on Raftel has got to do with the sun god Nika fruit.
Has to.
So with that information, Shanks then set out for his life's goal to be finding the next Joy Boy. And not for nothing, the very newest chapter, 1121, confirmed by Vegapunk that the only reason Roger went up on that platform was to cast a wide net to make sure he didn't give a shit about the next pirate age. He didn't give a fuck if there was a single other pirate in this world.
He just had to get Joy Boy out.
He needed to get Joy Boy to want to head out to sea to get there. That's what his point was. And when he did that, that was setting the stage for Shanks to make sure that he would find Joy Boy.
Yep.
Now, we know that the sun god Nika fruit is a mythical Zoan type. Fun fact about mythical Zoan type devil fruit. Shanks basically is the ultimate paragon. Basically.
Yeah.
I would say that's a pretty good example.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because mythical Zoan type fruits, what do you call it? Being a mythical type Zoan fruit, it has a will of its own. Meaning, no one who is not meant to eat it will eat it. So, why do you think Shanks would have had something so important? And again, I'm assuming, and I think it's again not confirmed, but we can assume enough that Shanks knew what he took from the government ship.
100%.
Again, this entire series, we don't see Shanks do one pirate thing.
Yeah.
But he attacks a government ship for this thing. That's the only pirate thing that you can list.
What it was. He had
exactly.
to.
So he knew what that fruit was. Very interesting that if he knew what it was and how strong it was, why on earth would he have stopped at a random fucking bar in town? Not for nothing. Why would he stop at a random bar in town and bring the devil fruit in with him?
And leave it on the counter.
And leave it open on the counter, not watching it.
Behind you.
So being that we don't know the exact timeline of when this happened versus when he got it, there's a good chance that this was not the first bar that he went to. He was probably going from island to island, leaving this fruit open, seeing if anyone would eat it. Because if someone ate it, he knew that boy was going to be Joy Boy. Not for nothing, he knew Luffy for a long time prior to this happening.
Did he though? Like, do we know that? Do we know when he first met Shanks?
Not really, but it was like at least a couple visits.
Was it?
It was enough for him to idolize him.
I guess that's true.
And Shanks only gave him the straw hat after this happened. He only lost his arm after that happened. I know it could be coincidence because obviously he's put in danger, but he's only giving him the hat after this has happened. So anyway, so that makes way more sense to me than anything else. I have always hated the theory with a burning passion. Shanks was just bringing it to Ace. That is the dumbest motherfucking thing I've ever heard in my life. That makes no sense. I don't care if Shanks knew that Gold Roger had a kid.
Maybe wanting to bring it around Ace to see if maybe something would happen,
but it's not. It wasn't his goal.
Yeah,
clearly.
I don't think he was out there being like, this needs to
go
get
to Ace. It's so I don't like that theory. It makes way more sense that he knows it was a mythical zone type. If you remember, Luffy admired him, got the scar, and then we found out he ate the fruit. Exactly. So there was enough time that Shanks knew him and didn't give him the hat.
No.
There was enough time that he could develop and say, this kid isn't Joy Boy, whatever the case is. Then he eats the fruit and gives it to him. That's weird. And then he just stops showing up, like his mission is done.
And before he had the fruit, he was asking Shanks about joining his crew. After it, he's talking about being a captain.
Yep.
He never again mentions joining a crew, just captaining the crew.
Yep. So there's a lot to talk about with that. But let's just talk about Shanks, okay? Because we have all of this. He does this, finds Joy Boy, and says, all right, everything is on track. The next part of Shanks that we see that really rings something super weird is the Wano scene. And a lot of people, myself included, the Gorosei.
Yeah.
This is the weird scene that I started to think that Shanks may have been evil for obvious reasons. We get the scene during the Onigashima raid where Shanks walks into the Elders in Marijois and says, I need to talk to you about a certain pirate. Now, people were theorizing a couple different things. There were 3 different pirates that people were like, he could be talking about. One such pirate was Blackbeard. I don't think he needs to talk to them about Blackbeard.
I don't think so.
I think it would make sense if we didn't get what happened after. People were saying it could be Buggy. Having Buggy becoming an emperor, still kind of weird for him to go in person and talk to them like that for that. That doesn't make any sense. Shanks went to talk to them about Luffy, not to warn them. It was not Shanks working for the world government and telling the Elders, you need to watch out for this guy. It was a threat tactic. Not for nothing, a lot of this series is based on time. Roger got to Raftel, and the Roger Pirates laughed and said, we're too early. Which means that there is a definitive time that this needs to happen.
There's a message that
Shanks
says you need to wait.
Knows it. Shanks knows the time. Shanks knows everything. He knows the time. So you know what happened? He knew when this fruit was going to awaken. And that was a threat tactic. He went to the 5 Elders.
Do you think he knew exactly when it would awaken?
Maybe not exactly, but I think he had a good enough idea. Because he kind of fucking nailed it.
That's true. I think he just knew once Luffy died, it would awaken, maybe.
Could be.
And maybe he was just assuming
it would happen to
he's
Wano.
Fighting Kaido. There's a decent chance he's gonna die here.
Yeah, totally could be. So, either which way, Shanks went to the Gorosei not to warn them for anything, but as a threat tactic. Joy Boy has returned. You better watch your ass.
Yeah.
Right after Shanks leaves, what's the first thing the Gorosei do? They contact CP0 that are on Onigashima and say that Straw Hat's public enemy number 1.
He needs to die now.
Why would they have done that? No, he didn't do... No, Bellamy. He didn't go there after. He went there during. It was during.
Not during the raid. It was well before the raid.
It was before the raid? I thought it was during.
I saw it already. It was during the Reverie. Because they said...
Well, the Reverie's happening at the same time. It's all at the same time.
Even during? I thought it was done while the raid was happening. Isn't the raid like weeks after?
Well,
because how long was Luffy and Udon for?
That's a good question. I'm pretty sure the Reverie was... I could be wrong, though.
I know for a fact Shanks was there during the Reverie because they mentioned it's the Reverie.
That's very interesting, though, because it was during the raid that CP0 got the call. CP0's did not... CP0
that
did
is
not
when they
have
got
the
the call.
So I guess that wasn't right after the thing, then. Or it could just be a weird timeline that they're showing. I will have to look into that.
Because the Reverie started before they got to Wano. Because they were on the ship looking at the bounties and they mentioned that, the Reverie's starting today.
That's a good point.
And it's only a week long.
Alright, I'll have to look into timeline-wise. But either way, we can definitely assume, regardless of... Well, actually, I guess it makes a lot more sense as to how Shanks got to Wano so quick after, because it probably was a longer amount of time than we thought.
But still not too long, because Wano overall isn't that long.
Well, we don't know what a ship can do.
That's true.
Anyway, point being, it was a threat tactic. Shanks threatened the Elders with the existence of Joy Boy and that happens, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now we can discuss a little bit more. Very interestingly, the Straw Hats go to Egghead, right? Do we know how long it took for Kid to get to Elbaf? Do we know how far... Like, again, I don't think this is going to be a straightforward answer. How far away is Elbaf from Egghead?
I don't know.
Because Egghead happens in less than a day.
Yeah. And Shanks is already on Elbaf.
Do you think Elbaf is further than half a day away? Because I'm under the impression... Who is Joy Boy? Oh, Pluto, we don't have enough time, my man.
Ludo, I love you.
Because I'm under the impression that it does not take just half a day to get from Elbaf to Egghead.
Unless his ship really is...
But that's not Shanks' ship. That's the Giant's ship.
That's...
I think when we see how long it takes when they escape Egghead to get to Elbaf, we're going to have our answer. Because not for nothing, the Giants showed up on Egghead and said, we're here to rescue you, Luffy. Or should we say Sun God Nika?
Yeah.
For a couple questions. I mean, of course, by the time they get there, they know it's under attack. But it's kind of weird that they were just showing up. They were definitely showing up to rescue them. They didn't have any other goal. So, what? Shanks is on Elbaf, fucks up Kid, and tells the Giants, go save Luffy? After telling them he's the Sun God?
Brogy there.
So, Shanks knows what's going on.
Who was Shanks there on Elbaf to see?
Probably Saul. That's what I'm guessing. I don't know anyone else. Could be Loki. Could be the man with the burn scar.
Because he mentioned he was there to
see an old friend that he didn't know. But that's the thing. Both him and the friend thought each other were dead. Who would think that Shanks is dead?
He's running with Blackbeard, maybe.
Maybe. But that's a long time ago, and Shanks has made papers since then.
Has he?
Yeah, Marineford.
Oh, yeah.
So...
Was the thinking they were dead, was that comment about Dory and Brogy? Because he probably thought they were dead. Maybe they thought he was dead.
Maybe. Could be, but it seemed like he was keeping a secret for a reason.
Yeah. Because he wasn't there to see Dory and Brogy. That's definite.
Right.
Because he said he was shocked to see them there.
Right. So it wasn't the intention.
Yeah.
I still think it could be Saul.
I could see Saul or Loki.
The Chosen One Breaker, Chain, and Liberator. Who was the previous one? We don't know yet. I think we're going to find out on the next arc. I think when we get to Elbaf, we're going to get a lot of information. I'm still of the variety that Joy Boy was some kind of giant or Oars, the original Oars. Regardless of anything, there is a hell of a lot of talk about Joy Boy and all of that on Elbaf. Yeah, so we're going to get most lore on Elbaf. Whatever we're getting on Egghead is the setup for what will be explained on Elbaf.
God, we're gonna get so much on Elbaf.
Yeah. So we don't know who the previous one was just yet, but we know they were not.
Was honestly.
What do you mean?
We know Joy Boy was the one and only.
Oh yeah, that's what we're assuming.
Oh well, he was saying the one before it. The one before
no, he said. But who was the previous one? I assume he's talking about before.
Like who was?
Yeah, Joy Boy. Yeah. Yeah. Because the Warrior of Liberation was probably the one from 900 years ago.
Yeah.
During the Void Century.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. So Shanks is a very interesting character. Shanks seems to know, but like that's still like that has to explain a lot because how did he know that Luffy was headed for Egghead? But then we talk about it again, where like the mythical zone types do a lot with destiny.
Yeah.
And you know how... Guess how they picked where they were going next. They're not following a log post. Totally Luffy, random. Kid, and Law pointed to a random direction and where they wanted to go. Is it just by chance, or do you think it's destiny that Luffy pointed to Egghead and Shanks still knew kind of what was happening? I think it had to do with destiny. I think a lot of what is happening in the final saga of One Piece is destiny. And
how would Shanks?
Because you know what? Think about it this way too. Who are the only people in existence that know what's happening with the world?
The Elders.
The Roger Pirates. Oh, okay, well, the Roger Pirates. Who found out about the Void Century. The Roger Pirates. What do they do?
Chilling.
And not even...
chilling in a whale.
And not even, like...
Rayleigh's coding ships.
They're not even doing stuff in the way that's like, oh shit, like, I have to prepare for this. Yeah. They are literally just... They're literally just fine. Yeah. None of them are worried.
They're not worried at all.
And you know why they're not worried? Because what's going to happen is going to happen. Period. The end. They're not worried because of this. And I think that has a lot to do with destiny. I think Shanks knows that same deal.
Like, how?
No idea.
How would he know that? Future sight? It couldn't just be good future sight.
No. No, it's probably from Raftel.
But,
They
like,
all probably know
but,
what's
like,
happening.
what would be on there to say, like, this is...
Going to happen?
Yeah.
No idea.
This
Because
will
history
happen.
repeats itself?
Yeah.
No idea. No idea. But every one of them are very calm.
They were.
Rayleigh's drunk and saying, "Don't ruin it for the younger people, for the younger kids." Vegapunk, like, everyone just found out the world is sinking.
And he's just getting drunk, laughing.
It's so weird, so weird.
I
So,
love Rayleigh.
but here's the thing about Shanks that then gets very interesting because we see a couple things. Why? That's fair.
I agree, Ambi.
That's fair. Now let's talk about Shanks in a little bit of different light. God's Knights.
Mm-hmm.
Bellamy, what are your thoughts on the God's Knights? I'm gonna get out of this one. I'm not saving that one.
That's fair.
What if I accidentally pull up all of my porn I watch on this TV?
That'd be so hot.
Is that Figureland when he was younger? Yeah, right?
It's gotta be.
Yeah. Monkey D. Dragon and Emporio Ivankov have speculated that the God's Knights may be mobilized in response to Revolutionary Army's harmful exploits against the world government, attacking its capital and stuff like that. That the Knights may specifically target Sabo due to the latter being a new symbol of hope for uprising nations. This, according to Dragon, could mark the beginning of the real battle awaiting revolutionaries, thus hinting at the Knights' possible power. Indeed, they are suggested to be capable of fighting fearsome pirates, as 38 years ago in God Valley, Garling ordered Marines to retreat and leave the fight against the pirate invaders to the God's Knights. Why are they not showing... I want to see... Yeah. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you guys can see that. Oh, have a good night, Pluto. Thanks for staying up for so long.
Hey, Pluto, I love you.
We're 5.5 hours in. Does that not look like Shanks to you? Nick is going to be standing right in front of the camera for a minute.
I mean, it's hard to say.
You think that's hard to say?
What makes it look like Shanks?
The cape, the head, his height,
I mean,
the sword on the same side.
The head isn't really anything. The cape and the sword, I guess. But I mean, who's that? Who on his crew has horns?
I'm not saying it's Shanks' crew.
Oh.
I am not for that theory.
Oh no, that's fair.
I don't think the people that I think that looks a lot like Shanks, and I think that if it's not him, then it might be a relative. It's definitely a Figureland, without a doubt. But people took that theory way too far and said, "Oh, it's his whole crew." No, that makes no fucking sense. But here's the thing about this. Let's go under the assumption that this was Shanks. Let's go under the assumption that for a second, Dragon's information is not correct. Mm-hmm. For whatever reason, or previous God's Knights. Dragon hasn't been in the Marines for a while. He might have outdated information as to who the God's Knights are. Okay.
When was Dragon? Because that would probably help to figure out if he did see Shanks as a God's Knight. Because they're probably like, what, 20 years in age difference?
Probably. Was it after Ohara?
That's what I was thinking, maybe. And that was like, what, 20 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
So Shanks would have been a kid. He wouldn't have even been a teenager at that point, right?
Because we know for a fact that picture is not Figureland. Is not like Garland.
Doesn't have the hair.
Yeah. I can almost see the hairy legs and flip-flops from here. Yeah, so here's the thing about that and why it's so weird. Because if that is Shanks, I don't think Shanks is a God's Knight anymore. Mm-hmm. So what I'm thinking could have possibly happened to some degree, and you have to hear me out on this because there is some information that could tie into it. That length of time between being left after Roger was executed and finding that ship from the government, I think he was part of the God's Knights during that time. Because I think during that time, there is at least 10 years that are completely unaccounted for this man. During that time, he could have been found. His familial ties could have been revealed by any one of the other members of the Roger crew. We don't know who told him. We don't know if maybe he knew this whole time. He could have been told right from the get-go and just didn't want to go. We have no idea. This could have been part of Roger's plan. We have no fucking idea. But here's the thing about it. Mihawk is a Marine killer. Because he suffered a great betrayal. So he was part of the Marines. More than likely what that implies is that he was part of a government faction. There is a lot of holy imagery with him. There is a damn good chance that man... I got it immediately. There is a damn good chance that this man, Mihawk, was a former God's Knight. Something in the faction. Here's another question. If Mihawk is a Marine killer, and Shanks has been a pirate, why the fuck would they have fought so much?
Right?
Again, for sport a couple of times, but what would have been the first fight? It could have. So a couple theories that I have. It could be the fact that they were both training to be God's Knights at the same time, and they could have had a lot of
around the same age.
Exactly. Could have had a rivalry between training. It could be something as simple as that.
Let's take into account what could Mihawk be if he's not human. What could he be within that?
One of the races that the world government wanted extinct.
Maybe.
We don't. I mean, the closest that you think we have to seeing something like that is AIM, but I don't know if that's going to end up being true.
No, I doubt it.
So could be like that. So the rivalry that they had could totally have been from being former God's Knights. Shanks just using the government to try and get stronger, and not just that, but also reach to be able to find the devil fruit.
Maybe the betrayal was he is a different race, and they made a deal with him that if he comes with them, they'll let everyone else live, but then they just killed off everyone else to keep him an experiment.
Do you think it was that recent? Do you think Mihawk would experiment? Do you think Mihawk would agree to that? Do you think Mihawk would come back to the world government if they experimented on him? I don't think it's that deep.
You mean to be a warlord?
To be a warlord.
That's
I don't know if
fair.
it's that deep.
That's fair.
So I don't know. But I think there's a lot of government ties with both Shanks and Mihawk.
There has to be.
I think there's a lot.
There has to be.
There's a lot to unravel there. And I think that's why Shanks was as weird as he was walking into Marijois. Because of course a pirate isn't supposed to be allowed in Marijois, and even if you're talking about the Gorse, they were a man of your stature isn't usually supposed to be here. Yeah. They're not talking about a pirate. They're not going to let a pirate walk in there. They're not talking about an emperor, because if you're talking about Kaido, Big Mom, or Blackbeard, or any of the other emperors, Whitebeard even, none of them are going to be let walking into the
And we've already seen they will hear out and listen to somebody who is a former celestial dragon that has dirt on them.
Doflamingo. So the reason Shanks had to hide who he was is possibly because he was a former God's Knight, and that's the stature.
Want other people being there
why are you?
Why is Red here? Yep. Why is there an emperor here in Marijois?
Yep. Didn't want that confusion. So there's a lot to talk about there, and that could totally be the reason. But now we're also seeing something very interesting, and I want to pull up. Unfortunately, I don't have it here right now, but let's pull it up.
Going down to the last panel.
Yeah. There it is. Alright. Holy shit, this is much bigger than it was when I looked at it. Hold on. Can you guys see it? Yeah, you guys can see it. Okay, perfect. This panel, it all depends on who finds the One Piece. We have Shanks, Luffy, Blackbeard, Buggy, the four emperors. Now we look down at the bottom. We see Akainu on the right, and we see Kobe on the right. Both current Marines.
Yep.
Dragon on the top, Kuzan on the top. Both ex-Marines. Sabo on the left, Im on the left. Possibly, and now I'm thinking of it too, leader of the world, leader of the free world. Sabo is the face of that. It's not Dragon.
Is he?
Sabo is the face. That's why he's being targeted for the God's Knights. Sabo was the face of it because he's the face of the Uprising of the Nations.
Oh, Okay.
Could be that.
That does make more sense.
Leader of the control world, the leader of the free world.
Mm-hmm.
Former God's Knight?
Do we know that he's former?
We do know he's retired, yes.
He is retired? Okay.
I think he's still living in Marijois, but I do believe he is retired. St. Garling Figerland.
So then it would have
Mysterious
to be
man.
another retired God's Knight?
And that still looks an awful lot like Shanks' sword.
It just looks like any saber, though.
But how many people use sabers?
Rox had a saber.
That's one possibility.
Roger had a saber. Shanks has a saber. I think we've seen quite a few.
Roger's dead.
Yeah. Could be his sword, though. Could be
But
someone else with his sword.
But the whole thing with it, too, is like...
I think his sword is on Laugh-Tail, though.
So whose sword do you think was stuck in the garden?
Maybe that's not too important? I don't know.
That seems wild. Wait, hold on. Let me pull it up. Wait.
You pull that up. I'm going to pull up Roger's sword.
Is it going to show it if I pull up just Eames' thing? No. Hold on. I have no idea how to spell Marijois. That is crazy that I spelled it that wrong.
I love that. Yeah, that's not his, though. His has more of a bulb on it, see?
Who? Mihawk's?
Roger.
Oh,
No, Roger, see?
Okay, so it's not Rogers.
Well, go back to the panel. Does it have a bulb on it, sort of thing? No. A little, but...
So, I mean, like, this looks a lot more like this.
A little bit, yeah. That looks more rounded, though. Like, that looks like if you took Rogers and just cut off half of it. Because, like, that one looks more like Mihawk's, where it's just on the sides. But in the panel,
Really?
it looks like it goes full around.
You think that goes full? I don't think that's I don't think that's where it ends.
Maybe?
I think that's his hand. That's his thumb. Are you talking about this thing that I have the mouse over right now? Because that's his thumb.
No, just like the whole thing. It looks like it's a circle, not like it sticks out.
Oh, you're talking about the base. I see what you're saying.
It's like, see, that just
Sticks out. Yeah.
Rogers is more bulby.
Yeah.
It looks like
So it looks more like Rogers almost.
Yeah, but like cut in half.
I see what you're saying. So I don't know. I think it's.
But also, we have been shown many times that these silhouettes usually don't look how they end up.
Yeah. So, could be another former God Knight. There's a lot of discussions going on. I mean, one such discussion that has been talked about with Shanks for a very long time is that Shanks has a twin brother.
I would hate that.
I don't like it.
I would hate that so much.
I don't like it at all. I really think that would be kind of cheap. I don't like that one bit.
I don't either.
So I don't know. We still have a couple people that we have to meet. The man with the burn scar, who
Man
knows
with the eye patch.
Yep, who knows a lot about the last Broad Poneglyph. We have any guesses? Do you think it's someone we know?
I was thinking maybe Gavin.
I was gonna say Gavin is probably like my best guess to still be important.
I feel like he's either on Elbaf. Maybe that's the old friend Shanks wanted to visit. But though I feel like he would have known if Shanks was dead or not. Maybe not so much.
Not
Shanks.
if he's keeping himself sheltered on Elbaf. No, but they would.
Like,
The
they
Giants
would
would have
still
told.
get news.
The Giants would have told. The Giants would have told him if he was on Elbaf this whole time, because the Giants have been close with Shanks for a very long time.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
So maybe he's on Lodestar,
Could be.
guarding that.
Could be.
Or maybe he's guarding Laugh-Tail. I don't think he'd need to guard Laugh-Tail if no one's even made it to Lodestar besides Roger.
Yeah. I don't know.
Wait, how has nobody made it to Lodestar?
Do we know that?
I think so. I think Rayleigh? Somebody said they were the only ones to have made it to Lodestar. Rayleigh did, because that's when he was saying that that's where they learned the history of the Void Century.
Okay. Did Roger set all this in motion?
My treasure, and his treasure is definitely just like his hat, maybe his sword, like Like,
It can't be his
Luffy-
hat. He gave it to Luffy. Oh, do you mean
No,
this?
his the red hat. Which probably not that, but maybe the Jolly Roger, his sword. Because Luffy's always referring to his hat as his treasure.
Yeah. God damn. What'd you think about Bonnie being like another Nico?
I don't mind it.
100%.
So many people hate it. I don't mind it.
I can't.
I like it.
I cannot believe that people were saying that Oda's gonna drop the ball on the final saga because they made her like you motherfucker.
Like,
this
have faith.
think about it for 3 seconds, man. This makes more sense than anything Kaido ever fucking did. This right here makes more sense than Kaido ever did.
It works perfectly.
So much more sense. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Or it could be his crew. What do you mean? Like, the treasure, like, his treasure, like, Roger's treasure is his crew? I never looked at this cover. Man, they're fucking,
Yeah.
Man, Japan really just goes, huh? Japan really just does what
be
they
his
want.
crew. Maybe it's a picture of his crew.
I feel like it's just almost as bad as it's the friends we made along the
Yeah.
way. You know how tired I am of that joke? You know how tired I am
Well-
of people making that joke of like, well, what if the One Piece is the friends you made? Shut the fuck up. I hate you, dude. Whenever
is
Zach
dumb.
makes that joke, I'm gonna
Yeah.
punch him in his left testicle. I hate
fair.
it. It's so stupid.
That's fair.
It's the stupidest joke. But what the treasure is? I mean, it could be. It definitely could.
Probably
be.
not a picture, but I could see it being like maybe his sword, whatever he found to be his most treasured thing.
I mean, well-
I think he left there.
Here's the other thing too. Do you think it's guaranteed that there's treasure there? Because once again, like
Treasure again, like Luffy, his treasure is his straw hat.
because once again, he did this not giving an He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck if there's one other pirate in the rest of this world.
Yeah.
He only did this to make sure that Joy Boy would find whatever's on Raftel.
And
to
I think
do
Joy
whatever.
Boy also probably left whatever his treasure was there too.
Right.
And which is what made Roger be like, oh, that's his treasure? This is my treasure. I'm going to leave this.
That's fair too. Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee that it's like a fucking fountain of gold because there was no reason.
I think there's like instructions, maybe possibly a weapon, but
Something to stop the world government.
I also
Something
think
to stop
it's
the world government.
whatever your own personal treasure is leaving there.
Could be.
For whatever reason. Maybe you have to leave your treasure there to be able to, I don't know.
Who knows? Some Indiana Jones type shit.
Yeah,
Taking one thing, putting the other down.
yeah.
Never know. So, no fucking idea. We've got Elbaf. What do we do after?
Randomness maybe, and then Lodestar? Right into Lodestar? Like this was going right into Elbaf? Who knows?
Right into Raftel? What after Raftel, guys? What's happening after they get the One Piece? Who here thinks that the One Piece is the end of the show?
No, they need wrap-up. They
Who
need Laboon, they need the all blue.
They don't need the wrap-up happens after the final conflict. The
Oh, is
One
that what
Piece,
you mean?
yeah, the One Piece happens before the final conflict, without a doubt.
Yeah, yeah.
So like the One Piece happens, and we still got at least another 100 episodes, 100 chapters easily. We're talking about manga, easily.
All-out battle on Marijuana? I don't know. Do you think... Who do you think is going to be the attacker in this situation? World
don't
government?
know.
Straw Hats? Blackbeard?
I have no. How do you think Egghead's gonna end?
Sword?
Who's gonna be left of the world government? Depends on the state of the world, and it's not fucking looking good. That's my
Yeah.
point. There is no. One Piece is on a timer. Literally, in the world. The world is sinking. Civilians are killing Marines for Cross Guild. Everything.
Honestly?
It's open hell.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ima's like, shit, the secret's out. Another world flood. Let's start over again.
Could be. I mean, and not for nothing, again, think about it this way, too. Everything is happening now. Shanks says he's going to go with the One Piece. I mean, first off, just remember that this man does not care about the One Piece. This man knows
He
what's
could
on
have gone
Raftel.
there whenever.
Yeah, exactly. He probably knows how to get there. Although it is interesting that he keeps talking about road poneglyphs as if he needs to take kids. So, I don't know about
true.
that, but whether he
That
knows
is true.
whether he knows how to get there or not, he knows what's there.
Yeah.
That much I can almost guarantee. But what was I gonna say? Fuck.
What were you gonna say?
Depends on the state of the world. I can't remember. Do you think Luffy gets the One Piece and fights his enemies as the newly crowned king of the pirates? Yeah, absolutely. Because whatever it is, the One Piece has to come before the final battle.
Yeah, it has to.
Oh, but yeah, no, everything's on a timer. That's where I was going with. Mm-hmm. Civilians are killing Marines. You don't just have, like, pirates going after Marines for the bounty. You have civilians stabbing Marines in the back to get money. No, not for nothing. Everything's on a timer. Shanks said he's going to go get the One Piece now. Why now? Because Luffy awakened his fruit. Eam is on the same side of all of this. You know why? Because Eam showed himself to Cobra. Eam has never showed himself to anyone else that we know of. And he's just going to do that. Like, I don't care. Like, Eam has been the ruler of this
even
world.
More of a timer because Wapol saw and got out with it.
It just makes no sense. Like, Eam, like, for all the Conqueror's Haki, for all these different measures put in place, no one knew that there was a hole in that wall. Like, it's not that they got caught, it's that Eam didn't care.
Yeah.
Eam didn't care that they saw what happened. So they're on a timer because the elders are now on Egghead. They showed up to do what they needed to do, and they're not doing well.
No.
Vegapunk's message is out. And Eam is kind of just sitting there.
Yeah, Eam is just chilling.
He's kind of pissed.
Sure, Eam is very pissed.
He's not doing anything.
No.
He's not showing up himself.
Did Eam also transform, right? In that Cobra Sato scene?
I actually can't remember.
Transformed too.
I can't remember if he did. See if you can find it. But yeah, Luffy gets the One Piece, and then they deal with the government. But that still begs the question, where the fuck does Blackbeard fit in all this?
Eam has shown the ability to transform himself into a massive, bestial yet vaguely humanoid creature capable of consuming fire.
I remember that. So, like I said, I mean, that's the whole thing with Blackbeard. Like, not much of this story and show is setting itself up for Blackbeard to be the final antagonist, which is why it's very interesting to see where it happens. But I think a lot of it still has to do with lineage and what Blackbeard is. Saturn knows,
his special lineage,
but can't do anything. Saturn is down on the ground after getting walloped by Luffy. Katarina, Devon, and Van Augur are just standing there, and they say, "We're here to talk about Blackbeard." He's like, "Yes, I know what he is." He said, "Good, our job here is done," and leaves.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? So I don't know what Blackbeard is trying to do. And again, he has a very specific plan, because if he could take Devil Fruits and give his crew Devil Fruits, why not Laws?
Right?
Why not Laws? Laws is one of the most overpowered Devil Fruits that he... And it's the whole thing of, like, he beat him, but he got away first. But that's not it, because Blackbeard stated, standing over Law, do I take this for myself, or do I sell it on the black market? If Blackbeard, if he wanted that fruit as one of the most overpowered, he wouldn't have wasted time.
He wouldn't have questioned. He would have been like, that's mine.
Yep, and would have taken it. So whatever Blackbeard is doing, he's following a very specific set of rules and a very specific set of Devil Fruits, probably.
And what Devil Fruits does he have? Invisibility, changing faces,
Jesus Christ.
Quake, Dark, if that is even really a fruit.
Yep, a possible third one that we might not know about yet. We don't know. The Island fruit. I forget who had that.
No, that's not San Juan. San Juan's a giant that ate a giant.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, wait, who turned into the island? Do you know that? Did you know that? Oh, you did, okay.
Because Kobe punched a hole in him, right?
Yeah, okay, so you... Oh, right, so you saw that, but you didn't see Garp's attack?
I don't think I saw that either. I think
you just know about it? Okay. Yeah, so there's still so much to cover in this series. So, like, what's left is they need to get to Lodestar and find out the Void Century. They need to get to Raftel after getting all the Road Poneglyphs, so they need to meet the man with the burn scar to get the fourth Road Poneglyph. Then they get to the One Piece, and then what? Then what?
How long is that arc going to be? How long is Laugh Tale going to be? Because I don't imagine there's going to be much they have to do if no one's ever been there.
Do you think they're meeting Buggy there?
Definitely. Buggy's gonna be sitting on the throne. The empty throne.
100%.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's so much to say.
Don't know.
All of that I just listed still needs to happen before any of the fights even happen. Like, none of that is including an antagonist for Elbath. Mm-hmm. Who could be an antagonist for... Do you think there's a fight on Elbath?
Unless it's another Zoe sort of arc.
Do you think we're not going to have a clear antagonist on most arcs for a while now? Because I don't... If there's no antagonist on Elbath, there probably won't be one on Lodestar. There probably won't be one on Raftel.
Right.
But also, this is all also assuming that everything is just going to be a straight shot.
Unless the antagonist, if Gavin is on Lodestar, maybe he'll be the antagonist, is sort of like testing see if they're worthy of being there.
Yeah, but I don't like that either.
Yeah.
I still think that would be bad writing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oda hasn't disappointed me. So whenever I say bad writing, I mean just like in terms of how One Piece is played out,
Oda.
it feels... Yes, exactly. It doesn't feel like his style.
Mm-hmm.
His style is that I'm wrong 95% of the time. That's what his
style is. You have no idea what the fuck he's cooking up, but you know it's gonna be good.
Didn't have Kuma backstory for this year.
Nope.
Happening the way it did.
Nope.
Definitely didn't have God Valley incident on the way that we did.
Garp possibly dying. Nope.
So, man, I don't know. And that's the whole thing, too, because what's happening right now, like what Bellamy's saying, it depends on the state of the world.
Yeah.
Who's switching sides?
Entirely.
What's going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
How many pirates are left? Who of the supernovas are left? Is it just the Straw Hats and Blackbeard? The worst generation, sorry, not the supernovas. I mean, Drake is still alive. We can look
Drake
at the
is
list.
alive, but he was never really a pirate anyway.
Gone?
Apu, gone.
Dead.
And, well, also, anyway, even if Apu and Hawkins both weren't gone or dead, they both abandoned their crew to be part of Kaido's crew. So they're
out of the picture.
They are out.
Yaruj, I have no idea where you're coming into play.
Back. He might.
He's the only one of the worst generation that hasn't, so I have to assume he will.
Exactly.
At some point. Kid?
Dead. He's got to be dead.
Dead.
Like, there's one person on his crew that doesn't have a devil fruit.
And not only that, like, the way they did it in the anime definitely seemed like a way of, like, closing out his story. If not dead, not coming back in the story.
Yeah, no.
Drake, he's shown, but I don't see a reason for him to come back. Beijing?
He's alive, but I don't think he's
coming back.
He sunk his ship.
Yeah, not coming back.
I think he's out.
Killer? Dead. Zoro?
Lost.
Zoro, yeah.
He's lost.
These three, Straw Hats. I'm in on it.
Fair.
And Law, again, not coming back.
Out as a contender, but I could see him coming back as like a
Could.
support character.
Yeah,
him and
in the
Beppo.
final battle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually really cool because like not only did we see Blackbeard's crew fight as a team, but like we saw Law's crew. Because like when I heard, because this was before I started reading the manga.
Mm-hmm.
But after where the anime was caught up to. So I didn't know exactly what happened during this stuff. But it was really cool to see Law's crew working together like that. Like, I always kind of assumed, like, oh, this is so not a strong crew to be able to even fight with Blackbeard. Like, they stood no chance. And not that they stood a chance, but more of a chance than I expected. Like, they got some good hits. Yeah. So...
They put up a fight. More of a fight.
Yeah. So there was a lot to do with it, and it was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
We still the whole Revolutionary Army still needs to like really come into play.
Dragon
needs to do something. Akainu needs to do something. Sengoku needs to do something. Mm-hmm. We need to see what happens with Garp. I mean, like, there's so many heavy hitters that we still don't know anything about.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck are they coming into play? Like, what is this final battle going to be like?
He's got to be saving them all for the final war.
Do you? I guess I'll just ask this, and I think I know your answer, and I know my answer for sure. Is it just going to be, is the final battle, if it's a battle, whether it's final or not, is it going to be as simple as the Straw Hats versus Blackbeard's pirates?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think it's going to be as simple as...
Nothing's ever this
just
simple.
One-on-one.
Yeah. Because, like, I know a lot of people talk about this, and I totally understand why. Like, when they talk about, like, matchups, they're like, well, it's Luffy versus Blackbeard, it's Zoro versus Shiryu, it's Sanji versus Sanwan, shit like that. But, like, I don't think it's going to be that easy.
Definitely not.
But that's the thing.
It's going to be all out chaos.
Do you think it's going to be? Do you think we're not going to know what Blackbeard's plan is until the Straw Hats are fighting the government? Do you think Blackbeard's going to?
Possible.
Do you think Blackbeard's kind of going to pull another Marineford and pop in at the very end?
I think it's very possible.
Maybe that's how he becomes the final antagonist, because he does the same shit. We're going to have like the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, all the supporters, all these other random people coming in, fighting the government, and whoever's on that side of things, which again does not seem like it should equal out to anything that would make sense.
Do you think it would be more maybe everyone, world government, they more or less have them dealt with, and then Blackbeard on top? Or do you think he would just jump in the middle of all of it?
I don't think in the middle.
More so when the world government's dealt with?
Yeah. Because I think the same thing with Blackbeard is like that we would always talk about. Blackbeard is not a confrontational type. 95% of the time, he does not want to confront people.
Which is also why it's weird he just went to the Revolutionary Army headquarters.
Yeah. It's probably only because Burgess was there.
Yeah, has to
I don't
be.
think he definitely would not have just infiltrated.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have made any sense.
It had to be because Burgess was there. Like, I don't know why else he would have gone.
Right. But we also don't know anyone who died in that battle, do we? No one's confirmed to be gone. I don't think there even
was a battle. I think they saw the Blackbeard's pirates coming and were just like, let's dip. And they just let them have Baltigo, and Blackbeard's like, let's destroy it, let's ransack the place. And the newspaper's like, oh, huge battle ensued. Yeah, they lost.
That could be it too.
Like, when we saw them on New Kappa
Kingdom,
yeah,
whatever that place is,
nobody looked like they were in a battle.
No,
they all looked perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So I don't think they even fought. I think they were just like, oh, well, we're caught. They know where we are. Let's just dip.
Yeah. Could be. So I don't know. I think it's going to be very similar to what he did at Marineford. He's probably going to dip in when the battle's low, because right now he doesn't have a stake in it. Why would he fight a battle that he doesn't need to? That same thing happened with Marineford. He was like, we're going to let the government take care of Whitebeard, and then we're going to dip in.
Let them fight each other.
Yep.
What could he want? I mean, I guess he wants the fruits for world domination.
Probably, and I'm going to assume this for a lot of the same reasons of like all of his personality stuff. He's probably doing what Rox couldn't.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking.
And like part of what I'm thinking, part of what I'm thinking too is like the devil fruits he's taking could just be to recreate the Rox pirates. Which
I was sort of thinking that,
but like that seems weird, because why would he show up at Amazon Lily and not Wano then?
Right?
Because if he's recreating the Rox pirates, Big Mom and Kaido were on the Rox pirates.
Streusen, he didn't bother taking him from Whole Cake,
yeah.
But at the same time, Streusen was probably also only on the Rox pirates because of Big Mom. I don't think he...
like a full-on member.
Yeah, he probably didn't have much strength to him or anything.
Right. And I remember what Bellamy was saying a long time ago when we were discussing this one time, was that he's not doing it to continue Rox, he's doing it to mock him. I'm going to do what you couldn't, kind of thing.
You failed at this.
Saber
I'm going to succeed.
Because there's enough to say that there's definitely similarities. Yeah. His ship is called the Saber of Jebek. He's taken over Pirate Island, where Jebek's headquarters were. So, like, there's enough similarities to say that he might be carrying on the will. He might be doing something different. We still haven't seen Jebek, but... so we don't know what he looks like to be able to make that connection. Yeah. I remember there were theories running rampant. I don't know if you remember or if you were watching One Piece. For years, people were like, "Oh, Shanks is definitely Jebek's son."
Yeah, I remember hearing
like that was going around so much, and there was no merit to it. It made no sense.
And there's a picture of Jebek, and he had
red hair, and I think people just colored it in.
Yeah, like oh, see, they both have red hair.
Buddy,
2 seconds, you'll see we don't know Jebek's hair color.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I think, like, we're fine. The way that Oda gives us information is why he's such a good writer. That's what makes One Piece, because we don't learn anything we're not supposed to before we're supposed to.
Yep.
And that's what we're doing with God Valley. If we saw any more of God Valley, I'm willing to bet if we saw Rox, we would know too much, and we'd piece a lot more together than we should right now.
Probably.
I think that's exactly it. I think that once we see Jebek, we're going to be able to piece a lot together. Whether that's going to be related to Blackbeard, whether it's going to be related to Eam.
In some way.
Yeah. I think it's more likely that Rox is going to be related to Blackbeard, then Rox is going to be related to Eam. Because a lot of
How
people were
old
saying.
is Blackbeard? Do we know?
We do know. I forget offhand, but his age is listed. Let me know. Anyone have any thoughts? Hey, I appreciate everyone for being here, man. This was a really cool stream so far.
He is 40 years old post-time skip. He's as old as God Valley.
Yep.
Interesting.
So
Maybe he was Rox's baby and they stole him.
hey, man, you never know.
Maybe Gloriosa ran away for Rox and they made Blackbeard, and maybe that's why he went to
You never know.
Amazon Lily. He's like, hey, granddaughter.
You never know. Let's do it.
Nice.
1 hour of lo-fi cat chill hop.
pee.
Sounds good. But again, guys, I want to thank you guys for being out here. It was a really fun stream to do. 110%. We're still going for a little bit, I think. He might be dipping soon. But, like I said, I wanted to thank you guys for being out here. It was the first stream in 12 days. Unfortunately, Abby was on vacation, so we didn't get to do Kingdom Hearts today. But tomorrow night, we'll be hitting up some Trails of Cold Steel 2. We're going to be doing some Fall Guys on Wednesday around 1 p.m. EST, so please join us for that if you want to play with us. And 6:30 p.m. EST on Wednesday for Pokemon Sword Dynamax Avengers. We'll have Black Belt, Blood Trip, and Biggest Thonk back here again for that stream. I think Thursday I'm going to try and do some Trails of Cold Steel 2 during the day. And then Saturday, we'll have Blood Trip back here again for Blood Trip and Biggest Thonk back here for some Poke Park 2. Probably finish up Poke Park 2. Maybe go back to Poke Park 1 and finish up a couple of those things if we wanted to. And depending on timing, we might start GoldenEye. We might do some more Naruto. So, okay. Well, thank you, Abby. It was good. Good to see you in chat too. I hope vacation's going well. I know you're gonna have fun with Juliana, so it's always good to see her. I'm sure you're gonna have fun with that. And we'll just have to stream the whole week when you come back because now it's been 2 weeks, and I feel like it's been forever. So, but that might be the end of the One Piece discussion stream. If there's anything else that Nick wants to bring up, we could probably talk about it. I think for the most part, we hit on every major topic right now that's going on. I have no idea how this arc is going to end, but we know it's going to end soon. And let me tell you. More things happened in Egghead in the last arc than the last 5 before it. And I stand by that. Yeah, I just wanted to pull it up.
Actually, go back up. Let's look at his Jolly Roger. I don't know.
It's pretty simple.
I mean, the two things on top are a little odd.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Burning red skull of flames that resemble 2 horns. You know who has 2 horns?
Kaido.
I was gonna say Ors.
Ors. Maybe Roxas and Oni.
Rox Dijabek, who we don't know about. Edward Nugget, Whitebeard. Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom. Kaido. Shiki the Golden Lion from the movie. Captain John, who was dead on Thriller Bark. We don't know Choku or Silver Axe. Stussy Buckingham, who we know is Miss Buckin. Quick question. What do you think of Edward Weevil? Whitebeard's son?
Like, actually Whitebeard's son?
Mm-hmm. Clone?
Yeah.
Failed clone?
Yeah.
Yep, 100%. Without a doubt. Gloriosa, who now is the head of Amazon Lily. Don't know. Strucin.
There was that one panel of the Rocks Pirates and someone in the back that was using a weapon that looks like Blackbeard's claw thing.
I remember you were mentioning that. Actually, we'll probably see that picture. Is this the picture?
No.
Yeah, it is. All the way
it?
on the right. Right above Edward Nugget's mustache.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
So many questions.
So fucking few answers. No idea.
I'm still all in with Jolly Rogers representing
Oh
who
yeah.
the captains are.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, we didn't really talk about Blackbeard too much.
Mm-hmm.
As much as we talked about Blackbeard, we didn't talk about him too much.
Yeah, we didn't.
I know one thing that we were thinking of doing, had we had more time, but we've been doing this for 6 hours. We wanted to do a Blackbeard tracker.
Yeah.
We wanted to see where he started, where he went, and everywhere he went.
Well, what do we... From the start, we just know Drum Island, right?
Yep, that was the
That
first.
was the start.
Yep. Where is he born?
I think I looked it up before. I think it just said Grand Line.
Okay. So we don't know where he was born. We don't know when he joined Whitebeard's crew.
We just know he was a kid.
That he jumped ship.
Origin, Grand Line.
Ooh, look at this. 2 of the Rocks members bear striking resemblances to zombies from Thriller Bark.
2?
And
Captain
they're...
John.
Oh, they're not going to show it.
Who else?
You know, it's interesting. One of those might not even be Captain John because we know it was Captain John. So that's not even the one that they're talking about.
That's
the 2 other Rocks members, this is God Valley. Thriller Bark is God Valley.
Go back to the pictures of the Rocks crew. It would have to be one of those 3, maybe.
One of these 4, because it's not going to be. It's not going to be the Fishman.
Yeah.
So it's probably one of these 4, or 2 of these 4. That's interesting.
I'm looking at Thriller Bark important zombies. Maybe they'll show who fought.
Are you standing because you're going to get going in a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to see who I can raid out to. Again, everyone, we're still talking for a couple minutes, but thank you for coming to the One Piece stream. Happy birthday, One Piece. 27 fucking years. We're going to see who we're going to raid out to. And don't forget, tomorrow night, Trails of Cold Steel 2. We're going to get back to it. We're going to raid Kevin Thrash. I don't think we've raided him before. Oh, actually, wait. Undertaker's live doing Bloodborne. We're going to raid Undertaker.
I'm just looking at a bunch of
I've rated
pictures
Kevin.
of them.
Huh?
I'm just looking at a bunch of different pictures of zombies from Thriller Bark.
Fair. This One Piece lo-fi music, though?
Dude, right?
Fucking killer.
Right? I should just rewatch Thriller Bark.
Hell yeah, Crazy Dragoon, 100%. What's the next movie after that one? So yeah, we had our Smasher Pass list.
That was the best one.
Yeah. What was this one? We had a Pirate Captain's tier list. We did crew members tier list. I love how we left it on this one.
Uh-huh.
Supernova's tier list. Villains tier list. Arcs tier list. This one was good.
Oh yeah, that one took a while.
Yeah. And
It was what, 2
moments.
hours?
Yeah, two and a half ish.
Yeah.
But we were also talking about everything, which made the other ones quicker because we just blasted
we
the rest of
took
them.
all of the time for that one.
Victinian Zekrom, nice. Are you doing that one tonight too, Crazy Dragoon?
Fuck yeah.
So, like I said, I'm gonna be doing Trails of Cold Steel 2 tomorrow night. Like I said, Nick, if there's a day that you feel like you want to come over and do some Ghost of Tsushima, just text me and I'll be down
Most likely next week, maybe this week.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Starting in about 10 minutes? Hell yeah. I'm going to be ending stream. I'm going to be taking care of a couple things and then I'll try and pop in tonight. So everyone, once again, hop into that theater in the Discord. Grease Dragoon is streaming a bunch of Pokemon movies. They did a couple movies. I didn't really know which ones over while I was on vacation, just because I didn't have my laptop, and most times, like you guys know, my phone doesn't get Discord notifications, which is why I wasn't on Discord most of the time.
It's turned off, or it just doesn't?
Nope, just don't work. Nope.
That's weird.
So
that's so weird.
Hell yeah. Alright, everyone, we're going to raid Undertaker Theo right now. Everyone go say hi to Ted, known from Klingon Streams. Please give him the like, the follow, the thumbs up, the hug, the metaphorical, I love you.
I don't love you.
Of course we get this music right now, the saddest music. They're playing Bloodborne. I'm very interested to see what Bloodborne is like. Get back to Liza P. You got this.
I should. I was thinking I might go to Baldur's Gate 3 after Immortals.
Do Liza P next. It's like 10. It's like 15 hours.
It's so short.
It's not.
I didn't think it was that short.
Yeah, no. It's people on average say it takes them about 20 hours, which is weird because it took us about like 13, and we explored everything.
Fair.
So I'm like, how does it take you this long? Do people die more?
I mean, you were saying they said it's harder than a lot of other Souls-like games.
I just don't get it.
Which is weird.
It's basically what I'm understanding from it is that the fighting of basic enemies was the easiest, but the bosses were harder.
Did you use? Did you guys use
the summons? Yeah, every time.
I use them all the time too.
Yeah, I don't like the discussion with Elden Ring where they're like, oh, if you use summons, you don't beat the game, because like that's creating a bad discussion. The game. Can you imagine being like, oh, you use a weapon?
Yeah.
You didn't beat the game.
It's not like you're using mods.
That's a challenge run.
It's built into the game for you to use.
Yep.
If you use it, you still beat it.
Yeah. So, I really enjoyed Liza P. It's not a long game. I recommend doing that first just because Baldur's Gate 3 is that long. Or do Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3 and then come back.
That's fair.
Nick, do you still have my stream up?
Yeah.
Did I miss any chats? Let me see. I really hate this. I hate that I can't raid.
I don't think so.
Got an amazing person live right now? Oh, we're gonna be raiding Undertaker Theo. Who is live though, Crazy Dragoon? I'll give them like a couple minutes. Because I want to see. Did I raid?
Yes, you did.